Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the Coco Nation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the Coco Nation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the Coco Nation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and redheaded stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The Coco Nation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the Coco Nation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the Coco Nation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the Coco Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Coco Nation Show, episode 371. Good, I did change the number.
Check that box.
Hey,
Yep,
at least one thing is right so far.
I did change the number. So before we get into introductions, I guess one programming note. We're not going to be on X probably anymore, since they now want us to pay to broadcast on their platform. So I can't use that symbol. Got to keep my hands down.
Well, who would pay to watch this anyway?
So we'd have to pay them. So
Yeah.
Oh,
For
see,
the privilege of broadcasting. Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So
We pay them for making their content. Awesome.
no, that's just going to set a precedent we don't want to set.
No.
It's the show's free. We're not going to pay you, and that's final.
Yeah. Next, we'll have to cover all the mental health issues for all our viewers. And
Yes.
I know where that's going to go.
What about us here on the show?
yeah, Henry, prepare to get very busy.
Well, Ron, you signed a disclaimer before you started.
Yep.
And besides, I don't think we can be helped.
Yeah, my mental health issues come at no extra charge to the program.
Yeah, they're free.
I mean, we should be charging anesthesiologist rates.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what? I dozed off there for a moment.
Got insomnia? Not anymore. Just watch the Coco Nation.
All right. So introductions. Top left-hand corner, yours truly, the button-pushing monkey. Next over, we got L. Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
And Henry Gernhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the Coco Nation. My name's Henry, and today we're going to have a great time figuring out what the heck's going on with everything.
And next up, we got Ken Waters.
Who, me? Hi.
All right, go back to sleep,
frozen?
Ken.
On my end, well, yeah, you did for just a bit there, and it was just well timed. All right, next up, Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
And Ron Delvaux.
It's Ron Deluxe, and anything can happen, he said.
Okay,
Welcome.
and Marco.
Howdy there, all. Glad to be here.
And Alan.
And can I get a 10-pack of tacos? Oh, wait. Other mic. Howdy.
Thank you. Drive through.
Yep. All right, let's see. David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Please sit, stay a while, and enjoy the show.
And Sloopy Malibu.
Insert energetic hello here.
Love it. That's awesome. That's perfect.
And then next up is Jason.
It's time for the Coco Nation show. Every week, your cure for insomnia. So today, I'm taking my Diet Dr. Pepper and I'm double fisting.
Wait. How could we be a cure for insomnia?
I'm sorry, I dozed off there for a minute.
He had to say something.
So, and your views kind of messing me up a little bit because the shadow you have over your shoulder and the cord for your headset line up exactly with Kevin's picture.
Ew, that's weird. Let me try to clean the lens there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just me, squirrel.
See, let's add some natural light, and I don't mean the awful beer.
All right. Well, continuing on. Bob Emery.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the Coco Nation.
Okay. And last but not least, we got Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Okay. And jumping over to the chat, we've got Wayne Campbell, Kevin Holloway, Julian Brown, Marco, CRT, Sixy, Tom Eric Gunderson, Mark Siegel, Jim Rye, Exile in Paradise, 8 Bits in the Basement, Mikey, and 61L. Let's see. Yep, and we're caught up on that.
I do have a question about 8 Bits in the Basement. Can 8 Bits in the Basement also be used as a storm shelter?
If you have enough of them stacked up, I suppose.
Not really sure. I've seen that ceiling. Have you seen the ceiling in his basement? It's been there a few hundred years, possibly.
I don't know. I think we need Grant for this. He'd know.
You'll have to go back and find him on one of our shows. His basement has been there.
It's
very,
been there a bit,
it's very
yes.
sturdy, you're saying, or is it very
It's
rickety?
either very sturdy or very rickety, one or the other.
Well, there you have it.
Let's see. First up, I think we got project updates. Let's see. So, Bob, was that a yes or a no to our earlier question?
No updates. I don't have any of my stuff here with me.
Okay. And so, Henry, what you got?
So we've got Fujinet action happening. Of course, Ken, I don't know if you were planning on announcing the video or if that was going to come up, but Ken recently released on Canadian Retro Things his view of Fujinet. And there were some questions that came up. I managed to get like 4 Fujinet devices out the door. And I was surprised at how quickly people were interested there. So it apparently is something that a lot of you folks out there are interested in.
Heck
definitely, yeah, definitely. If you're interested in it, you can find me on the CoCo servers or the CoCo groups on Facebook. You can find me on the Coco Nation Discord. I've got an interest list that currently is 7 deep. I am accepting more interested people. At this point, I'm not asking, say, hey, send me money for this because I don't have the parts yet. But if I know that you're interested, I know how many parts I need to get. I'm looking into offering not only the standard CoCo Nuclear Green, but also CS or Color Set 1 Blaze Orange and Classic Black in the shell colors. And then aside from that, if you've got questions about what's going on with your Fujinet device, I may be able to help with answering those questions. That's about the size of it right now. I think, well, the next thing that I'm working on the Fujinet area is going to be something that came up, I believe it was, no, I think the thing that came up that I was looking at was the issue that when I'm typing in a name, I cannot hit caps lock when I'm using the config program. So I'm sure those of you who have used it have noticed that when you type something in, it defaults to all lowercase. If you're initially setting up your Fujinet device, that setup has the way to set up your SD card is to have one of your host slots be just capital S, capital D. That's it. But if you just type it in, it comes up as SD lowercase, and that's not visible on the config screen. So what I want to do is get Shift 0 working appropriately with that in the config screen, so that you can Shift 0 to all uppercase. Most everything else is case insensitive, but for whatever reason, the SD card is not case insensitive, at least getting that running. That's what I've got for now. And of course, if you've got any other questions, feel free to email me at henry@thebreakthrough.com.
I have one right off the bat. I know they're planning on redesigning the Fujinet to eventually not need the serial bit banger cable at all and just run straight off the cartridge.
Yep.
Whoa, what happened there, Curtis?
Back it down a little.
I didn't change anything.
You changed mics, I think.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Echoey too.
Yeah, he was loud in mine, which is why he was
Yeah,
echoing.
3 people next door were asking who you were.
Who is that man?
So,
did like how it tickled my earballs.
oh yeah, so Thomas Cherry Holmes is in the chat right now, and he's saying that I always hold shift when typing caps, so I had no idea. Yes, Henry, I can help you get the caps lock working with a big smiley. So, so Tom's saying that he'll be able to help with that one.
Have you guys ever considered having a Fujinet logo come up instead of just the words, like SD card, like the SDC that has a graphic that comes up?
That would be relatively easy to write. I can play around with that just for fun. But the question is, will it look right on SG4, which is what we're dealing with right now? The whole loading things in is a basic program, so I could potentially go in there and have it run the autoexec.bas and have autoexec.bas do a little bit of ML magic, or I can watch Curtis's upcoming CocoTech episode and figure out how to make extended basic do SG6 and 24 and do it that way.
Yep.
Tie in.
How's my mic now, by the way? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
at
a
regular volume level?
Oh,
yeah, I unplugged the mic, plugged it back in, and that's all I did.
You're good.
Yep. So, Curtis, you were asking about the next generation, which
Yeah, because you said you might be making some more boards for people that are interested in them. Are you going to make it based on the old Bitbanger, or are you going to wait till the new cartridge
So for
version?
right now, I'm going to base them on the Bitbanger until such time as we actually get to the point where where it'll listen to the cart slot itself. That's actually going to be a little bit of a hardware change. So what I will wind up doing for that, if I sell the Bitbanger version and somebody wants, well, I want the non-Bitbanger, I want to upgrade to the next version. Then instead of shipping out the whole thing, this PC board should still fit in the Fujinet
existing case. Okay.
Yeah, so I should just be able to go ahead and ship you out a new board, which will be obviously a little less expensive if you want to go that route. Or, thank you for the nice hat comment there, Kevin. But yeah, and but as far as that goes, like if you want an upgrade path, this is a beautiful DIY thing, because whatever PC board manufacturing solution you decide to go with, if you want to dive into it but you don't want to do the soldering yourself, they'll manufacture the boards for you. And that may be cost effective, may not be cost effective. I haven't looked into it, but I do use their capabilities to get the to get the surface mount stuff soldered on, so that I don't have to deal with surface mount soldering.
Okay.
Surface mount's easy.
Well, I mean, if you've got solder paste, non-palsied fingers, and use a heat gun, sure.
And a stencil.
Honestly, I don't use a heat gun and I don't use a stencil. But I do use solder paste.
Yeah.
Also, Henry, check the chat here in the Zoom.
Including the Coco, and they have resources to be able to make matches of it. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, do that with solder paste and the stencil. Eh?
Yeah. Okay. So that's an interesting little development there, that we've got somebody who's waiting for the final version. This is going to be, I think this project is going to be moving around to. Yep. Oh, Thomas also mentioned the boot logo would be easy to do. We do this for Atari. Yeah, this would be, this waiting for the last revision. I'm not going to say that the final revision is going to be the final revision, but once we get to the point where we've got bus arbitration and we're listening to the full 8-bit wide data bus and 16-bit wide address bus, or whatever the bus size is, that's going to open up a lot of other platforms, and it's going to be closer to final, even though there are going to be iterations that are going to improve things over time, I'm sure.
I'd like to use that word arbitration too sometime.
That's easy. That's easy. Just get on the wrong side of your homeowners association.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, that's about it for me, unless anybody's got any other questions.
No, it's the only one I had, because I know some people, besides some ones that Sloopy's mentioning there, that are kind of waiting for it, because it should be a fair bit faster, not having to go through the Bitbanger as well.
It should be a bit faster.
And more multitasking friendly, which is my main.
Right. I understand that. So it'll be, I'm not sure what that's going to look like, because really with it being multitasking friendly, that's primarily going to be a CoCo 3 thing on Nitros 9 or Nitros 9 EOU, which is a testing workup that might be different enough from the rest of the target that something specific might have to be done. I don't know. I haven't dived that deep into the firmware to find out whether or not that's going to be an issue, but it's something that we'll need to look at.
Yeah, because even Nitrous 9 level 1 should be able to handle it somewhat for a Coco 1 or 2 or a Dragon for that matter.
I got to tell you,
like, do you know if it's going to be interrupt driven off the cartridge?
I haven't got that information yet.
Okay.
So,
like, if it can just send an interrupt to you and say there's a packet ready for you or something in the buffer, then you could definitely run it on a Coco 1 and 2 quite smoothly, I think, too.
Definitely helps the efficiency. Hold is
Thomas is saying that he will mention that the work being done on the 8-bit bus interface is ongoing with several of the targets, and that the next few months are going to be very interesting.
Thomas, interrupt driven, always important.
I have a 6309 in my TDP 100 here, and it blinks on it. You know, it goes to the next page. It's real fast. I don't know how faster you can make it. It's all text based anyway, right? Except for when you play a game.
Well, the big thing is the transfer speed for the files themselves.
Yeah.
When it comes to just the text-based stuff, I mean, 9600 baud is for just text-based stuff is plenty.
That's almost 2 Coco 32 column screens in 1 second.
Right. And so we're pumping that thing on the Coco on a Coco. Well, I don't know what the TDP is doing, but if it's got effectively an F board or something like that.
It is. It's an F board.
Yeah, so it's probably still doing the 38400, which is plenty for like the text screens. But when it's when you actually start moving data across the bus. So that's the bottleneck right now. Is the max we can get is 38.4 for the Coco with the Coco 1 and the TDP 100 with its original chip, 57.6 for the Coco 2 with the Salt, and then 115 whatever the heck for the Coco 3 with the Gimme and everything that it's got in it. So
200.
the idea with using the parallel bus is now we multiply that number by whatever by a lot, because now we're able to push everything in parallel.
No bottleneck.
Yeah, you get an entire byte in one load versus having to do 8 of them,
one go,
merging them together.
Yeah, and there are multiple ways to go about this, but the way that they're doing it in the Fujinet with the Fujinet hardware is they're looking at the most from what I understand, they're looking at the most general way that they can implement talking to an 8-bit bus.
Well, what do they do on other machines? Same thing.
Most other machines are going to be serial. For instance, I believe on the C64, and Thomas, let's see. Oh yeah, but Thomas is saying, Thomas, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe on the C64 they're using the IEC port. I'm not really sure.
That would be the floppy drive printer thing.
Yep. On the Atari, they are using a serial interface there. It plugs into the serial interface, whatever that serial
SIO, I
interface
think it's what
port
it's called.
is. Yep.
And
And
knows.
Now, those are hardware serial, or is that software serial like the Coco Bitbanger?
No, it's semi hardware because it's done in the Koki audio chip.
So basically, you request a byte, it assembles the 8 bits together for you, and then you get a byte in one shot as far as the computer's concerned. Whereas we on the Bitbanger have to do it 1 bit at a time, and then merge all the bits together afterwards. Yeah, it's all software.
Yeah.
So Thomas has a few things that he was mentioning here. So the Atari is on the serial IO, the SIO. Commodore is IEC. Coleco Atom is using AtomNet. All the machines before the generic bus have been serial. And also he wants to mention that he mentions that for anyone who wants to work on it, the Fujinet Discord is open to feel free to drop in if you want to help hack on it. And I'll see if I can't grab an invite link and drop it into the
I have access to
chat.
that.
You have access to that? Okay, great.
Yeah, I've been on it for a few years now.
Okay, great.
Oh, I think the Apple one actually uses the Apple Smart Drive controller for their floppy disks. So, but I haven't been following it that closely.
But the speed jump between doing it serial, even if it's hardware serial versus a parallel bus where you can just jam them out, I mean, especially on the Coco because we're doing it software Bitbanger, would be like jumping from a floppy drive to a RAM drive or a hard drive speed increase wise. It'd be, an order of magnitude higher.
Apple's on the smart port, by the way, Mark.
Yeah, it's for floppies. That'll handle the 5 1/4 and the 3 1/2 and
Okay, awesome. Well, that's everything I've got for right now.
Cool. Well, thanks for becoming an active contributor to that project and being able to take questions and stuff here.
I'm having fun with it, and if I'm lucky, it might even pay my way to the various fests.
Okay. Rick, do you have something?
Sure. Let me change my face here.
Want to zoom up there, Mark?
Well, as soon as he starts talking, it will.
Okay. Well, then I'm trying. Da, 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 da. Am I zoomed? I can't tell.
No.
My online page is hidden away. Well,
Oh, hang on. Where is he?
He's the only one that's showing like something on his desk.
I look like a project.
I was looking for the beard.
The beard is gone. There is
There
only
we
the
go.
project. Okay, so it's not really a great update. I got all the buses done on my baby pack, and then I went through to check all of my connections. And I'm not really impressed with the guy's work. I may have to talk to him. So my actual acquisition this week are these old man dyslexia postits. So when I'm working on the board, depending on which way the board I'm looking at, I put the right dyslexia post-it up, which shows me where the chips are and where pin 1 and pin 11 is, so I don't count the wrong way and put everything upside down on half of the chip again.
So this may pay for itself.
So anyway, that's my I guess a new Coco Tech tip for this week. Dyslexia post-its are a good thing. Otherwise, you might not get your 1s and your 9s in the right diagonal corners. No earth-shattering update, but it was many hours, so I figured I would share my pain with everyone.
Okay.
I live to tell the tale, and it's still here, unsmashed. So.
All right. Well, that was everything I had on project updates. Anybody got anything else?
I do have an update.
Okay.
Update on me. People have noticed that I haven't been around. And yes, the reason why I wasn't around is I had a heart attack and had 2 stents put in. I had 100% blockage in one and 30 to 40% blockage in the second one. And I can say that I went and saw my cardiologist and I'm doing much better. He said, go home and do as much physical activity as you can, but don't overexert yourself. Which I'm like, that's kind of contradictory, isn't it?
Well, did you tell him about this show and how stressful it is for you?
Oh, this show's nothing.
Did you see what it costs to stream the show on X? Is that what happened?
Yes.
That's a good one.
$90 a month is way too much. And then they also said that I had to get an account on X too, and I'm like, oh, no. But yes, I am improving, doing much better. Unfortunately, as it stands now, unless I hold one huge bake sale, I won't be able to go to VCF Midwest. So unfortunately, it's not in the cards. So I hope everyone has fun there. I know it's still a month away, over a month away, but still.
Did they recommend you stop smoking?
They recommended a lot of things.
Yeah. So is it going to work? Do you need prayer for that? It's hard.
Yes, I'm going to quit smoking.
Oh, there you go.
I stopped sniffing glue though.
Well, small steps, baby steps. Right?
No more plastic airplanes for you.
Right.
But he's still sniffing solder smoke.
Oh yeah, I can't. That stuff's too good.
I mean, I told you before, Rosen Balls are completely normal. You cough it up, life goes on.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it helps get all the smoke out of my lungs.
And different alloys of solder smell different.
Yes.
I like how you guys keep trying to convince me to try soldering. Then I hear horror stories like this.
Yeah. 60-40 and 67 and
they taste different.
40 and 37 63 are very different tastes, and each has their own specialty.
Well, the 6330, the 6337 does smell better than the 6040, but I don't taste the stuff.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on the silver bearing solder. That's
6236-2.
That's the mwah.
That's my stuff.
Anyway, we're sorry you won't be able to make it to VCF. I know you were really looking forward to joining a fair number of people that are going there, but your health comes first. Otherwise, it might be your last VCF Midwest. So,
absolutely, because I've been. I mean, right now it's more of an issue of money than it is my health. Because I'm improving and doing much better. But yeah, I mean, I've been going on and off for about 15, 16 years now. So,
how long were you in the hospital?
I went in last Wednesday night and was released this past Monday.
Wow.
So, yeah, and I never do anything easy, so I just doubled it down and had pneumonia also.
Oh, great.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, go big or go home. Really?
Yeah. Already there.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna go down a legend.
Yeah, too bad it was. Well, good it wasn't COVID. It'll be a trifecta.
Yeah. Hey, I tried, but
don't lift anything.
Glad you're back. Glad you're back.
Someone won't let me die for some reason. She must like me or something.
We don't need it here on the show, okay?
So, all right. Well, that's my update. And back to you, Mark B.
And you're sticking to it, huh?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
You have way better reason for not being on than I did. So
That was almost valid.
Hey, I was at least in the studio. I mean, I was at least in the audience. So.
And we're sorry for putting you through that stress of being an audience member.
Yes.
Well, I was trying to do a stress test, you know.
I think you overdid it then. Anybody else have any project updates or acquisitions? And welcome, Nick. I'm glad you woke up.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear? All right.
Unfortunately, there's that Australian accent ever is, but yeah.
Turn up your
Good
neutral.
day.
Yeah, you sound a little
why
upside
not?
down.
Is that a challenge? Turn up my Neutroid?
Oh God, you just challenged them to make another version of Neutroid. Thanks a lot.
Oh, I thought turn up your Neutroid was a prompt to do like a obscene gesture.
Yeah. Can we get a new heart attack edition, please?
Oh, is that?
Mark's monitoring his cat right now. Is it throwing up or something?
I'm getting a weird look. Okay, I guess she's settling back down. It's
Riveting.
I was getting
Riveting.
a pretty strange look back over there.
Here comes that Rosen Ball.
Maybe she's listening to the show. That would cause that in anybody.
Next on Coco Cat Watch.
Yeah, so it started when the word Neutroid came out.
Then she looked like she was going to cough up a hairball. I know the feeling.
You're welcome.
So, all right. Shall we do our commercial break and then get into Game On?
Okay.
Sure.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the Coco Nation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching Coco Nation.
I feel like this should have been longer.
The Coco Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brandon Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the Coco Nation show, please sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Cars10 says, hello, my name is Karsten and I started with the CoCo 4K Level 1 Basic. It had inspired a career in IT for me. I missed the simplicity of learning on the CoCo. I even taught myself assembly programming when I was only 17. I grew up in New Jersey and there were many meetups where people shared what was possible with this little machine. I remember going to computer swap meets, and even sold a few CoCo games on a cassette. Intangibles says, your name? Mark C., known online as Intangibles. Your systems? From the Tandy world I have my TRS-84P. I also run a couple of Amigas and a Naboo. Where did you hear about us? Links from the YouTube channel. Looking for? Others with the same common interests and to help where I can. Microcore Labs says, your name? Ted F. Your systems? Most all 8 and 16-bit machines. How do you retro? I make FPGA and microcontroller cycle-accurate CPU drop-in replacements under my project site, Microcore Labs. Where did you hear about us? Boise Petrie. Looking for? Tinkering, restoring, accelerating. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the Coco Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Jim Gary or somebody.
Welcome to the Coco Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played 2048. We had a total of 19 players. We had Mark O with 1160, 8 bits in the basement 1536, Coconut Bob 1860, Sloopy Malibu 2820, Canadian Retro Things 2868, Retro Rick 2876, Mark B 2900, Jason Warrens 3000, Kieran 3756, Jim Rye 4608, Mike 4948, Wayne CA 5136, Dr. Ted 5532, Just Mike 9966 5784, Shenley 6028, Ed Rhodes 6076, Brendan and Morgan Donahue 11,804, Tasman 18,948, and this week's number one score belongs to Buck Owens with 25,180. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
The Coco Nation salutes Buck Owens.
And you used a canned one?
Well, it's been a while since I've been able to use that one.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, was I on that score list? I was busy answering an email, so I kind of missed it, but I didn't hear my name.
I didn't see you post a score, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it then.
We have a game on challenge grievance.
We have a game. Yep.
Judges?
Yay, I'm not the only one that gets forgotten.
I think he just
You
scared of
were
people
on
that
there.
beat him, actually, there, Sloopy.
Who are you again?
My
That
name
day.
is Ken
Hello,
Waters.
Curtis Boyle.
I'm glad to see Mark B wasn't bottom of the list. For
Oh,
once.
yeah, there we go. Curtis had a score of 59.88. Did I not mention? I guess I did not mention that one.
I
missed
wasn't on it either.
Now, this is going to come up on your annual review.
Yeah.
Because we would have made 20 players this week if you'd put that in. So that's why I brought it up. My score wasn't that impressive.
don't expect that
I
3%
screwed up. I'll
raise.
admit it.
Yeah, don't expect that 3% raise.
Well, it's because I could only do 19 players because that's as big as the file size I could make it to upload it from my cabin here. So somebody had to make it onto the cutting floor, and that was you, Curtis.
Thank you, Curtis, for taking one for the team.
Yeah. So there's actually 20 players. That's the first time I think we had 20
There's
in a while.
actually
so-
20 players, so I will change that in the official record.
And make sure that you enter that in your permanent record that you missed Curtis.
Yes.
And
Hey,
provide an apology next week.
Yes.
You need to
In
send
No,
triplicate.
I'll apologize right now.
Yeah, but we're gonna need that notarized in triplicate.
The only reason that that happened is because my backup was in the hospital last week. I'm going to milk the fact that Sloopy had a heart attack and say that's the reason I missed Curtis's name.
You were just so filled with concern.
Right.
Hey, Ken,
Yeah.
if Fujinet can go from a bit banger to serial, so can you. So look into it for your internet.
All right. Anyways, so shall we talk about the game?
Yes.
2048, I guess. So
An addictive little game.
a detective little puzzle game that has been around on a number of different platforms for a while. I'm actually not sure when it originally came out, but I know I've played it on a bunch of different systems. So
Yeah, the manual that George included with it has a PDF link to the person in Italy, I think it was, that originally created
Yeah.
it in 2013 or something. So it's like 10 years old.
that was fun. Mark trying to pronounce his name.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, so I guess the only piece of advice I found on the game was from Buck Owens, who said try to keep your larger numbers up in the corners and move everything in progressively to try to, and then so don't have the bigger numbers in the middle of the screen as much as possible, I guess. But,
Okay.
I don't know. Other than that, does anybody have any tips or tricks on playing this
The only
game,
tip
or-
I'll give is that George, after several people, including Buck, I think, wrapped the score at 10,000. Because as George mentioned to me in an email, he said, I've played that game quite a bit testing it. He never scored over 10,000, so he didn't think it was even possible. But the he released a 2.1 version. I noticed your video was based on the 2.0. But he says he fixed 3 things in there. So fix the 10,000 score wraparound, which was verified. I saw several people mention it was fixed. It should not restart the game on a composite RGB change, which is another complaint some people had. If they decide to switch in the middle of the game, it just wiped your whole game out immediately. And the beep after you've achieved a 2048 square, that is supposedly fixed too, because it would start beeping every single move you did after you got 1 square at that level.
Well, I just used the version 2.0 because I knew I was never going to get over 10,000.
But anyway, he's uploaded the new version to the archive. I don't know if it's there yet. He also uploaded it, or did I upload it? I can't remember. Somebody uploaded it to the Game On
somebody
channel.
uploaded it to the channel. So
It's on the Game
Yeah.
On Challenge
Yeah.
channel.
So if you have the old 2.0 version, go grab the new one. It's there now, or you can wait for the archive copy to show up.
or if you want to be truly retro, 2.0 version.
No, it's buggy. It's like buying Neutroid. You just need to replace it with something better.
If you actually think you're ever going to get over 10,000, then yeah, get the 2.1 version.
Well, even just having the like, I know some people said, after they discovered, playing it in RGB mode on RGB monitor, but they actually some people found the contrast better on when you have it set wrong, quote unquote. They would go, oh, I'm going to switch over to the other color set now that I've started my game here because it's a bit easier to read, and then it wipes their score out. So I think people want that fixed too.
Yeah, well.
I do know some players were still having problems, even from the brief instructions, the PDF that was included. They were having kind of
Figuring
trouble
out how to play it.
what the purpose was, like what's the goal, et cetera. How does the gameplay work? The only suggestion I can make to make that a bit easier would be to have the numbers animate, slide, hit, collide type thing. You could do something like that, but honestly, that would slow the game down. So if you're trying to get a quick casual game in, it's actually better the way it is. But,
Yeah.
you know, for beginners, that might have been.
I think once you did it a few times, it's pretty easy to figure out.
Yeah, I think so. But some people have actually tried it a few times and still couldn't quite get it. So it's like Sudoku or whatever that other numbering game is called.
Yeah, my highest score was when I was randomly pushing directions.
So it's exactly like Neutroid that way.
Yes, except that once you understand the game, Neutroid makes sense.
As it is 2048.
No. Yeah, pretty much.
That's a fun little game. It's a really good casual game, and this is probably why it's popular on phones, etc. Is that you can get a game done in like literally 3-4 minutes if you can last that long, type thing. There's no time limit. There's no timer giving you bonus points if you walk away for a bit because you have to take the dog for a walk or answer the phone or whatever. Do people still do that? Then it's you just pick it up where you left it off. I quite like the game. Go ahead.
I was going to say another tip or trick on it is that you're always going to be a 2 or a 4 is going to be added to the screen.
Right.
So when your screen is pretty much full, always try to move the numbers in a way that you'll have a 2 and 4s, as many as possible.
Surrounding the empty spot that's left. Yeah.
Yeah, surrounding the spot. Then hopefully you can combine those ones then.
By the way, I've got a comment from George. I'll read out from an email he sent me actually literally today. Because I mentioned the game's quite addictive, and some other people mentioned that too. He says, anyway, tried to write this in BASIC. It's not as simple as it looks. I'm looking at you, Wayne Campbell. There might be another BASIC 9 game to try. But it'd be kind of interesting to see it under OS 9 because I'd love that. That'd be a good game just to have running in a window off to the side. And if you're busy doing something and you're just you need a bit of a break, you just flip over and play a couple rounds and get flustered and then come back. And then your semi-language coding seems so much easier. And I'm sure Jim Gary's working on an MC10 version, right, Jim? I think I saw him in the chat earlier.
There is an MC10 version already.
Oh, there is already? Oh, okay.
I think it was actually Jim that released it a while back.
It'd be pretty rare if it was an MC10 game that wasn't released by Jim, but there are a few others.
I don't know. Does anybody else have anything else to say about 2048?
No, I mean, like you said, if you're starting to get low on free spots, then try to, knowing ahead of time that you're always going to get a 2 or 4 as your new piece that comes on, try to shift it around so that you have some 2s and 4s right around the empty spot that's left, and then you usually can survive to live another day type thing. Actually, I was going to ask you, Ken, because I was busy this week, so I didn't get a chance to check the scores that much. I know several people wrapped it at least once. Did anybody manage to wrap it twice, like go past 20,000?
Yeah, Buck Owens did.
Okay, that was probably went by when I was answering that email. So,
yeah, 25,000 he got.
Wow.
And I think his was over 1,000 moves.
Wow, that's all I can say.
Yep, pretty much.
Oh, Sixy is saying in the chat here, don't press up and down at the same time accidentally. I've never tried that. I wonder what happens.
I have no idea. So I can honestly say I've never done that either. So the other game I played this week is Dangit, which is a basic game that was from Hot CoCo back in 1983.
84, wasn't it? January 84?
84?
I think.
I don't know.
Bob might be able to answer if he remembers.
I believe it was January 84.
Okay, there you go. January 84.
And that was Richard Romello from Elmer's Arcade, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he was a columnist.
I was trying to download the PDF from the Color Computer Archive, and it took about 5 minutes to download, and then it said it couldn't open it. So.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Anyways, that another addictive little game that is definitely will make you say, at the minimum, it will make you say, "Dang it."
Yeah, that was actually quite surprising because when Bob first demoed it last week, I was going, "Oh God, another Pong game? Why are we doing this?" And then it's totally different, and I'd say a lot more interesting and fun, but also frustrating. It's
very frustrating.
It's much harder than it first looks at first glance. And I don't think that's a clone of anything else. I think Richard came up with that on his own.
Yeah, like reverse breakout.
Can I share something?
Sure.
There. Remember we were talking.
You still have it running?
Yes. Yes, I do.
So yes, you can get a negative score in this, and no, we're not taking absolute values of scores.
Also, notice the speed. I forgot this thing gets faster the higher your score is.
Or lower in this case.
Yeah.
Well, absolute value, I guess.
The greater the absolute value.
By the way, this is a game I would recommend, even though it's written in BASIC and runs in 4K. I would not recommend playing this game at double speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping that the person who collects scores, their value gets overflowed and they just use the absolute value of it.
That'd be 1E38 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 1E38.
That's the overflow value of the computer. I'm talking about the person who's writing down the scores.
He's already overflowed.
Can count that high?
Hey, you can give me as negative a score as you want, and you will definitely be at the top of the list for the lowest score.
So whoever's got the fastest computer when they overclock their emulator and just let it run until the deadline next Friday.
Oh, turn off the rate limit. There you go.
This is the opposite of Neutroid. This one, you lose points by doing nothing.
Yeah, but it's kind of fun to do. You don't lose time. That's the thing. Unlike Neutroid, you don't lose time.
There.
No, it's a fun game. For a 4K basic game, an original game, as far as I know. And Richard Ramell, he ran the Elmer's Arcade thing for quite a while. In fact, if I remember when Hot CoCo folded in '86, I think he moved his column over to Rainbow for a bit. There's a few columns, I can't remember for sure, but I think that was one of them.
Something I should mention to people when they're posting their scores. A lot of people, or there's a few people that will write the name of the game and then dash, then their score. And since you can technically get negative ones in this one, maybe don't put the dash in.
Or, yeah, maybe put a colon, etc.
Put a colon. I will try to match up scores. I usually try to match up scores with the photo, but sometimes it's late at night and I miss things like Curtis's name. So
yeah, maybe if I got a bit more involved in the show, you might remember me or something.
I know there's some jokers that are going to be putting in negative scores, so I'm looking at you, Sloopy.
If I put a dash in,
negative numbers.
Will that cancel each other out and make it a positive?
No, it's a double decrement. Then it's as you may know from assembly language on the 6809.
Oh, so it'll give me 2 extra points.
Or 2 lower points. I don't know. Anyway,
you guys had a live show, which I was again not able to attend because of work.
Why, yes, we did. Sloopy, would you like to talk about the live show? Somebody want to bring up some video footage because my squirrel's tired. So,
and also you can give us a perspective. What is it like watching the live game on Challenge from a hospital bed?
Much more enjoyable when you're at home watching it.
Okay.
because
I think that's just about everything when you're in a hospital bed.
when you're in a hospital bed, the only other things to look at are the four walls.
You got the nurses.
Your roommates, incessant Fox News watching, and every once in a while a nurse comes in. So you appreciate the Coco Nation a lot more.
So there's a tip for everybody to increase our viewership. You all have to go to the hospital. No, I'm just kidding.
So Sloopy, do you want to bring it up or you want me to try?
Probably better if you do it.
Okay.
Kevin, yes. They were very easy on the eyes and very nice. Yeah, the one nurse didn't appreciate my joke. She said if I wanted to, I could go for a walk. And I said, cool. Can I walk 22 miles? And she goes, well, I don't know about that. And I said, well, it's only 22 miles walk home. And she said we're in the middle of a heat wave, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea. All right. Here's the show from last Thursday. We had up to, I think, 6 people playing at once, actually.
Yeah, something like that.
Including a new person that never been on the live show before, right?
Plus, we had a new person who is
Jason Warrens.
Not on the show yet. So yeah, it was Jason Warrens.
You may know him from Retro Rewind.
Yeah.
And a fellow Canuck.
He even seemed like he might come back, which we were impressed with. We didn't scare him away fully.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to in the next little bit because he's in the midst of moving to a new house at the end of the month here. So
there he is. When I highlighted him. But yeah, it was quite enjoyable.
Oh, there we got 7 people playing.
It's what?
We've got 7 people playing there.
Oh yeah, 7. I was thinking 7, but I remember 6. Sorry, brain no good braining. But yeah, there was up to 7 playing. We were actually playing the Game On challenge games. Yes, I'm looking at you, Bob.
Yeah, he's rather infamous for not doing so. Mind you, he picked Dangit himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know the games must have been good if even Bob was playing them.
Yeah, one thing I was worried about this particular week, we had 2 strategy style games. I mean, Dangit's a bit arcadey because you have a bit of time, before you lose a point when it goes off the side there. But basically, it's a strategy game similar to 2048. And I didn't know how well that was going to play with viewers for, just doing strategy games for the week. But actually, good turnout. Everybody seemed to enjoy it. So that's definitely something we can do in the future, too.
Yep.
You'll never get Nick on because, he doesn't like to think when he's playing games. But
yeah, Kevin, the Dangit is for Coco 1, 2, and 3. And the 2048 is Coco 3 only.
Now, has anybody converted this Dangit to the MC10? Because it was a 4K color basic game. It should work. Just, load the ASCII text file version of it, and it should work with maybe 1 or 2 minor changes.
I like Scott Cooper's comment here on the screen.
Oh, OBS, what it stands for?
2048 is fun to play. Dang it. Well, that game put me in a bad mood.
What do you expect from a name called Dang It,
Yeah, it's right in the title. You're no false advertising here.
Spoiler alert.
So, if I recall correctly, porting it over to MC10 Basic, the problem we had was the string.
Yeah, which you just pre-build a string with a 4 next loop and then just use that instead.
I'm not sure, but I think the collision detection uses peaking the screen, so you might have to do something different there on the MC10 correct memory range or something.
Yeah, that's possible. By the way, Ken Reichert says I did an MC10 for darn it. I don't know what he means by that. Does he mean he made a darn it for the MC10? And then Jim Gary said yes, so I'm assuming he's done a port of it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a game that Ken wrote or I think it may have been in one of the publications called Darn It. I think it's pretty similar. And there you go.
Yeah, so I mean the MC10 and Alice people could join in if either of those two versions are available. So, and of course it'll work on the Dragon because the screen is in the exact same mapping, and of course they have extended basic standard in all Dragon, so the string would work. MC10 would just need a couple patches to do that, and like you said, the address range for the screen I think is different on the MC10, so you'd have to offset the peaks by whatever the offset is to the screen, but that should work too. Which I'm sure, Jim's probably already did. Oh no, Jim's saying Ken did it.
Ken can do it.
So
did.
Ken, where is that available? Is it on the archive or do you have it on a site somewhere or what? Unless Jason knows off the top of his head.
I think it's probably on his site. If I can remember what it was, it's something.itch.io, I think. There you go. Ken's CocoCorner.itch.io.
Oh, Ken just mentioned, though, he said different game, similar name.
Oh,
so not
okay.
the same game. Oh, okay.
I thought it was similar. Okay,
So
similar name.
What are you waiting for, Ken? Make the same game with a different name now.
Yeah. So Ken or Jim, if one of you can quickly port it to the MC10 so we can get those people involved in the next week of the challenge, that'd be
You're
awesome.
telling me Dang
Jim
It
should be-
and Darn It are different?
Jim should be able to do it by the end of this show.
Yeah, I'm sure he's well on his way.
Yeah, Ken, I can make a few recommendations for names for the game if you'd like.
Also, if I remember, Bob, you actually saved an ASCII version of it on the disk image you uploaded, so that if somebody kicks one of the disk image utilities, they can actually just yank it right off, do the couple changes required for MC10 color basic, and be done.
Mm-hmm. I will also admit that there is one change to the original game that is included in the disk file that I uploaded. Anybody who made it to the game over screen, when you hear the tones at the end, and the original, that never stopped. Like it just would go on forever until you started another game. So
kind of like this show.
I changed that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you also changed it so you couldn't get white squares, right?
Well, I think that was in the original.
Oh, okay.
What I did on my own version that I don't know exactly where it is, I had modified the border so that I could use white squares. Because obviously it's surrounded by white squares and it would peak and see a white square.
And that way it knows it hit the end of the screen, yeah.
Right. So I changed it to a single pixel wide border so that it would peak a different value and then you could use white blocks.
By the way, Jim Gary just said on it. We'll see if he's done by the end of the show.
Yeah. I also ported this game to a database program one time.
A database program? What?
Yeah, I made a form in a database. They had a timer function on the form that was fast enough to move blocks around, or not move blocks, but change the color of blocks.
I think we just found something less exciting than the news.
Yeah.
Just
Can
kidding.
you re-implement it in Spectaculator?
I don't think so.
Maybe Sculptor will handle it.
Can we try it in color script set?
I said database, not word processor.
Ah, darn it.
There's the spirit.
Got to be able to create objects and manipulate their properties.
Sculptor might. It's a fourth gen. Rick, you're more familiar with Sculptor than I am, but
Yeah, I was going to say Sculptor and Form Painter could do a screen like this.
what was the other? There was another fairly big database on the Coco back in the day too. It was before Sculptor.
ICM, whatever.
Yeah, it was some 4-letter acronym of some sort. SMS database or something.
I
can't remember
it, but I don't remember it.
But Sculptor was a true 4th generational one. That was actually on the PC and the Mac and a bunch other. I think we were one of the only 8-bit machines that actually got it.
Right.
And it required
we got it
512K.
From the gimmicks, I think. So, but they're still around. Sculptor is still selling the same thing. a very different version of it. But anyway,
Yeah, Frank Hogg sold it for a while, and it was like $500 US or something because it's a big iron program.
All right, pineapple.
What's wrong with
Oh no,
asparagus?
sorry, asparagus.
Hey, pineapple.
They forgot the safe word. You're in trouble now, boy.
Now
Shall
I'm
we-
ready for some pizza.
Shall we get back to the game on challenge?
Well, the
And
challenge
stop
now is to
talking about
rewrite it in
databases?
Sculptor and the MC10. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, technically, we're talking about the game on challenge.
Well, yeah, I guess kind of. So
Anyway, Jim should have an MC10 Alice version shortly, so you guys can join in on the fun and maybe join in on when is our next live show, Ken and Sloopy?
It is next Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on your Coco Nation channels, except for X.
Where
and
X
if
is with
somebody
X.
would like, if somebody would like to join in and play with us, where do they go?
They would go and join the Coco Discord. Just
There you
make
go,
sure
everybody. It's
before
as easy
8
as
p.m.
that. Just join
Yep.
the Coco Discord and go into the Game On Challenge live channel, and you can play wonderful games like this with us. And we even have another game this week. I don't know if I'll call it wonderful.
And you can also play on real hardware if you have the appropriate hardware add-ons to
Set up.
broadcast that,
Yep.
or you can play in an emulator. And MC10 emulators, I'm trying to remember, Jim's got an online one on his site, I believe, and there's also some other ones like VMC10, I think is one of them. And I think the Tier City GP also supports the MC10 as well, so you got a couple emulators you could pick and share your screen that way as well.
Even wear a cat on your head.
Can we play Operation? Because I got some experience with that last week.
Don't touch the sides.
Oh, Alan mentions X-Word as MC10 as well. That is absolutely true.
Yes.
BCC does not. MAME, I don't know if it does or not. I've never tried MC10 on MAME.
Yes.
I think MAME has an MC10.
Yes, MAME does MC10,
Okay.
but X4 is better.
Or you can play straight from the Color Computer Archive with the Play Now button.
Oh, do the MC10 games have Play Now too?
Oh, I don't think the MC10 does, but
Oh,
if you want, actually, the MC10 does have Play Now.
It's all based on X4, I'm sure. So thank you, Kieran.
So many of the games have MC10 or Play Now buttons. So
cool.
actually, it looks like most of them do.
So anyway, join us next Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, right?
Yep.
On the Coco Discord, share your screen from real hardware or an emulator, your choice. This game will work on any 4K Coco or higher, all Cocos 1, 2, and 3, TDP 100s, CP 400s from Brazil, etc. All the clones, Dragon 32, Dragon 64, MC10 shortly. And
you don't have to play the game on Challenge of the Week. You can play whatever you want. But
Especially if
we
you're
do
Bob.
do recommend playing the game on Challenge once.
Yes. the
Even
only
if it's
thing it
neutral.
requires you play it on a Coco.
correct. And occasionally we even allow other systems if it's a cross-platform game.
Yeah. So if you have a game that we're playing on a different system and you want to show it off, that you can do that too. So
My cat
All right.
loves dominating me.
now, shall I share my screen to show what the next game is going to be?
Yes.
If somebody wants to stop sharing the screen they're sharing right now.
I believe that's Mark.
Yes.
It's spectacular,
Mark,
isn't it?
wake up.
What?
Wake up, Mark.
Stop your share, Mark.
Okay.
Ah.
Yeah, that's usually the reaction to that screen.
We know it's coming.
Let's
If
see.
anybody recognizes this game,
Yes, I do. Do you want the arcade
Coco
name or
NT?
do you want the Coco name?
oh, the Coco name.
That looks like Crossfire. Almost.
It's based on an arcade game from 1980 by Exidy, is it? I can't remember who makes
I
it.
believe Exidy did it. Yeah.
Yeah, the original game on the arcade is called Targ. This one is by Spectral Associates, written
And
by
this
one of
was
the Keaton
a-
brothers, if I remember, if not both.
A second place winner in a game programming.
Yeah, the
challenge.
Spectral Associates Prism Trophy thing there. It was the second place out of the 3 places that got paid for and sold by Spectral. Whirlybird Run was first place, which we have already played. Space Entry was third, which I don't believe we've played. And,
We're working our way down the list slowly.
And this
So does anybody
wasn't
know
an
what this is
original.
called?
It's not.
Besides
Was it originally a dragon game?
Nope. This was on the CoCo before the Dragon even came out.
Okay.
I played this recently, but I don't remember.
16K required, joysticks. If that helps. Machine language.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that now I know the name of it.
Oh, yeah, that helps. And it was on the CoCo.
Yeah, it was written in
Storm
1982. It was written in 1982. The Spectral Associates contest was in the summer of 1982. This was submitted for that. Came in second and went on sale, I think, in 83. But it was written before the Dragon even was released.
What is it? Carg?
Storm Arrows?
Yeah, Sixy and Nick
Ding,
both
ding.
got it around the same time from what I can see here, because Sixy said in the chat, I thought it was Storm Arrows. And yes,
Never
it is.
heard of
It's
that
Storm
one.
Arrows.
There's the title. So basically, you drive around and you shoot. I'll go back to the other screen and give a quick explanation of what you're doing. So you're the little car-shaped thing at the bottom, and you basically drive around and you got to shoot the things that are kind of V-shaped. And the yellow thing goes around and it drops landmines, which are those blue and yellow things. So you can't run over those, you can shoot them. And you have a limited amount of ammo, and every now and then a little circle will appear on the screen. So you have to run that over to get your ammo. Don't shoot it because that destroys it.
Yeah, the number of ammos, those little blue squares on the far right of the screen.
Yeah.
This looks
So-
like it's a reminiscence of Crossfire.
So what is
Yeah,
Crossfire? Is that
it-
an Atari game or something?
It's
It
an
was
apple.
It was made by Sierra Online, and it was released for the Atari 8-bit, the Apple, and I believe the C64.
Which I think it is also based on Targ.
Yeah, I would think
Yeah,
so.
they
too.
are. It's
I know-
also called
Yeah, I know
Attack Force on those here. Big Five did it called Attack Force.
On the Model 1 and 3.
Yeah,
I remember
on the
that
Model
one.
1 and 3.
Yeah, I
Because
know
even in my Apple days
Crossfire
at school, this is a game I never saw on the Apple II, so apparently we weren't very good pirates. I mean, we didn't have anybody buy that.
You didn't have that you didn't have this one particularly in the offsite backup.
Yeah. Well, I know Crossfire quite well because it was the very first cartridge I got for my Atari 8-bit.
Yeah, it's a fun little game. Now it takes a bit of getting used to because it's one where you have to travel in vertically or horizontally. That's the only directions you can go between all the little center squares. But you can't stop. You always have to be moving. So that gets a bit
What?
of getting used to.
You can turn around, like you can be going in one direction and turn around and go 180 degrees in the opposite direction.
Unlike Neutroid.
some, unlike some unnamed games, I was gonna say.
I'll name them. I'll shame that sucker.
I feel so attacked.
Imagine how Nick feels.
Anyway,
Bunch of
so
losers.
this is a good early game on the CoCo, and yeah, like Curtis said, 16K joystick.
Is drive not
So
required?
should run on just about everything.
Yep.
Unless you are still running at just a 4K CoCo.
Kieran, if
Then
you
I
guys
would
have a
suggest
scan
an
of the Dragon manual for this, we should send it up to Mark. Plus, it should have a better photograph or picture, I'm sure, than the Spectral Associates original one did. I like that game. So, Ken, you said you the way you worded it at the beginning, it wasn't one of your favorites. By the
I'm
sounds of it.
saying that just in case people don't the game I choose, then I can.
Oh, this is your backup plan to.
Yeah.
Oh, I told you it was crap, type thing.
Called plausible deniability.
Yeah.
Ooh, the instructions
Ken,
that are online and in the archive are on pretty orange color.
Yeah, that's back when Spectral just Xeroxed a sheet on colored paper, so it was harder to actually Xerox them after they made them because it would all turn black. They were famous for using red, dark blue paper, etc. So when you tried to Xerox, it just came out as a big black sheet.
So there's a page of instructions there for Mark to read. So it doesn't.
Yeah,
have
I'm just
pretty
curious if the
pictures.
Dragon version, if it's one of the ones that actually had like a brand new painted, cover and stuff that Spectral did not do it back in that day. That might be also they might have changed the directions too. They did sometimes change them quite a bit from the North American ones. So I'd be kind of curious. We can get Mark to dramatically read from 2 different countries. I want to hear him do the Dragon version in an English accent.
Yep, you got to do a British. Well, it's a dragon, so you got to do a Scottish accent, Mark.
I did have enough trouble with just English.
Welch.
It is English. They're both English. You just have to pronounce the OURs for things like color.
Let me get a bottle of
All right,
scotch first.
There you go.
I like Sixie's comment says, "Oh, it'll be on the archive. Don't know or don't think this is one I have a proper copy of." I like the way how they, mention piracy in such pleasant terms. Proper copy.
Proper. It has to be all proper. Yes.
Permin proper. No, that's a good game. It's pretty close to the arcade game play wise. The arcade game is fairly simple, but 1980. What do you expect? That's just the year after GLAC, since it was the first color game ever in the arcades. So.
All right. So, everybody have fun playing those games. And you'll be swearing at both of them.
Is that a guarantee?
That's I guarantee.
While we're on games and proper copies, this reminded me, and I think a few weeks ago, last time I was on, I mentioned this. If anybody out there had what we will call a unmodified copy of Mission F-16 Assault from Dicom, and would be willing to have someone grease weasel it so we could maybe play that sometime on the Game On Challenge, because the one that's floating out there is very heavily modified and has like a bunch of lives and stuff, and it wouldn't be fair, but it would be really cool to do that, since that's one of the few games I think that really takes good advantage of the speech sound card.
Yeah, it does. I even 609-ized that version, but yeah, like you guys, I have the hacked for infinite lives, basically. I know the original one, when we first got unproper copies of them, because it used all 64K right up to the IO page, and the gave me on the CoCo 3 reserves that other 256 bytes, the game started with complete garbage on the map, and then eventually got back to the regular map. So it was a bit too big for the original CoCo 3 when it was released. So I think I have an original of F-16 around here somewhere. I'll have to see if I can find it, if I still have it. I got most of the Dicom, but not all. I can't remember if that's one of the ones I'm missing.
Okay, yeah, but
I'll check.
Would love to have a grease weaseled version of that and get it on the archive, and then be able to play it properly.
Yeah, and then I'll have to figure out what I did on the 609 optimized version and duplicate that over to the new copy if I can.
Yep. Sounds great.
Cool.
I have nothing else to say.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like your internet's letting you say it either.
I think he said ooh ee ooh ah ah.
Bing bang.
No, ting
Walla
tang.
Walla, Washington.
Ting tang comes before Bing Bang.
Thank you, Captain Correction.
That was Walla Walla.
That's
Bing
my new
Bang.
name for you, Captain
It
Correction.
is Walla Walla Bing Bang.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but you got to be careful, because the witch doctor told us to not do that. And if you ever watched the Muppet Show, you see what happens when you do that. I told you to never say those words.
Anyway, did you want me to go straight in the news, or do you guys want to have a commercial break first?
I want to take a nap.
That's when the news
anytime
starts.
during the show. Feel free. Like most of our viewers.
All right, we can go into the news.
Yeah, but
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins. No matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The Coco Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
No, we need to find some of that stock footage of the people holding the soldering irons wrong.
There's quite a bit of stock photos like that.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Anyway, you guys should be seeing a rather strange looking angry green fellow on the screen, if I'm showing the right one.
And there's that video game guy.
All right, okay, so I'm going to do the game on news first. So just a few to cover. The first one is Lee Perkins, and if you've been following the Assembly Language channel on Discord, he's been working on this game for a bit now. It's actually going to require a 2 meg Coco 3 and possibly a 609. He's actually porting a game from the PC that required VGA called Cloud Kingdoms, which you can see on the bottom. He's doing a nifty trick here where he's actually changing the screen mode about 3/4 or just beyond that down. So he's using 320 by technically 200 or whatever, 16 color graphics mode for the top. And then he switches to the hardware 40 column text mode on the bottom, which takes a lot less CPU time to draw because you just store a character to, well, he's using attributes. So he's storing 2 bytes per character to draw the word Cloud Kingdoms, your time, your gems that you collected, and your score. Instead of having to do all in graphics, it'd be like 32 bytes per character or something like that. So it actually frees up a lot of CPU time and some RAM because, of course, a line only takes 80 bytes wide, 4 times, and you've got that entire bottom section covered. So he's been working on it for a while. He's actually released some tests I've shown a little bit before where he's got 8-way hardware scrolling, and he's got, I think, 20 levels or something already built into the test version. But this is the first time he's actually got it so you can actually control the green guy and fly him around. Now, it's not doing wall detection or anything else. You can just fly all over the place, but it looks pretty good. We'll play the entire 25 seconds to give you a preview of how it's doing.
Speaking of freezing,
cool.
Yeah, I noticed that's freezing on my end too. But he's got a lot of really nice tile designs that are based on the original VGA game. If you go through some of the other levels that he had on his test disc, you can see some of the other levels too, and some of the new tiles he can introduce. Presentation-wise, it reminds me a lot of Epic and Tandy's Mind Roll game, which we have played on the challenge, where we found out the cartridge has a rather fatal bug, and you should play the hacked version instead. I haven't actually played the original Cloud Kingdoms on the PC, so I'm not exactly sure what the motive is and what the gameplay is about here. Has anybody here tried that game in the past?
No, but it looks familiar.
Yeah, I don't know if it was on other platforms. I just know that he mentioned that he converted the graphics from VGA, so. But it looks pretty good. I like the fact he's actually doing the timing here to switch the mode and do a nice clean break and then switching to a hardware text mode. One thing is, gaming unlike the VDG, you can't change, say, the pointer to where the screen's at in the middle of a frame, just because of the way the gaming works. So the VDG you could, but in this case you can change the mode, and this actually will help them, speed up the game and take less RAM too. So looking forward to it. He's progressing pretty well on it. He's been getting some help from William Astle and some other people as well in the Assembly Language channel, and I'm really looking forward to this one. It looks like a fun game. Just
For
from
the
what I've seen so
graphics,
far.
it definitely looks like a game that would have sold well back in the day.
Oh yeah, this would have been
People would have been
a
attracted to
high-end game.
Yep.
It wouldn't have sold at all. No one had two big mega RAM then back then.
Well, sure we
Well,
did. When
that's
did
true.
Dista release that? It was 92, 91? The 2 meg, when their 2 meg version came out?
Oh, 3 or 4 people might have then.
All of us OS Niners would have. We're all buying that.
Oh, make that 1 or 2 then.
Hey, it would have cost a stampede for 2 megabyte upgrades.
No, I think Nitrostein did that on its own.
True.
Anyway, it looks really good. I like the fact he's doing this technique. I will mention one other thing too here. Like, he's running this on real hardware. Most of the emulators are not handling the mode change exactly correctly here.
Surprise, surprise.
And even the Gimme X is not. So I think, well, there's been an update from Gary Becker. He released something that I think would fix this, or at least was supposed to fix it. I haven't had a chance to actually install that yet on my Gimme X, so I don't know if it works or not. But I know that's been active with Tim Linder for MAME and Kieran with X4. They're actually working on seeing if they can get the timing fixed now that we have a reliable test program that you can test against real hardware and then tweak the timing on those two programs to get it to properly display the split mode where it's switching from the graphics screen to the hardware text screen. So, I mean, just the fact he's doing this, even if the game doesn't get completed for whatever reason, it will have helped fix the emulators to be more accurate to emulating the real hardware. So that's always a good thing. Next up, Paul Shoemaker's released officially Goop Rush on his itch.io page. Now, I will mention when I first saw this, it just looked like a different theme to his, Ghost Rush, which he's done before. He's done a Christmas version, a Halloween version. Simon ported the MC10 version. So I thought this is just another one. And I'm trying to remember, this is based on a modern game that you guys know that I don't play modern games. So the theme was
Fallout.
Fallout. Thank you. That's Nick and I are trying to remember that, but neither of us play modern games, so we had no idea. But unlike what I originally thought, and actually after watching this video, because he put a video demonstration of it being played, and I'll play a part of it here. The gameplay is mostly the same as all the other Ghost Rush ones that he's done, but there is a difference that makes a fairly big difference in the way it plays. There's a health bar on the right-hand side, or radiation, I think it's called there. And every time you run over one of the enemies, instead of dying instantly like on all the other Ghost Rush style games, you actually just watch that bar go up. So you can take some damage. And then every time you click one of the anti-rad pills, you can drop that back down so you can kind of recover from it. So it actually does have a bit of a different gameplay. I think, and actually, I think I prefer this one because it's not so unforgiving. And this screen of gibberish, is that a Fallout thing?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose if you played Fallout, a lot of this makes more sense. And given the screen mode this is in, this would work really well in the MC10 if Simon wants to tackle this one for one that has a bit of different gameplay. Sorry, go ahead. Is the sound coming through? I want to make sure I shared that.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Was Fallout a monochrome game as well, or?
Oh no.
I think the Pip-Boy though is.
Yeah.
Pip-Boy's
Well, no, he
monochrome.
shows up in full color too. There's a kind of a kitschy 1950s atomic era film with scratches and stuff kind of theme that goes on for a lot of things that this is very close to.
So you can see on the left, bottom left, he's got a wave that indicates which wave you're on. Instead of putting a number, it actually adds one of these little, mountainous peak graphics there each time you go to. So now he's on wave 2 because there's 2 of those there. And on the right, you can see rads. That's a radiation level, it's reminiscent of Shock Trooper from Arc Data Products, where the radiation's constantly going up, and every time you collect a pill, you can drop it down a bit. But if you run over one of these shapes here, like catch it on the edge or something like that, then it'll go up a lot faster. I think he demonstrates here shortly. I should mention this is also a free download. You can give him money as a donation if you want, but you don't have to on his itch.io page. And you can get the itch.io page. I'll be showing it shortly. But you can get it from the show notes on the Discord as well. And he's much better at playing this game than I am, or any of the Ghost Rush games.
He wrote it, didn't he?
Yeah, there. You just go around and you heard a bit of a crackle static sound of there, and you watch the rad thing go up quite a bit faster. So that's the additional gameplay element that wasn't in all the other Ghost Rush games he's done. Hey, it looks like fun.
He did say he wasn't going to do another one and then did this one. And I'm glad he did.
Yeah, well, he did change it up. If it was just gonna be another skin, I probably would have went, because we've already had 3 or 4 of those. This actually does have a different gameplay with the radiation meter and stuff, so that does make it a bit different.
Was I catching a close? You do get zapped a little bit, even though you didn't actually touch the thing. think I saw that going on in places.
Yeah, if you run over the edge of something there, it'll actually will just increase your radiation exposure, which is that column on the right.
Right. But you can, if you get
And once it hits the
goes
top, you
zoom,
die.
But,
Yeah.
But if you just kind of get close, you still get popped a couple of clicks there, it seems like. Cool.
Touches of Neutroid.
Everything with Nick is Neutroid related. I just don't understand.
Well, you know, it's all this atomic thing.
Kind of like everything with Curtis is OS9 related.
Well, obviously.
And anti-soldering.
Karen says, yeah, I like the changes to this one. I have to say I do too. This is one I will be downloading a little bit later this weekend and actually giving it a shot because it's different enough that I definitely want to give it a shot. So
yeah,
thank
one of
you,
the
Paul.
things that
Go ahead.
One of the things I noticed that looking at the main intro is it reminds me of the Pit Boy from Fallout series games.
Oh yeah, you got the Fallout Boy with the
Yeah, that's somebody else mentioned that earlier. That's actually what this is based on.
And this could be a Pit Boy game. You're sitting there in the nuclear race, man, playing your stupid little game because you got nothing better to do right now. But wait for the bad guys to crawl, the monster to go away. So I'm gonna play.
Looks like a BTO gear.
Yeah, it does kind of. Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Yeah.
Or properly pronounced Bachman Turner Overdrive, but anyway. Yeah, so it's a free download on itch.io on Paul Shoemaker's page, which I will show you right now. And I know he did one update to, like, he released this and then a day or two later he got some suggestions, I think on the instruction screen or something that he thought it was a good idea. So we did a quick update. This should be the latest version here. And if you want to give him a bit of money as a thank you for creating the game, you feel free to do. That's how itch.io works. When you put up a free one, you're allowed to kind of donate extra money if you wish to support the developer. But if you're broke like some of us are, then you can just download it and play for free. So thank you, Paul, for making it available for free. Could be another Game On challenge.
Cool.
Then Jim Gary, who's busy working on Dangit right now, even as we speak, released a couple of other MC10 ports this week. The first one is called Arc Royal. Now, this was originally written for the ZX81, and it's from the Your Computer magazine, which is a computer magazine in England for cross-platform, from what I remember, from the December 1981 issue. And this one easily fits into 4K. In fact, he lists it out, and it's probably quite a bit less than 4K. And it's basically, from what I can tell, you're trying to land your plane on a carrier, and you have to do it where you have to run through a number that's on top of that, maybe a pole or something on top of the carrier. You have to hit that first and then land on it, because if you just go straight at a diagonal down and just hit it, you'll crash and die. But it actually does a pretty interesting animations based on using text characters and stuff. I thought was kind of cool. Like the spinning prop on the plane there. So he's leveled down, he picked up one, and then you land, you get a score, and it tells you what your score is based on attempts.
Wow.
And of course, the faster you can land, the more points you get. Sorry?
And that looks like it's true like Navy fashion where you just kind of slam it down on the deck.
Yep. I hope you catch.
Yeah, like there he missed it. So now he has to go again, and he gets a lower score because it took him longer. I was going to wait for him to do a crash, though, because I know if you come in too steep there, you just die. Yeah, crashed. End of game.
David Lord's comment, like an F-18 having a text screen for avionics. That's perfect.
That's a pretty cool little game, though. I'm curious to see what the original Spectrum version looked like, too. I imagine it's pretty similar, but not quite as green. And then the second one he ported over is actually an ancient one. It's called Inspector Clouseau, spelled CLEW-SO, to not be confused or sued by the people that made the original Clue board game. This originally came out in Creative Computing magazine in 1979. So this is before the CoCo even existed. Well, except in Tandy. Originally written by Ron Carlson, appeared in the June 1979 issue. I think this also appeared in a second magazine at the same time. I think he said in his show notes here. Yeah, RC Volume 7, Number 6, Issue 39. Now, I don't know what RC stands for. Something computing, I'm guessing, but I don't know if it's a newsletter or a club newsletter, so I'm not sure. But basically, it's a text version of the famous game, and we've got multiple versions for the CoCo. There's even CoCo 3 specific versions of it as well. We have to try to solve the mystery of how a person got killed by identifying who killed them, what they killed them with, and in what room. So I'll just play a little bit because the game can actually be a bit fair long. As it mentions here on the title screen, it was written by Ron in February 1979, getting published a few months later than that. And strictly text-based, so it was easily portable to other machines at the time.
It was Colonel Mustard with the
Pipe wrench in the
in the library.
Yeah.
Candelabra.
Now, of course, here the names are changed to protect, copyright possible violations. So this isn't a proper Clue game. I'm gonna have to remember how Karen words that.
Or Cludio if you're overseas.
Jim Gary's asking in the chat, can't find the disc for Dangit. It should be in the Game On Challenge channel. You probably have to scroll back to last weekend around Saturday when Bob released it.
I actually just linked to it so you can click on the C attachment.
Oh, you sent it to him directly?
No, in the Game On Challenge. I just posted the new games. So there's a link. Just click on the C attachment and you get the Dangit disc.
Okay. Because we're kind of running out of the deadline here for him to get it done before the show ends. No pressure.
Oh, we still got another 3 hours.
Actually, no. It's we're still in summer holiday mode, so there's not as many news stories because people are busy enjoying things like that fiery orb outside and heat waves all over North America and.
And that topic, please buy a joystick. Please buy a joystick.
You'll need it for storm arrows.
Who's selling joysticks?
Not selling anything. Neither is any of us. So there's no news either.
Maybe a BCF Midwest.
It's at that time of year. This is the slow season.
Indeed, it is. I had to go work construction.
So Jim says he did look on Discord and still didn't find it. You just posted that link, Ken, so it should be at the very bottom of the Game On Challenge.
I think he said he pinned it.
Oh, did you pin it?
No, I didn't pin it. That's a good idea. I'll pin it.
You should have.
Or you could just PM it to Jim too if you're already friends with him, Ken.
I don't know. Am I?
Ken isn't friends with anyone.
Yeah, I'm not really friends with anybody.
Point taken. All that background stuff, getting the MC10 version ported over here quickly is happening. I'm going to switch over to upcoming shows since we just talked about a couple of them. And the first one is about a show that is happening live in 2 days. Mark, you want to talk about it while I show the screen that kind of covers what it is for Coco Tech episode number 6?
Well, I haven't got a whole lot to talk about on it. Just it's going to be Semi-Graphics 1224 from Extended Basic. And I did get posted this morning the stuff on Facebook and the various groups, so I think we should be good there.
Cool. So time and who's guesting on it and that kind of thing.
Okay, so we're going to be doing it basically Monday evening as far as us Western Hemisphere people are concerned. Basically 7 p.m. 1900, and that is UTC -5, I believe, at the moment. No, is it forward? -4. Sorry. So it's going to be pretty late for Europe, but hey, it'll be pretty good, I think, for people in Australia. But we record this and it goes up, and you can watch it anytime you like.
Yes.
So,
that way you don't have to do math.
That's why you don't have to do math. So I'll see if I can get some basically post pending show so that people get notifications and see stuff earlier. But I got to jump through a few hoops first to do that. I think we're probably going to take about 2 hours. You said you've got pretty lot of
I'm
stuff
guessing there's going to be
about.
about an hour for me in the presentation of basically how it's done and some of the details, and then Nick's going to demonstrate a full-on game program that he's working on using these techniques.
Excellent.
Oh, gee, I better start that.
You probably should. Probably should.
So anyway, on the screen here is the first card from the and you'll have to excuse when I do my presentation here. I was literally learning how Keynote worked as I was doing it. So there's a lot of things I could have fixed up and cleaned up, but I didn't have time because of work this last week and 2 weeks I've been busy with work, so I haven't had a chance to do anything. So it's not going to be the most professional, snazzy looking part until it gets to Nick's part of the show.
You're just doing the technical part.
But this little screenshot here, I've got the title card on the top, but the bottom part is actually a Semi-Graphics 12 with everything, including the little 2 score thing on the bottom there being in Semi-Graphics 12. So in BASIC.
Awesome.
So looking forward to showing you guys how to do all that stuff. Now, I did want to ask you, Mark, and I probably should have asked you before the show, but I forgot. So here we are. We have a disk image that I made that has some of the core routines that you can merge with your own basic program, as well as the little demo program that does this little rocket ship thing. And also, I've made a PDF version of the slideshow. So I'd like to have that up on the site for the Coco Nation show, probably at the beginning of the show, so people, even if they want to sneak ahead and look at it, but at least have the disk image available so they can play with it as we're doing the show.
Okay.
Do I just send that to you and you'll put it up, or how should we do this?
Terry Steege is going to be the man behind the website, so you could forward it to him. He already made a page for us, so it'll be on there. We should probably also post it in the Coco Tech channel on the Coco Discord. And if you send it to me, I can get it posted on all my, added to all my posts I did today on Facebook.
Okay. I don't want it to go up until the day of the show, though.
That's fine. No problem.
Okay.
So this is a Zoom. It's going to be a Zoom thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll use Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah.
So hopefully people are looking forward to that. I'd like to see what some of the basic programmers in the audience can do with this. I know Jim has done some basic programming for the CoCo back in the day too, though he does a lot more in the MC10 these days, and I'd like to see what he could do with this kind of thing. Also, Erico, I believe, was working with Nick a couple years back on doing a text adventure game using some semi-graphics techniques with some assembly routines that Nick had done, and this actually might let him do it from basic himself too. So I'm interested there what he might be able to do with it as well. And Ken Waters, you've done some basic programming in your day. You even did the game on your channel. I think you wrote in BASIC a couple years ago.
He's gone to sleep.
No, I'm not even talking about OS 9 yet.
It was news.
Program works.
So yeah, I think to see what some of you basic programmers can do with this stuff here. It's pretty cool to be able to fool BASIC into using some graphics commands to do this kind of stuff here. So hey, Monday night, 7 p.m., right? Eastern?
Yep, 7 p.m. Eastern, yep.
You'll have to wake me up, Curtis.
Well, that's pretty well any night, Nick. Okay, on to other future shows happening. So the first one up is VCF West, and I know there's been one guy who's been posting on all the CoCo forums that he's definitely going to be there representing the CoCo. I think there's some other people planning on going as well. This is August 2nd to 3rd at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California. And as mentioned before, this is a full partner with the museum itself. So your single admission gets you not only into VCF itself, but it also gets into the actual computer museum. And they got a lot of cool stuff there, ranging back to the mini mainframe days and stuff, all the way up to modern micros. So it's a pretty interesting tour. I did find out earlier that Henry Strickland is going to be there demonstrating some of the stuff they've been working on in the CoCo. And he's not sure if he's going to have time or bandwidth, et cetera, to do it. But we're hoping to get, at the very least, some pictures from him from the show to show on the show that Saturday. And if we're really lucky, we might be able to get actually a live view of the show from Henry. I'm not sure who else is going. Mark, you're still going, or is that up in the air? Or?
Yeah, no, I'm not going.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping to, but not this year.
Okay, and then Mike Furman, who's actually in the chat here, we haven't heard too much from lately. I don't know if he's planning on going. He's fairly local to that too, so hopefully
he's very local. Yeah, he probably will.
So we'll have to get some either photos or actually some live coverage from the show. So yeah, that's coming up on August 2nd and 3rd. So that's just like literally 2 weeks away. Next up out of that, we have the New England Classic Gaming is having electronics and computer retro swap meet on August the 24th, starting at 9 a.m. CST Central at the Norfolk Public Library in Norfolk, Massachusetts. This is one I believe that Henry told us about. So, and this is a club you just recently joined yourself, correct?
Yeah, this is a group that I just started in with at Facebook. So I'm going to go to the first one, see if there's anything more that needs to be done as far as joining the club, or if it's just show up and say, "Hey."
Now, this is obviously this one is meant to be a swap meet. Do they have regular meetings as well in addition to this, or?
Not yet. This is what they've got is they've got their Facebook group, and to the best of my knowledge, there's no other like regular meetings.
Okay, so it's more like special events, kind of under a group.
Yeah, right now. So once I go there and I meet these guys in person and figure out how everything works, I can have more information.
Okay, cool. Next up to that is the big one, VCF Midwest, which unfortunately Sloopy will not be able to make this year. So I know some other people are representing. Rick Ewan, I think you're still planning on going at least for a day trip.
Some way or another, yes.
And Ken Waters is going to be there. And I think Taylor and Amy are actually going to be there on the panel again for YouTubers. Nice. So there'll be a few people that are involved in the CoCo community involved there. And of course, that one is at their new larger venue, the Renaissance Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. And there's a ton of other hotels and stuff nearby because a few of the even backup hotels have been sold out already. September 7th and 8th. September 6th is reserved for people to set up their tables, etc. Now, last time we talked last week, they had not set the table rates yet because it was kind of in flux. Does anybody here know if they've actually gotten table rates yet?
It's supposed to be $50 a table.
Okay. And is it all one table size or is there multiple table sizes?
I don't know. I didn't read the email that closely. I think it's basically one size of table and yeah, I don't know. I'd have to bring up the email, but
okay, so you're still planning on going, obviously.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Cool. And do you think there's any chance of getting some live either walkthroughs or even just a quick discussion of the show during the show from you or anybody else that's going?
It's very possible.
Cool.
I should be able to zoom in on that day.
Or if you want to do it, that's fine too, Henry.
Oh, the more the merrier, in my opinion.
Yeah, just get a whole bunch of CoCo people, swarm over, kick over the Commodore tables, and yeah.
And just take over, yeah.
I'm sure Frank will be impressed.
that would be highly amusing and involve lots of blinking blue lights, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll
and never being invited back.
We'll start the schoolyard fights again.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the whole retro, right? The whole my
right,
computer's better than your computer. Yeah, that would be fun, actually. So that's coming up in September. So next one after that is the World of Retro Computing 2024, the September 14th to 15th. So the weekend after in Kitchener, Ontario, Canada, which is a little bit west of Toronto, about 50 kilometers, I think, or something like that. This year is located at the Old Goodies. I'm not sure if that's pronounced right because we don't have that chain here in Saskatchewan where I am. Department store at 8 Queen Street North. Free admission, so no fee to get in at all. And this covers all kinds of retro computers. Some people in the CoCo community are planning on going, and Stacy Vetzel, I can't remember how to pronounce her last name, is one of the CoCo people that actually is planning on attending with some CoCo equipment in tow. I know she actually broke, I think it was either the power button or the reset button on her CoCo, so she was asking on Facebook, how can I get a quick replacement, whether it's 3D printed or somebody just has one kicking around or maybe it's a standard part. So I hope Stacy gets that all gathered up there, but Frank will be there. Trina from Chino's Technobabble will be there. Now, Ken, this is probably still a bit of a distance for you from the cabin, I'm guessing.
Yes.
So this is one you couldn't like take on the way back or something.
Yeah, that's about another 18 hours away from me.
Oh, well, so it's just a Chicago trip. That's nothing.
Yeah. I have to drive around all the Great Lakes to get there.
You know what you need is a boat or a ferry, and just
you can take a ferry. You can take a ferry. It only costs like I don't know how many hundreds of dollars. It saves like 6 hours on the trip, but
you and Rick can get a pontoon boat or a Sea-Doo or something and just zip across there.
You got to get one of those little bush
Stockwell Day. Nobody will get that reference.
Big oversized tires so you can land on the beaches and stuff, and you'll be good to go.
It's just James Bonded across, and you have a wetsuit and you peel it off, and you're in a full tux, and then just start attending the show. That's all you got to do.
And besides that, I guess actually, since we're announcing this, I think I am going to be doing a CoCo display at a Comic-Con in Thunder Bay near the end of September.
A Comic-Con? Did I hear that right? Like the comic book?
Yeah, it's
Show?
called ThunderCon.
Yeah.
They wanted
Okay.
us. They wanted a few of us. Talking 8-bits or 8-bit show and tell.
Mhm.
The video. I think
We'll be talking about that shortly.
Yeah, but so he's the head of the Commodore Club in Thunder Bay.
We won't hold
And,
that against him.
They asked him to if they could set up a few tables of retro computers at the show for kind of a display.
Okay.
Some old games and stuff. And so he
I will
asked me-
suggest, if you want to be thematically correct, there's a animated comic on the CoCo called The Fuller Brush Man. Do not demonstrate that. It's XXX rated, but I remember it from my youth.
No, I won't demonstrate that. But yeah, I'm gonna have probably have a little bit of table space on the day. So
Yeah, there's a few GIFs I think I've actually got included in the OU that are actually from comic strips, like real ones scanned in. So you could probably throw a couple of those in just to be thematically correct.
I'm more interested in because those Comic Cons, they have a lot of video game stuff in them too. So
Oh, they do? Okay. The one here in Saskatoon is usually more comic oriented. They have
Yeah.
movies and TV shows and stuff, but there's not any old computer stuff.
I think they're trying to expand their base. Anyways, so that will be near, I think, September 22nd. I'll be doing that.
Okay. I did also want to mention what Alan mentioned here. He said, stick with the Whiz Kids. For those of you not familiar, Radio Shack themselves put out comic books called Whiz Kids, which was it Alec and can't remember the girl's
Hey, if
name.
anybody wants to send me some Whiz Kids comics, I'll display them.
Yeah, because Radio Shack actually handed them out for free.
Oh, I
And
remember, but I don't have
I
any.
have a few of them here, and they were also free inserts in some DC comics back in the day too, because they involved DC characters like Wonder Woman and Superman and stuff. And I've shown my copy on the show. Now I don't have extras, and I'm not you know how much I trust shipping stuff after chocolate bar hell. So I'm not sending you my copy.
Oh, hey, if we meet up in Winnipeg, you can just lend them to me.
I'm like Sloopy at this point here. I don't know if I could afford or have the time for it. It's going to be feast or famine here work wise. So I'm not
come
sure what's
on,
going on.
you're asking me to drive like 18 hours, but you won't drive, what is it, like 8 hours to go to Winnipeg?
Correct. Well, I don't know yet. That's the thing. I can't predict until it's really close to that date. Because I have no idea. I actually talked to some of my clients. I said, are you guys getting these jobs that we've done every year? Don't know yet.
Yeah.
Bids are not tendered, so I don't have a clue. I do know that one company lost $4,000 worth of business in one day, so that I normally get, that's gone. On the other hand, I had another one that just gave me an extra 900, so I don't know yet. I can't wait till I can retire and not have to worry about this stupid money thing.
That doesn't work that way. Sorry.
What's that?
It doesn't work that way. You retire, you just get different money concerns.
True.
I don't understand this retire that you say.
Well, it's not actually, you don't cease working or anything. You just change the things you're allowed to do.
Well, I do that every couple of years.
Well, yeah, but you're Canadian. You get to do stuff.
So yeah, Ken, if is that show on Saturday and Sunday that you're going to?
No, I think it'll be a Sunday thing.
Oh, so there won't be any live.
But I'll take photos and I can send
And show
them
the
to you.
following week. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but kind of curious. Like I've attended the Comic-Con here once, and it was a lot of fun. But like I said, no retro computer stuff there at all.
Well, this is the first year that they've asked them to do something like this, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Cool. Okay, next up out of that, near the end of September, is Tandy Assembly. It's our 27th to 29th at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield in Springfield, Ohio. This, of course, is the annual all Tandy machines, Tiris 80s, Tandy 1000 to 4000 pocket computers, Model 100s, etc. And they do have a CoCo contingent that comes out there all the time. We've got, Jim Brain's been there, Brendan Donaghy's been there, Jason's been there once or twice. Registration is $10 per attendee for Saturday and Sunday. The Tandy Tech Track, which is really deep technical talks on Friday, is $30 for all 3 days if you want to include that, but you don't have to. If you're more there just to see the stuff rather than attending the deep dive tech talks, then you can skip that day. Children under 12 are free. And I think they have actually got some of the tech talks on here. Yep. So we covered a few of these in the previous shows, but if those have not heard, there's one by Tim Alleran, using a logic analyzer to understand and troubleshoot TRS-80s. Programming 10D pocket computers by Jeff Burt. Ian Maverick from Melbourne, Australia is coming, saying his topic is 1984. Tandy joins the big boys from sophisticated failure to unexpected success in 12 short months, covering the Tandy 1000 release, basically after the Tandy 2000 did not work all that well. Amardeep Chana is doing the nuances of programming the floppy controller in a Model 3 and 4. Also happens to be the first floppy chip for the original CoCo controllers that required 12 volts. And John Strong will be doing one on interfacing the color computer. And I think, yeah, they got some of the other, the regular talks and also who's attending. So Brendan from CoCo VGA fame is definitely going to be there. He's got a booth ready. Randy Kindig from the Floppy Days podcast, who was our guest a year or two ago. Neil Blanchard, of course, will be there. Elizabeth Hayes, who's done some touched up computers here, including the Pretty in Pink, as she calls it, which we've shown on the show before too, which is a CoCo 1 that she redid, the whole entire color scheme for it. And of course, they have other things included as well. They've got the trivia contest that Ian Maverick hosts. I've actually watched some of those, and if they stuck with CoCo questions, I probably wouldn't do too bad at it, but I don't know as much about all the other machines, so I would absolutely suck. So anyway, it should be a good time, and they've been working on expanding. They've had a presence now at the VCF in Dallas, Texas, and they've have their little mini thing they've been doing. I think they've done 2 now, not too far from where VCF West is. In fact, they interviewed Bill Hogue of Big Five here just a month ago, I think. So they've been trying to kind of expand. Eventually, they're talking about maybe expanding some of these to be, full-fledged shows. There's even been talk, and Alan, you might know more about this than I do, of actually moving the main one from Springfield to maybe down towards Dallas-Fort Worth, just because that is the home of Tandy after all. I don't know if anything official's come out of that, or if that's still just discussions. Or is Alan still even here? I don't even know.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Next up after that is the Dragon Meetup, which has got official dates and an official venue now. So it will be October 12th to 13th at the Museum of Technology in Cambridge, England. And this is literally a couple blocks from the Center for Computing History where it was up until last year. And a lot of people preferred the newer venue. But if you want to catch them all, I mean, this is all kind of on campus, and it's if you spend a full weekend there, you can take in all 3. You can go through both museums and the Dragon Meetup all in one weekend, so which would be just awesome. So when I finally get out there to attend one of these, that's my plan. I'm going to take the time to go through the entire thing, because it got some really cool, even World War II era type, computer stuff at some of the things, and even older in the technology section. And I'm kind of a history buff, so that actually would fit right up my alley. We'll try to get some live coverage, or at least some photos there too. The time zone difference does cause a bit of a problem there, because by the time we actually get on the show, most of them have already been in the pub for 3 hours after the show's closed. So you can imagine how smooth that goes. But we'll see what we can do. And the final one that I've actually got a screen for here is at the Center for Computing History, which is literally blocks from where the Dragon Meetup is. And this is actually the Retro Computer Festival 2024, which is for all platforms, retro platforms. And this is also in Cambridge, England, of course. And this one, actually, I was always confused as to why, when I pulled it up here, I was just getting the Saturday, November 9th as being the date, when it's actually November 9th to 10th. It's both days. That's because they sell the tickets individually. You can buy just a Saturday ticket. You can buy just a Sunday ticket. Or you can buy a package that has both. So I just happen to keep bringing up this one, but it is actually a 2-day show. And as you can see here from the checkpoints, there's, £12 for adult, £8 for a child. There's concession access you can get to. You can get a family plan, which basically covers the entire family for $25 with 1 adult, or $32 with 2 adults, and I guess as many kids as you want to bring. Very hands-on from what I've seen in previous years. And we'll try to get some people representing the show there to either come on live to talk about it as well, or to send us some photos and stuff from the show afterwards. And then when I don't have, actually, nothing to show for you yet, but has been announced that VCF East dates for next year have been confirmed as April 25th to 27th, same facility as it was in 2024 this year. And Sloopy, what is the name of that facility? Because I forgot to write that down. Or anybody else has been to the VCF East? I know it's in New Jersey.
I think it's in Wall, New Jersey.
Yeah, Wall, New Jersey, InfoAge Computer Museum.
InfoAge,
Or
yeah.
InfoAge Museum, yeah.
InfoAge
right.
Museum? Is that what it's called?
InfoAge.
Or just InfoAge.
And what was the name of the town? I'm just going to put this in my notes so I don't forget the next
Wall,
time.
New Jersey.
Township. Yeah,
Yep.
Wall, New Jersey.
Okay, now is InfoAge related to the magazine, trade magazine InfoAge that used to come out back in the day for retailers and stuff?
Doesn't seem to be.
I don't think directly.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. They just call themselves New Jersey's mini Smithsonian.
Okay, because I remember there was 2 computer magazines that were more meant for retailers and merchandisers and stuff, and that was one of them.
One of them. Yep.
And I can't remember the name of the other one now. John Dvorak wrote a column at one of them too.
InfoWorld.
InfoWorld, thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
There
because
was
sometimes
also-
you get some pretty cool announcements. Even Coco stuff got mentioned there multiple times.
Yeah, I love John Dvorak.
Yeah.
Wrote a column
He's-
for everybody, didn't he?
Yeah, because John was also regular on Computer Chronicles too, which is kind of cool.
Right.
Anyway, that's it for the upcoming retro shows. I know. Does anybody have any others that I should add? Because sometimes you guys find ones that I didn't.
Tom Cherryholm says InfoAge Science Museum, Wall, New Jersey. And he's
Okay.
been there a bunch of times. Nothing I can think of.
Okay. I'd like to thank people like Henry, of course, for including some that I didn't know about, and Ken for mentioning the Comic-Con one. And I know Frank at Retro Rewind is the one who's kind of behind the Canadian one there, the World of Retro Computing. So thanks
Curtis.
for submitting those.
Breaking news.
What?
Breaking news.
Jim Gary says, dang it, conversion done. Video up on my YouTube.
Yep. I just got the convert done
Notification?
message. Yep.
Got a link to his YouTube? Let's get it posted.
Yep.
I'll bring it in here. A sec. I'm just loading YouTube. Come on. Paste. Oh, we can watch the Coco Nation show live. Maybe I'll share that.
What's that about?
That would be some interesting inception.
Right.
Be like watching Spaceballs.
There, I put a YouTube link in the chat.
Yeah.
No, I already got it. I just went to his
Okay.
page. I'm subscribed. So loading. Okay. Let me switch my share. Maybe. Okay, I'll stop share and then reshare because apparently it's not going to let me. Word of a Coco game for the MC10 for Coco Nation. Enjoy.
Pete.
I love it. A rising tide lifts all ships.
Oh, did you see that little optimization trick he did? Just a sec.
Well, the MC10 lets you do that.
RP greater than period to signify 0 because it's faster if you just have the period.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
That works in Color Basic, and by the way, too. It's part of Alan Huffman's blog on optimizing Basic, Microsoft Basic.
Oh.
Jim says, "Get ready for some awesome gameplay."
I want to know if it's as fast as a Coco is.
It should be faster actually, because Micro Color Basic is a bit optimized compared to Color Basic.
Yeah, I was surprised how fast it played. It's like, I put in the double speed poke or something. It's like, where are things really going?
Yeah, it's a little faster. I'm going to see how awesome his gameplay is. Look, what was his score going to be?
Does it use integer or floating point, the MC10?
Floating point, I believe. I don't think it's integer. But it does have a few commands in Micro Color Basic that are not in Color Basic. We had to wait to extended.
Awesome.
So I will accept scores from the MCN.
That looks right on.
Cool. Cool.
There you go. I'll pause it here on a actual gameplay there. But thank you so much for Jim for getting that done so quickly.
played 2 hours and he's out.
Now I'm going to just add this to my show notes. I'll re-upload them after the show's done here, maybe during a commercial break or something, but just so this one's actually included.
Gotta love this community.
Yeah, real-time programming at its finest. I always thought real-time just meant, multitasking under OS 9, but no, this is real time.
All right,
Yeah,
who's
they're
on the
programs.
Dragon version?
Well, that one, your ASCII copy should work right off the bat, Bob.
Yeah.
You did it already. As soon as you saved in ASCII, there was a Dragon version. Just
Even
somebody
a
has transferred
peek,
to a Dragon discs format.
even if it's peeking to the screen.
Yeah.
Yep. No, their screen's at the exact same spot as ours. I think the MC10 is a
nice.
bit different.
Oh, right.
Then,
Till you get to disc, you're gold, right? It's a general.
So that's
Dragon
my
gold.
first Dragon conversion then.
Yep.
You're multilingual. Yes.
All that extra pave with no work. That's brilliant.
Yeah, Jim, don't bother boarding Neutroid. Okay, on to the next part. That's my public service announcement for the day. All right, again, thanks so much for porting that so quickly. Okay, on to the regular news. This first one caused a bit of controversy, so we'll discuss that a little bit. Okay, so the first one is seriously retro programming. He's decided to switch emulators from XROR to TierCity GP, which supports CoCo 1 and 2 and MC10, as well as a bunch of the black and white TierCities. For a couple of reasons. One is not quite legit. Like, he likes the fact that you can paste text into the TierCity GP emulator and it'll take the entire basic program and just type it in for you, basically. That does work in XROR as well. I'm not sure why it didn't work.
VCC.
Yeah, in VCC. I don't know if it works in MAME. Can't remember. Anyway, the main reason that he switched over is because he had a problem with the joystick routine in XROR. Now, this is him getting an upgraded computer with Windows 11, I think. And now he's getting it where the buttons work. And I think the left-right doesn't work, but the up and down does, or vice versa. So only one axis is working. Now, the latest XROR full release that I've gotten on the Mac OS X does the same thing for me with Paul Fiscarelli's USB adapter, which takes a CoCo standard joystick. You plug it right into the DIN plug, and then the micro USB goes out to your computer, and it basically simulates the CoCo joystick as a modern joystick controller for other games to use. Now, in my case, it works fine on VCC. It works fine in MAME. It does not work properly in XROR, the exact same thing that TierCity Retro Programming was getting. Now, Karen has done a bit of a patch and sent it to me. Unfortunately, I was busy with work and working overtime this week, so I didn't get a chance to even look at it. So I'm going to try to do that this weekend. So I don't know if this alpha beta version is going to work or not, but that was the main reason. And I think he actually called it. He said, XROR is junk and all this kind of stuff here, and then everybody should switch to TierCity GP. I think that's just an overreaction because he got so flustered trying to get it to work, and he's trying to write joystick games, and of course, if the joystick doesn't work, you can't. So I know that definitely rubbed Kieran and a few other supporters the wrong way, and I understand. I also understand the frustration of you're trying to get something working, you just can't, and you get flustered and you find something where it does work, you kind of, natural human instincts praise the one and slam the other. Because XROR is actively developed on, as is TierCity GP, I don't have any problems with either of them. And to be honest, as far as emulators go, everyone has a strength and everyone has a weakness. Like, for me, the debugger that is in MAME is still better than any of the other ones, VCC or TierCity GP or XROR, just because it just works better. It doesn't require source files to identify labels and stuff. It just can run raw. So I prefer that for that. XROR, on the other hand, supports, dragons and a bunch of other things. Lets you switch between PAL and NTSC quite easily. Fairly well menu driven. There are some options that I wish were available on the menu bar, as opposed to having to run command line options, because that excludes a lot of people that don't do command line stuff. I mean, I can do it, but I understand when some people get frustrated. I want to do this special monitor mode and this special timing, and I want to give me 87, not an 86, and all this kind of stuff. And then unless you want to, delve into command line options, you can't. VCC, on the other hand, is like by far the easiest to have set up and just run everything from the GUI, but its debugger is not all that great either, and it's got some definite compatibility problems that the others don't. So, I mean, nothing's perfect and nothing's... there's no single solution yet that you can just honestly say covers everything better than anybody else. So I use a mixture of them, honestly, myself. I use XOR for some stuff. I use VCC for some stuff. I use MAME for some stuff. I haven't used TRS-80JP. I actually do want to try that because it does look pretty intriguing. But I obviously your mileage will vary depending on what you're doing. So I did want to mention that he did this here, and he runs through some of the things that he really likes about TRS-80JP, but he does do some slamming that I think was unwarranted. But when you get frustrated, you tend to slam things.
I was 9.
Yeah, there's times I've slammed it too, because
Right.
if I'm running a driver and the stupid thing isn't working, I will slam it. Of course, I then have to slam myself because it's my problem. I guess this could be a bit of a discussion topic. What is your guys' opinions on the various emulators? Does any of them, for your specific needs, does it one generally be a one size fits all that works for you, or do you guys switch between different ones depending on what you're doing, like I do, or what?
Different ones. I love them all. They each have their things that they do better than all the rest. And so when you find that little niche, sometimes there's just, you pull up the emulator, it's just a tool. You pull up the tool to do the job.
Yeah, I'm lazy, so I like VCC.
Right. I'll go with that.
So for me, I use all three. I primarily use MAME because it's got the AVI write feature, because I do a lot of video content from the emulation, so that's important to me. So that's what I do.
Really?
But when I'm just... Yes, Nick. Oh, really? So, but when it comes to just playing it, if I'm not doing a video and I want accuracy, I'll do either MAME or XROR. If I want ease of use, so to say, and I want DMK support, I'll go to VCC. So each one's got certain abilities that I might need at certain
Actually, one
situations.
right up your alley, David, I forgot to mention, is that there's some
We don't
odd
want to know
size...
what's up his alley.
There's some odd-sized virtual hard drive images, or virtual disk images, I should say, that if I try to load them in MAME, it literally crashes MAME out trying to load, like it won't even launch. But VCC handles them just fine. So some people have sent me like a 4 meg floppy image or something like that, and I have to run VCC and then also have it load up a 128 meg standard, quote unquote, hard drive image, copy the files over, and then I can boot it in MAME and run it. But otherwise, MAME just exits with an exception fault. So, I mean, yeah, that's another reason for it. But yeah, there's no one size fit all for me either. So anybody else of opinions here? Like obviously Ken is lazy, but anybody else? Nick, what do you use as a developer?
XROR or VCC. Lately, I've been using VCC more, solely because it still has the edge of being the easiest one. But XROR, of course, can do CoCo 1, 2, 3, Dragon, so it has that. But yeah, XROR, one of the things I really like about XROR is the fact that if I'm working on a project and the project might need me to mount 2 or 4 discs, for example, because I keep graphics on one disc and sound on another disc and all that. VCC remembers what you mounted the last time you used it, which is great. You just boot VCC and you're ready to go. But XROR and I guess MAME would be the same, maybe.
Yeah.
Every time you boot the emulator, you got to mount each damn disc in, and before you can get anywhere. Whereas VCC does remember that, and that is great. I can get in and out really quickly. It's simple. I don't have to find anything. So between XROR and VCC, basically.
So that's actually a bit of a difference between the two of us, because I like using the MAME debugger a lot, especially when doing assembly language stuff, which you do all your games in assembly, but you don't like using MAME, so you don't use any of that stuff.
I don't have bugs, so I never need to run it. Yeah.
You
So,
forgot.
Nick, just a helpful little hint, there's an option in MAME that it will always write out the config file for each emulator, which does save the different settings, but that's something that you have to turn on.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
But
No,
then after that, when you start the emulation, so like if you do MAME and then you start the CoCo 3 and that's the right feature's been enabled, so it always writes out the config, it'll save what the last disk image or your serial ports were configured for every time.
And I'm sure XRAW has a similar thing too, but it's just that VCC has it already built in.
As a
You
default,
don't have to go. Yeah, it's the default. That's for my use. It's just
And in
convenient.
VCC's
but,
case, almost every option that you can do in VCC, you can access from the menu drop downs. Whereas
Yeah,
on
so-
MAME or on XWAR, there's quite a bit of stuff hidden away in the command line. So if you don't want to try
both
to
of
figure all
those.
that crap out, then the path of least resistance is VCC in that case. But they've both been improving. I mean, MAME and XWAR have been adding more and more stuff to the menu system, so that it is the non-sophisticated users or the people that don't run Linux all the time actually have an easy way to get to some of these features, and more are being added all the time, which is awesome. But I understand doing the command line first, because that definitely is the easiest way to do that kind of processing. But after a while, it would be nice to have them in the GUI itself, because then you're not trying to explain to somebody like, how do you go into the package in OS 10 and actually manually run the thing from a command terminal prompt and then add dash this and dash that equals that, type thing, just to, do something that's, in BCC is like drop a menu, select, done.
Right.
Well, that's right. I mean, my job is to develop a program, not to sit there and work out how to use the editor or assembler or whatever in the emulator rather.
Yeah. So I mean, they're all improving. They're all active projects, which is awesome. And I'll have to lump Tier City GP into there as well. Like I said, I haven't actually tried running that myself. I did run it once or twice, I think, to test some Model 1.3 stuff, like trying some of Nick's old games, etc. But since it has MC10 and CoCo 1.2 support added, and he's actually planning on adding CoCo 3 support later, there'll be another new contender to add in there too. So I definitely want to try that. I know it's got some pretty good debugging tools as well. MAMES, as far as I know, is the only one that lets me, do a full disassembly as the thing's running, and I don't need any source file to link to get labels and stuff, because I was asking about XOR and I think VCCs. And basically, it's meant for, I've just created a disk image with an assembly program I just made. Here's the source code, and it'll know to label and show you things. Whereas MAME can do that, but I don't have to. If I'm trying to disassemble somebody's else code, like say I want to patch a game for 609, I don't care what original labels were, because I don't know what they were anyway. I don't have source code for this. I'm just trying to figure it out as it's running, and it works a lot better for me doing that kind of stuff. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm just not using it right, but as far as I know, XOR and VCC, both their debuggers do not let you just, start debugging random memory while in the middle of running it. I don't know. Anybody here's got more experience with the debuggers, and those two might, explain if there is a way for me to do that I'm just not aware of. But that's why I limit my, assembly language debugging stuff to MAME. And a whole whack load of comments have been going by here in the chat. So considering this subject here. Erico says XOR is one of the highest CoCo marbles of modern age in my books. Rage is understandable though, and yeah, I mean, if you're trying to do one specific thing and it's not doing it right, you get frustrated.
Well, VCC doesn't do a CoCo 1 and 2, so that's Erico.
Well, it kind of does. Like SemiGraphics 24 works in VCC. It shouldn't for a CoCo 3 emulator. The CoCo 3 cannot, but it does.
Well, that's a cheat. Yeah.
Erico says, like David said, ease of use. Scott Cooper says, I like using all the CoCo emulators depending on what I'm trying to do. My favorite is XOR. Erico says, I wonder about Nick. I do too. Karen says, which 4 meg floppy drive are they expecting to be emulated there? It was just, some people just made extra tracks or whatever, and some emulators handle those and some don't. Some are more strict on, the hardware has to match the, the original controller chip, which doesn't accept, track number 312 for a floppy controller. Rocky Hill asks, at Karen, how does WinXWAR run under Wine? Apple users can try that. Well, the Intel Macs anyways, and yeah, those are getting more and more rare. I am running an older version of VCC that was wine wrapped by Barry Nelson for me. I'm not that familiar with Wine, so I haven't tried setting it up with a newer one. And I'm running VMware Fusion with Windows 10, so I can just run actual VCC anyway. Marco Browser, XOR has a native app on Linux. And I think in the case of XOR, it's developed on Linux, so that definitely will be the hostest with the mostest. 60 says, Mark, yeah, it's Mac OS 10 Plus we're talking about. Now, not in the case of TRC retro programming. He upgraded from Windows 10 to Windows 11, and that's where the problem started for him. Because he got a brand new computer that came with Windows 11, and that's when the joystick quit working. It was working on his older machine, but he's got other issues with other stuff not running on the older machine now.
Can I say that Windows 11 breaks everything? It's broke audio applications. These headphones don't work in Windows 11. There's all kinds of stuff that doesn't work in Windows 11. So that's not the problem of the emulator. That's the problem of Windows 11.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a common theme I hear. Windows 11 broke something.
Yes.
I can say that about every Windows release, just about.
But now we're to the point where, like a Mac, a modern Mac is so capable that you could emulate some Windows OS and then emulate your CoCo.
Yeah, well, Parallels. I mean, Parallels runs the
and
ARM
you'll be
version of Windows.
fine.
That's one
You know,
problem.
you aren't limited to one step. You could emulate some other OS and then emulate your favorite CoCo emulator in that, and you won't see anything.
Well, Windows 11 is they took Windows ME and Windows 8 and merged them together with a new.
I think so. Yeah, it's like
the worst of all worlds.
Of, yes, all of these. They broke everything.
A new skin where you can't find anything.
Now, 60's mentioning, I think he's talking about the debugger here. Yes, you can save a snapshot and reload the snapshot in XOR. It's a manual operation, though. I'm not sure. Like saving a snapshot is basically, saving the memory dump as it's currently is what the registers are, like saving basically the virtual machine state. Reloading it into XOR, would that somehow get the debugger to run? Because my understanding is you had to link like labels and stuff, unless I'm misunderstanding. One thing Eric is absolutely correct on. MAME seems to handle sounds better. Still, the overload is quite hard on my end. I know I get pops and stuff under XOR if I take XOR out as the main focus program. Like if I start highlighting like a text editor in another window or something, it starts getting weird popping sounds and stuff every time XOR tries to make sound on Mac OS 10.
On my PC as well.
And what are you running on yours? Windows 10 or?
Windows 10 at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, that's one common complaint I've heard about XOR. I'm assuming that doesn't happen in Linux, of course. Eric Montero is asking, between emulators, I'm really interested in Nick's latest game. Are any updates going to be discussed today? There will be a game that Nick's working on as part of our semi-graphics demo that we'll be doing live on Monday, so you guys will get to see that. And Erico, you might be interested in some of these techniques too, because I think you could use them for some of your stuff. He joined late, so he didn't catch the original announcement.
He uses UG Basic, so.
Well, I mean, we could tell a guy that does UG Basic to insert some of the semi-graphic support. He could probably even do it proper, so stuff like circles and stuff work. Ooh, I'm giving way too much. Never mind. Mark Siegel says, I can never get XOR to run on my Mac. I can get it to run no problem every time. I just download it and run it. The only thing there, you have to make sure the ROMs are in the right place, or you have to go find a config file editor. See, that's another thing. If you could do it in the GUI, like even if it can't find the ROMs, if you just go in the GUI and you just drill down because you know where you put them, and you just say, here's where the ROMs are, and then have it say the config file, that would save a lot of headaches. Rocky Hill says Windows 11 equals Windows 3. I don't quite agree with that because Southwest Airlines is still running because of using Windows 3.1.
Exactly.
60. Karen says needing nibs or whatever isn't going to work, and I don't think the Mac I have access to is recent enough that Swift or whatever is an option. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm running like 10.8.3 or something like that. The last one that they actually allowed a full-blown OS 10 server, because I do a lot of stuff for work on the OS 10 server, which was brilliant. Way cheaper than Windows for doing server stuff. But then they took the whole damn thing out, and now it basically does nothing useful.
Well, that's the other that's the thing about Apple. Remember when OSs changed, they would change the name of it or the number of it or something?
Yeah, they still change the number. Well, like it's OS 10 version 10 point blah, blah, blah.
743676295.2. and nobody knows what it means. And
Well, it's same as Windows. It's Windows build 8410 dot blah 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 blah.
Well, yeah, but Windows 10 was sort of in a cubicle by itself, and Windows 11 is a new one, and Mac OS just keeps redefining what X means.
Well, on the Windows releases, the numbers are the month year of release.
Well, at the rate they're going with patches these days, don't they need minutes, hours, and seconds too? Or?
I think they went there.
Does
Mark Siegel says he never has any problems with Windows 11. You're lucky, Mark, because that's not what I hear from most people.
He got all new hardware to go with his Windows 11. All new hardware.
Does VCC and XRAW work okay under Windows 11?
I don't have Windows 11, so I can't answer. Anybody else?
I haven't tried it yet. In fact, my laptop that I'm using today has just been upgraded to Windows 11 last week.
Well, the thing, it seems they've done something funky in driver world. So applications run just fine, but like these headphones don't work and they can't be fixed to work because of some way that Windows 11 has changed their audio drivers. There's things.
Yeah,
like
and that's
that
happened
under the
before. I remember that with Windows XP. That was a big one because you're switching from the 9X kernel up to the NT kernel and that one, and a whole whackload of stuff busted for years.
Right.
And only if the stuff was still being sold a couple of years later did they bother getting it fixed at all.
So it's very specific problems, but boy, if you have one, you ain't getting away from it. So
yeah,
I mean, honestly, we even get that on the CoCo because there was a question on the Discord here. Somebody was actually putting up some pictures of the arc drawing command screwing up under Nitrous 9, and I said, well, if you're getting the old repository 3. Whatever from 3.3.0 from 2014, the last official release, I said that does have bugs in it. I went and fixed those for OU, so he went and re-downloaded with a nightly build or something, and then it was all fixed. So, we get a bit of the same issue where old releases have bugs, but that's the common default release a lot of people get. Where are we here?
Well, we just had a global Windows. Well,
it wasn't really Windows. That was more.
That was a
Crossfire, Crosstalk, or whatever the heck it was called. Yeah, it was a plugin, a kernel level, because it's meant to be protecting people from,
like an antivirus or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, kind of. It's a security feature, and it's actually at the kernel level, so it's injecting. And when you screw up something at the kernel level, all kinds of bad things can happen.
You screwed things up. Yep.
Ask any OS 9er that's built their own boot disks and they forgot something.
Yeah, like everyone I tried to build.
No, I know I've had requests to actually do a CoCo Tech on doing that. I was hoping Bill Noble, he was actually working on a more intelligent boot file editor that actually would check to see, like, all the descriptors you put in. Do you actually have drivers and file managers that actually use these?
Exactly.
But he's been kind of incognito the last 3 or 4 months. I haven't heard back from him, so I'm guessing he's taking a break from CoCo again.
I like QuickGen.
Well, QuickGen's nice and easy if you know what you're doing, but if you don't know, like I grabbed a DD here, and I think it's for the CoCo SDC, but it's really for the Burke and Burke. And I don't have those drivers installed, so when it tries to boot, crash.
No idea why. Just gone.
Like you have to know way too much technically for that to do. That's what Bill was working. He was writing a GUI version of it, and if you put in a descriptor, it would automatically go into the descriptor itself, figure out what file manager I need, what driver name do I need, are those in the boot file? If not, tell the users that he has to put these in, because then he could pick what version of it or whatever. But at least you had the right hardware matching the right driver. Like if you have a hard drive, that doesn't tell you, is that a Burke and Burke? Is that an Eliminator? Is that a SASE? Is that a SCSI? Is that a Disto SC2 version? And there's a whole bunch of things. Further on the comments, 60 said the snapshot comment was a response talking about resuming a previous session without reattaching everything. So that's for Nick, actually, for getting XOR to keep your drive settings. Stacy Vetzel. Oh, I didn't realize she was in the chat. So she's the one that's going to be attending the Canadian computer show there that we talked about earlier. I haven't tried XOR much, but I've used some VCC under Wine, actually crossover. I noticed XOR has a native Mac binary, but it's x64 and unsigned. Now you can get around the unsigned easily enough. I think it's control click or right click or whatever, and you can actually tell it to run anyway. That's basically once you do it once, it remembers that setting because you've made an obvious choice to allow it. But yeah, the fact that everything new is ARM 64 instead of x64, which is the Intel stuff, it's getting to be less and less machines. Any new ones won't handle it. And unfortunately, I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but apparently Microsoft is not allowing either Parallels or VMware to emulate Intel, or maybe it's Intel causing this, that they won't let them emulate Intel itself under the new ARM-based Macs, like the M1s and M2s and stuff. So that you have to run the ARM version of Windows, which of course isn't compatible with a lot of older Intel-based stuff. So, and it's fully capable. I mean, back in the PowerPC days, I was running 46DX emulation just fine. So, David Lord says, I keep getting nags to update to Windows 11, followed by a message that my computer isn't capable of updating to Windows 11. That sounds like Microsoft. Stacy says, MAME has been my go-to, but it's so weird to use. I need to learn more about how to use it. Yeah, its GUI is one of the weakest spots of MAME, period. I know somebody was working on a proper GUI for it instead of the hybrid text GUI mixture they got now.
If you want to get into the command line better, on the CoCo Discord in the main channel, Pernod shared a link to a command line builder website where you pick all the options that you like off the website, and it just constructs what the command line that does that should look like. So that's
but you shouldn't need to go to a third party just to get a friggin' thing to boot up the way you want. That should be built in.
Well,
it should be
it's open
self-sustaining.
source.
But at least that's an option. I didn't know about that.
Different,
So
then you just write it yourself. Use what you get or write something better.
yeah, but some of the people that are trying to use this stuff aren't code writers, period. Like they couldn't handle a batch file. So you're not helping them.
There's only two options.
Then you get the snobbery, like the Linux snobbery, as I call it, where you just have to learn how to compile your own kernel and do all this kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And honestly, that was me in Nitrous 9 in the 90s, so I understand. But you're never going to expand the user base too much if you don't, at least let the simpler people at least have an entry point, then learn.
For money, the user base expansion is not my problem.
No, but it is for other people that want to maybe, get into it, but get into it gradually instead of like hardcore. You have to learn how to program now or you can't use this.
So they can go to a web page and it will show them what the command looks like.
I suppose, but I mean, unless you have somebody holding your hand, if you're not a programmer, that doesn't come second nature.
Front ends out there that have, carousels with videos and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I know MAME has quite a few of those. I don't know about the other ones, but
everybody does. In fact, some of them now are cross everything. So
why don't they just bundle one of these together so you just have one single download and you've got everything ease of use?
Because there's no such thing as one size fits all. So they did what they did, and if someone wants to do something better, they can. This still works. You have one that works out of the box, and you have all the expansion that you can possibly spend time to get. I don't understand why everyone constantly complains about stuff like MAME's command line or whatever, because you don't have to use it.
But on some of the emails, like XWare in particular, there are sections of the stuff you can do in command line you cannot do through the GUI, though.
Yep.
So unless you learn a command line and learn a bit of programming, how that all works.
You should know how your tools work if you intend to use them for anything more than click play to play game.
That's the type of people I'm talking about, though.
That's me right here, Linux guy. Learn to use it or stop using it. Whatever you do, stop complaining about it. Write something better if you don't.
Yeah, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I mean, honestly, Alan, I was on your side in the 90s, and then you've watched the market stop because basically the geeks got in. They're the ones that like it, and then they don't want to bother teaching anybody else how to use it or don't have the patience for the people that learn slowly on it. And then you just never get past that point.
I don't think anyone's going to claim that I don't help people figure out how stuff works.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to insinuate that.
So that's, that comes down to just...
You shouldn't have to, is my point. You should have a version that's easy enough where all the options are available from a GUI, which all modern people are used to, even if they're not programmers, and they can just do it themselves. Like, I want to pick this disk and I want it to remount the next time I load. I should not have to worry about, I have to snave a snapshot and then reload it back up, or save the config file manually and reload it back up.
Well, if you have to use that, there should be a little GUI menu to do that for you. I mean, that's...
Yeah, you should be able to do it both ways, is I guess my point.
That's the Linux way, is they write the stuff and then some guy writes the GUI.
There's a GUI in MAME. Just
but it
every
doesn't do a lot of stuff. You know, that's the.
It's got one though.
Yeah, well, Xor does too, but it doesn't let you do everything from the GUI either. I know we're not going to agree on this because we
But
have
it's
different
open source.
approaches.
If you don't like it, write a better GUI for Xor.
Again, if you're not a programmer, that doesn't help you at all.
Well, that's the
So
solution.
basically, you're saying that
Become
any
a
of the new stuff for
programmer.
emulators should be for programmers only and screw everybody else.
Asparagus, asparagus, asparagus.
Asparagus has been called and thrice.
We're gonna have a Coco Tech on this.
Yeah, yeah. And Alan, I'm playing devil's advocate somewhat. I mean, I do understand your
Oh,
point
I
of
am
view.
too.
Okay, this will be
like
tabled
easy
for when is my calendar? August.
Yeah.
We need a Coco Tech on this one for sure. This would be
It's a good discussion to have because
argument.
obviously there's very different viewpoints on it, and neither one's wrong, honestly.
No, we need it.
Well, yours is.
We need to hash this out, and it's going to take 3 or 4 hours, and we don't have them today. So, yeah, I think asparagus has been crawled. Maybe we should come back.
Yeah,
to
I'm
this.
just going through the comments here to see anything else that's not going to anti-asparagus here.
But we can all agree that MAME, XROR, TRS-80 GP, Mocha, all kick butt emulators.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it's great having emulators because I mean, hardware, especially Coco 3s, have gotten so expensive now. It's and harder to find for that matter.
And if we only had one, that would really suck. So, pick your poison. Pick them all. Take all your poisons. It's good.
I like Nightshade.
I don't know if Nightshade has a Coco version.
We also have VCC and OVCC.
Is OVCC still being actively developed though? I haven't seen any updates for a
It's
while.
on a Git page and it compiled and ran for me when I tried it. So I haven't looked at what the last commit time was, but it's open source on GitHub. If you want to add something to OVCC, go for it.
Yeah,
That
because
includes-
OVCC is based on VCC with an open source and cross-platform
and
version,
you
which
don't
is an
have to be
awesome
a
idea.
programmer to contribute to an open source project. They need documentation. They need illustrations and examples. There's all kinds of ways you can help make it easier other than writing code.
You mean you're going to read a manual?
Yeah.
Who does that?
People who play Coco games should, because we got quite a few that if you don't read the manual, you'll never figure it out.
Yeah, I know a lot of them don't read it. Like the people who got Neutroid.
And 60 throwing it right back in my face said, what's the GUI configure tool in EOU? That's the one Bill was working on and never finished. I've seen an early prototype of it, but
Go 60 go. Go 60 go.
yeah, maybe I should actually concentrate on finishing that for Bill if he's not going to finish it. Anyway, yeah, it's good. We've got so many emulator choices. There are definitely strengths and weaknesses, even beyond command line versus GUI. I mean, just on features and which works best and which OS and like host OS, etc. It's great to have it. You've got online versions. You've got stuff that you can download locally to no matter what major operating system you're using these days. It works. You got something you can use. And because of the prices of the actual hardware, Coco 1s and 2s still aren't too bad, but the Coco 3s definitely are getting expensive and harder to find. And there's some people that hoard and keep like 20 of them type things. So that doesn't really help other people get to them. So I'm glad there's options, and I'm hoping people like Pedro and Julian and others can start manufacturing these duplication motherboards so we can actually start repopulating the actual hardware for those that like to do it that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that all started from Tier City Retro Programming's comments. I know
that
Kieran
was only
pretty
the
ticked about it.
That was only the first news item. Holy cow!
Well, I knew that one was going to get some discussion, so I was prepared for that.
Cricket.
And yes, Kieran, I will get to your testing yours either tonight or tomorrow. The new build for OS 10 that you did. And then this is just a little demonstration that he did with Tier City GP, where he literally copied the entire source code for a little graphic demo, and then just literally pasted it onto the window for Tier City GP, and it basically typed in the entire listing for him. And it's just a little demonstration graphic he did of some Mario Magic Mushrooms type thing. It's a little animation using getput type thing, and using the joystick to steer around. And it just repeats, so just a little demo. Bob Emery, this is your video, so I will mute it if you want to explain exactly what this is about. It's kind of a revisiting something you've covered before. Bob's still here?
Let me unmute here.
Okay.
So yeah, basically I just revisit the SDI cast. Duncan updated the hardware so that it no longer requires a modification to the cassette cable. He actually emailed me recently. He saw this video and confirmed that my testing did basically let him know that our high impedance mic input was, I guess, holding voltage, and we needed like a draining resistor in there. So he added that to the SVI cast, and now it works just like a cassette deck for color computers, in addition to everything else. And then I went through the whole decimals with Donald and Dewey.
I'll just fast forward here a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
Cable.
Bob.
Yeah.
Do you own an unmodified Coco 3?
I do.
Just wondering.
A couple of them.
You haven't got it out yet, huh?
Now, one thing I think definitely worth pointing out here is that it actually handles the multimedia file formats that some of the Tandy educational stuff did.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
And for those of you not familiar with those you want to explain that, Bob? I'll queue up a one.
So yeah, there's a table of contents in the description there. But basically the old Disney cassettes that were actually like a multimedia file. All of the WAV files on the Color Computer Archive, I couldn't even get those to work in the past. Like none of my MP3 player devices would recognize the files. Duncan, the guy that created the SVI cast, downloaded all of those files and figured out that they were like, I don't know how they were created, but they're not properly encoded. So he corrected the encodes on them and sent me a DVD with the SVI cast that has all of the corrected WAV files.
Yeah, because these cassettes were basically a mixture of code and then actual audio clips, and basically it uses the motor on audio on commands internally. So you'll actually have voiceovers happening while it's showing graphics, sometimes animated, sometimes static. And the cassette would be this whole multimedia presentation. This is done like 82, 83. So this is very, very early on.
And then whoever did the WAV files didn't do them right, so we lost all of that until now. Cool.
I've already learned how to do ABC without it.
So this is RGB to HDMI out from a CoCo 2. And that's from an actual television showing the artifact colors and that awesome composite. So with the RGB to HDMI, I switch it to the other color sets so you can see it with the red and blue.
Yeah, it's a good quality picture of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would imagine nobody's ever seen this software in this color set.
Probably not.
Unless you have a Coco VGA.
Right.
Now, this is a bit quiet here. I don't know how well it's coming through, but you can actually hear Donald talking in the background.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was David Ladd.
Daisy and Donald continue their discussion of
I think it's just Donald talking about GUIs.
landed on a snowy runway somewhere high in the Himalayas. There they met their
But still, there wasn't too many machines capable of pulling this kind of thing off, I think, back in the day. And it actually used it a fair bit. Like, there's quite a number of titles that Tandy sold. Not just Disney stuff, too. They had, like, the reading series with, like, Hound of Baskervilles and Sherlock Holmes, I think, had some of this. They had the Discovery of Pluto, which I think Ron really liked, which actually had Clyde Tombaugh himself talking about the discovery while showing graphics.
Multimedia in 1982.
Yeah.
Well, any of this on a cassette color computer, the graphics, the sound, this is all just.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the average cassette game. It didn't look this good. It didn't sound this good. This was pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I was interested in, reliving it, revisiting this stuff. It's kind of neat, historically speaking.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, there was a guy, he actually made long play videos on YouTube that has the entire of each of these programs and games. Some are games, some are educational, pure educational. There was even stuff on like learning how currency works and the history of the United States and all kinds of stuff. Like there was, I think, a couple dozen titles all told that did this type of multimedia. And
yeah, I almost did Goofy Covers Government, but I thought that was a little too
a little too close to election time for that one.
Right. There we go. You get us all banned.
A little dry. Right.
But yeah, just fascinating. Like that's a bit of history, and it kind of went away a little bit later on. Like until machines caught up and actually could do all this type of digitized speech and stuff in RAM, which was years after this. I think the Amiga was the first one that kind of brought that back. But it was quite a good way of doing it, and it was fairly unique that we had as many titles as we did in the CoCo. I think a couple other machines had this capability, but not used as much, at least from what I've saw.
Yeah.
And this new version, you said this had some additional hardware added, so do you have to order the brand new one to get this, or is it something you can hack yourself to get it running if you have an older version of this?
If you have the existing one, all you need to do is add probably a 1K resistor would work across the mic line in your cassette cable. Fits under the shell of your DIN plug pretty easily. But I think, I'm not sure on this, but Duncan might exchange them for you if you feel like sending it back to Australia. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm speculating on that, but I know he's pretty good about supporting his product.
Yeah, Alan's mentioning Space Probe Math is one of his favorites. Mine too, actually, out of all the ones of these that I tried.
That
that's
was
a good
the one I covered in the first time I did the SVI.
I remember sometimes you'll get a little bit out of sync too. Like some tape players played a little bit faster or slower, like especially if you didn't use a Tandy one because you couldn't afford their jacked up prices, and you just used an average one, and the tape speed's 10% slower, so it starts going a little bit off.
So that was an interesting thing about these titles too, is they could actually get a little bit out of sync and then maybe self-correct if you had a little bad spot in the tape. You might see a glitchy screen, but then it would load the next screen and be fine and just keep going.
Yeah, there was a few of them. I don't remember which ones they were. I think it was some of the hardcore educational, like learning how to speak Spanish or something. But it actually had little blips of digital mixed in, but not an actual program. Just a little chunk of data that said, "I'm now at this point," and it would kind of resync its timing, so that you would kind of get back into timing again. Kind of self-correct, as you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and I'm glad they got it fixed up, and I'm glad you actually did the video kind of covering it, and the fact that these multimedia programs from yesteryear actually work properly now. Okay, next up, I believe this is Coco Town. He's got a few video updates to do, so I'll usually let him introduce himself because he's usually fairly humorous.
The primary way computers represent data is as a series of ones and zeros, binary numbers. While it's fairly straightforward how one might do that, it's not as obvious how negative numbers should be encoded. Optimally, operations like addition should just work, whether we're adding positive or negative numbers. The convention of 2's complement has become the most popular solution to this question. The rules seem a bit strange at first, but in this video we'll explore why it's useful, and a nifty mathematical property it has, which explains how it works.
Hey, this one goes deep in the weeds, so I'm definitely not going to play too much of it here. If you want to understand how two's complement works and how negative and positive numbers work, definitely go watch this video. It's really informative. And then as a follow-up, he actually wrote a interactive binary tool where you can actually monitor in both decimal and binary, and including the condition code flags, how all the various math operations actually work. So I'll let him introduce a little bit of that one as well.
Hello and welcome. In a previous video, I used a tool to help visualize binary numbers and some of the arithmetic operations. Today, I go over the full tool. I'll also talk about some of the things the tool taught me about the 6809 operations I didn't know about. I'll also go over some of the code so you can see how it works. And you too can download it. It will provide decades of family fun. All right, let's go. And it's time for Coco Town.
But wait, there's more.
So I just want to show a couple screenshots.
Flip each bit either up.
I'll actually just pause it here. But you can see it's showing you the applicable condition code register bits, like the carry bit, the overflow bit, the 0 bit, etc. The actual bit breakdown of what's in the accumulator A, and then if you do a COM, what the result will be, both signed and unsigned and decimal, and what the actual binary output is. And he goes through a whole bunch of them here, kind of showing you different things. As it goes through here, you're seeing what happens when you do an add, what happens if it's, positive numbers, negative numbers, multiply, how that works, which is of course unsigned, sign extending, how that works, etc. And this is a program you can actually download if you want to actually plug in the numbers and kind of, see what the results are and exactly see, how the condition code gets affected and how the actual bits get affected. What is the result in signed and unsigned math, depending, because you got all these different branches you can pick, and some are based on signed and some are based on unsigned. And if you mix those up, bad things can happen in your program. Ask me how I know.
How do you know?
It made me so flustered. Sometimes I'd make such a dumb mistake. I go play Neutroid as relief.
Ooh.
And then he actually goes through this
Neutroid.
Yeah, there you go. And then he actually goes through how he structured the program itself and how he built the screens and how he built what commands are registered in each screen, and then the tables that he set up to make this easy to do. And he was actually surprised once he got the initial table setup working, how easy it was to add an extra command. So he even ended up throwing in a few he wasn't originally planning on doing because it was such a simple thing. And if you guys want to experience this tool for yourself, you can go to his GitHub or his WordPress here. Actually, I guess is where the link is, where he kind of gives an explanation of it and kind of shows it running here. So, but you can actually go download the actual utility itself and give it a shot. And that's on his GitHub
very
over
good.
here.
It's very good.
Yeah. And he's give you the source code if you want to assemble it yourself. He's also giving you a pre-bit bin file and a virtual disk, so you can actually download whichever way you want to use it and give it a shot. It's actually quite a handy tool just to figure out, with bit shifts and stuff like that. Like, if you do shift left versus a shift right, one way is always the same, and the other way it depends whether you're doing signed or unsigned, etc. I remember we got a bit of a controversy with Steve Bjork on that. But yeah, it's really good for you helping visualize. And that's one thing he's really good at doing in his videos, is helping you visualize exactly what you're trying to learn, as opposed to here's just a whole bunch of code and here's a whole bunch of numbers flying across the screen. Probably a bad example here because this is numbers are flying across the screen, but he actually highlights what he's showing and stuff. And like when he's showing you how sound works and graphics works, he actually will have representations of that.
So this will actually show you how to visualize sex.
Yeah.
The sign extend.
Yeah.
That 6809 has.
Yep. And sex W if you have a 609.
Kid-friendly show, guys.
Well, we're talking about the mnemonic codes
just talking
for
about the 6809.
Yeah, talking about sign extending sign numbers.
With instruction codes like that, that's how we get the young people involved.
Yeah, they see that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that video. Anyway, it's a really good one, and like some of this stuff is a bit harder to comprehend if you're newer to assembly language, especially. And this will really help you see. Like you can watch the crossover because it'll show you both the signed and unsigned results. So if you watch it when the high bit gets set, and then how it's interpreted, you'll actually be able to figure that out much more easily visually, because you can see from both perspectives what exactly it's going to do and what the result will be. Even goes into like some of the binary coded decimal stuff, like for the decimal adjust command, etc. So you can kind of figure out how to work with the nibble stuff if you're working with binary coded decimal, which is another feature that's built in 609. So hey, free download if you want to go get it. Go watch the full videos, of course, too. If you want to learn how the code itself works, you watch the second video. If you just want to see the tool and kind of, explanations of what some of the assembly language instructions do and how they do affect everything, that's the good for the first video. And then, of course, download the utility itself or the source code if you want to figure it out how it works. Next one. This is a really interesting one. Microcore Labs and Ted, the guy behind Microcore Labs, just joined our Discord recently. In fact, he was mentioned in the new to Discord this week. So he's announced the ML6809, which is a drop-in replacement board based on a tiein 4.1 that plugs into a 609 socket. So unlike the Phoenix one, which is basically jammed into a 6502 socket, so it's all rewired, you can't plug it into a CoCo or a Dragon. This you can. And this basically emulates cycle accurate so that you can actually use it as a plug-in replacement. If you want a 6809 but can't find one, you can actually just plop this in, but it has some extra modes, which he'll be showing in a video shortly. And basically the tiein is running at 600 or 800 megahertz. So it's got a couple of acceleration options. The first one is it takes away all the dead cycles. So a lot of 609 instructions, the 609 eliminates some of these, but not all. But basically throw an FFFF up on the address bus, basically signifying that I'm off the bus right now. I'm doing internal things, like a hardware multiply, for example, takes 11 cycles. Well, the instruction is only 1 byte. So 1 cycle is taken to read the byte from RAM and go, oh, that's what I'm doing. And then 10 cycles is used up using or calculating the actual 8x8 unsigned multiplication. And in the meantime, it puts out a VMA dead bus signal, basically. What his one option here does is basically eliminate those, because this thing is running so fast internally, it can skip all those, and basically, the 10 cycles that are dead on them all disappear. So now mul takes one cycle, literally 10 times faster. Most instructions do have some VMA cycles. Most of them aren't as big as a mul. You'll usually save 1 or 2 cycles per instruction type thing, which is kind of what native mode does. It does that to a limited extent. This takes it all the way. So basically, it will allow you to run on a CoCo 2, which is what he does his demo on, basically the equivalent of a 1.78 megahertz on average. Like it'll literally run double the speed with the VMA dead cycles basically taken out of the equation without changing anything else. So your existing code, ROMs, everything else works perfectly fine, and it just doubles the speed. Now he's got another option where he actually basically says, screw clock cycle accuracy, I'm going to run the tiein at full throttle doing the simulation, and then it runs like lickety fast. Now that does cause some problems. I saw that he had some video corruption. That could be just because he's literally processing too fast for the VDG to handle, and he's changing memory locations so fast it's kind of like cascading a problem across. Or it could be something just related to running the hardware emulation that fast. But he's got some screenshots here if you want to see what it looks like. So that's the little satellite board as it plugs into the socket on his CoCo 2. And he's got a 3D view of the board in KiCad. I noticed that the timing here on Dragonfire was a little off. I think he was running at double speed, but you can see the color set switch is happening a little bit too early on these chunks here. So it's in color set 1, the pastel one as we call it, and then it kicks over to the standard RGB yellow, and it's shifting into the castle here, but you can see where the outline where it should have been lining up, and same over here. So it's switching back to the pastel set a little too early. So the timing's a bit off, but I think he was running double speed. I think it actually runs fine if he's running in regular speed. So there are certain there's also certain programs that have a very precise timing to function properly that probably you won't be able to accelerate, but a lot of stuff you will, like the vast majority of stuff. And he's actually got the files, if you want to make these yourself, available. So you don't actually have to purchase it from him. You can actually just go, PCBWay or some other manufacturer and get these made and try them out yourself. And as you can see on the left here, he's been doing this for a lot of machines and a lot of different CPUs as time goes on. So he's got like, Apple One and 6502s and x86s, the 6809 is a relatively recent one. I think this is the 6800, the Naboo. Like he's got a ton of these going on. And here's this video. So I'll play a little bit from the beginning where he kind of explains what's happening. And then I'll fast forward a bit to show you some of the speed comparisons you can get if you're running in stock, cycle accurate, if you're limiting the VMA cycles, and if you're just totally unthrottling it.
Hi, this is Ted Free from Microcore Labs. I'd like to introduce you to the MCL 6809, which is a Motorola 6809E drop-in emulator that uses a Teensy 4.1. You can see it here connected to my Tandy Color Computer 2. It supports all of the opcodes and undocumented opcodes like halt and catch fire, HCF. It's also cycle exact based on the datasheet, and it supports some accelerated modes. One of those is eliminating VMA cycles, which are dummy cycles between most opcodes. And you can kind of see it here, those Fs, how frequent they are. So those are the dummy cycles that the 6809 performs. Those can be easily eliminated. It also supports accelerating by mirroring the RAM and the ROM from the motherboard and the Teensy, and then running it with or without clock, paying attention to the motherboard clock. So you can run at the motherboard speed or run accelerated up to, 600 megahertz or faster, running in the Teensy 4.1. The Teensy also has a megabyte of memory, so you can mirror the motherboard RAM and ROM. And so one of the uses is to put images of ROMs, like cartridge ROMs, into the Teensy's memory. So that's what I've done. Right now I have 4 Tandy Color Computer cartridges stored in the memory, and I can select it with the Teensy UART. So let's start with the diagnostic ROM. So this is the Tandy diagnostic cartridge.
A diagnostic ROM is pretty boring to watch. We'll skip that.
Oh, that's going to be my next game of the week.
I think Canyon Climber is where he demonstrates the massive overclock here. Oh, what the hell happened there?
This game does respond to acceleration, so I don't know if you can tell. First I'm going to take away the VMA cycles.
That's basically the equivalent of a
So I don't know if
double
it's
speed poke in a
fast or
Coco
not.
3.
And then this is mirroring reads and running at 600 megahertz and writes go through. So you can see that's super fast.
And you can see some of the corruption there happening.
All right, that's about it.
The program itself
The
runs
code
fine.
is
He actually points it
available
out
on,
in the
GitHub.
video earlier. The screen corruption, I think, is because it's not talking to the VDG properly because it's, of course, mirroring. It's running totally on the Teensy's own internal RAM, and much faster than trying to blast it out every once in a while to update a frame. So I'm sure there's some timing issue there. But the program doesn't get corrupted or anything like that. Like if you did the double speed poke on the old Coco ones, like the full double speed RAM and ROM, where the dynamic RAM refresh would screw up. It doesn't corrupt the program. You can let it run as long as you want. It runs fine. So if you're doing calculations or something that's not intensively on the screen, it definitely would speed things up quite drastically. But I find it's a pretty cool machine because this is the first one of these hyper accelerated 609s I've seen that actually you can plug into an actual Coco and run it. So if you can actually get the syncing between the VDG up from the onboard full throttle RAM and ROM, that would be awesome. So I was just wondering from you guys here that do have hardware and people have replaced 609s with 609s to get them faster. There's some people have even done some overclocking by changing the clock crystal. What would the interest be on getting one of these things that's like hyper accelerated but still running on your original hardware?
Boy, just think what this could do to OS 9.
Oh, I know.
Or Nexus 9.
Yeah. No, obviously the screen thing would have to be fixed because it's pretty screen intensive, but
It would be interesting to me just because I need to use actual Coco hardware for most of my projects.
Yep.
But a really fast Coco on real Coco hardware. That would be
yeah, because if you're like assembling test programs and stuff here, I mean, yeah, you run an accelerator, but you have to test it on real hardware in your case.
all right. How am I going to test the stupid network card on an emulator? No one's written an emulator for it. So I
Yeah.
gotta put it in a Coco. Well, now if I want to build something for that on a Coco, you see where it's going.
Yeah, because in this case, I mean, if you want to assemble, a driver or a program that's using the the Coco IO or something like that, you can actually, overclock it to mad there, assemble it in the amount of time it might take, LWASM to do it on a slower machine, or, overclocking an emulator like VCC up to 89 megahertz. It's probably about the same speed, if not even slower. And then you can actually just, do everything on the Coco, almost as if it's a modern machine speed wise.
I have the old fashioned turbo button.
Yeah.
Push the button and it goes back to stock speed so your game doesn't run too fast,
Now, one thing I would like to try on this, like he does not have a 609 core, so that's out for now. But the 6809 in a Coco 3, like a rated 2 megahertz running at 2 megahertz, if you eliminate all the VMA cycles, it will roughly double in speed. So that's about the equivalent of a 3.5 megahertz, 4 megahertz 6809. That might be fast enough to actually make some of this, development stuff a lot easier, even without going into the full let's go nuts. Which obviously he's got the VDG stuff linked in right now. He'd have to do something with a gimme, which then has an MMU to complicate things. You'd have to simulate all that. So I'm guessing if he does make a Coco 3 specific version of this, that'll take some extra time to get all that stuff functionally working. But the non-VMA version of the speed up should work on a stocks Coco 3 in 6809 mode. And if you ever made a 639 version with that extra speed, because there is VMA cycles on 639, just less of them, that'd be awesome too.
That is a good question. If you can skip cycles on the CPU and so forth, how fast can a Coco 3 really go? Just here's a Coco 3. It's got RAM in it. It's got a gimme in it. How fast can it be pushed if the CPU just skips everything it can skip?
Yeah. I mean, it's still based on 609 cycles, so it's still, the fastest you get instruction running is one cycle. It doesn't cut that in half.
Like your multiply's done.
Yeah. Yeah, literally be one cycle, maybe two versus 11.
Thing, What's the name of that artwork that's done by math?
Fractals?
Yeah, I wonder how fast that would go.
Oh, lots.
Yeah, like 2 minutes,
You could have like the Sinclair slow fast mode where you just put up a static display for a minute and go away and come back and the math's done.
Yeah.
There's
like I said, in the Coco 3, this would be complicated because the whole MMU block mapping, like might have a program that's got, part of a graphics screen mapped in, but not all of it. So he's still got to display the whole thing. So I'm not sure how that would work, but just even running the non-VMA cycle and literally running roughly the equivalent of a 3.5 megahertz, which is, I'll add almost a megahertz faster than a Gimme X, and you guys have seen how fast that runs.
So how did they make, in these games, the upright games where they were 6 megahertz, how did they reach that speed in those, in the old days, like, I forget what you call them, arcade games. Yeah. How did they do 6 megahertz with a 6809?
The thing, Ron, is
they didn't.
With something like a Coco, everything is geared to the speed of the display because the display CPU is the same as the computer CPU. It's all the same thing. Where on an arcade display, you had a CPU to do the thinking and you had a CPU to do the display.
Oh, okay.
Another one for sound.
Yeah.
All right, that's how they did it.
Multiprocessing is basically what they did to do that. Yeah. But
So
like all the 6809 based boards, and the 609 was, obviously Williams used it a lot, but others used it a lot for like sound generation. That it would control the DACs basically. And I don't think any of those ran past the 2 megahertz unless somebody made some Hitachi specific ones later on in the mid to late 80s. But
is that because all the support chips only go so fast?
No, it's because Motorola never got the 609 past 2 megahertz.
Oh,
well, it's all of a thing. Yeah, the faster you go, the more money you spend. So if you can use 3 cheap 6809s and make a really great coin op, there you go.
68B09 says that it'll accept up to 8 megahertz on the clock signal.
Yeah, but the chip doesn't run that fast, unfortunately.
So it doesn't explode, is what you're saying.
And of course, 609 was rated by Hitachi to run at 3, and even they themselves kind of admitted, well, it'll run 4 or 5 most of the time.
Okay.
But this will run like the equivalent of what, 25, 30, 50, 100. Like he mentions that the Teensy runs at 600 or 800 megahertz, but I don't know what his emulated chip is running at.
Right, by the time you
when it's totally unclocked. It probably varies depending on instruction too, obviously, but
it would still be fun to see what the heck CoCo hardware can really do if they had just made a CPU that went that fast. So
Yeah. So Ted, if you're listening, I'd love to see you come out to CoCo Fest and actually demonstrate some of this stuff, or even have you on the show before that to talk about it. And you're on our Discord, so hit us up if you want to. Would you like to come in and guest star, maybe do some actual demos and talk about, you know, how the completely unthrottled works, and do you think you can fix the video issues or that kind of thing? Because yeah, some of us developers that have to work with the real hardware. I mean, the slowdown, you can either do the two-step process where you have to assemble, edit your text, assemble, create a disk image, throw it onto an SDC or through a drive wirelessly, and then go on the CoCo and actually run it and go back and forth between the two environments. Or if you're actually able to do this, you know, natively and run totally unthrottled, you should be able to run stuff and, you know, assemble a large program in like half a second on the CoCo itself.
So this could handle HDMI. I mean, I'm talking about the code for the internet, you know.
Oh yeah,
HTTP.
HTTP. Yeah, SSL
I don't know if
stuff.
I
You
don't know
could
if it'd have enough oomph to really be able to do even at higher clock speeds to really be able to handle dealing with the framing and whatnot that's necessary for network operation.
Well, now
Actually, the
Henry,
TT probably would.
Let me talk this a second. So like the WizNet can do all the Ethernet for you, but it can't do the SSL. The TeamC could do the SSL. So you could cram a CoCo IO in a standard CoCo if it had this CPU in it, and it would be smart enough to do everything. Because the computation can all be internal to the TeamC, the CoCo bus.
Yeah, and it's native stuff too. Like if you're doing network stacks and stuff, I mean, you could do the TeamC running that on its own native. You wouldn't be running an emulated 6809 on it.
Right. No, it just does the SSL stuff. Well, it's the CPU.
I mean, that's essentially what the ESP in the CoCo IO and the Fujinet do too, right?
Well, right. The ESP is doing it there. I'm just It's just an interesting wrinkle.
Couple comments here. Peter Wheeler says teens are super fast. And Thomas Terry Holmes himself says, use Fujinet to cross-develop. It's how I roll.
That'd be his jam.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, it's a really cool project. He's got you know, the stuff available for you want to make your own, and he's obviously working on, you know, getting the full acceleration stuff using the TeamC to its maximum potential. Just need to get those video glitches out of there, or at least figure out, you know, some way to maybe modify the hardware or something to eliminate it, depending on what is causing the problem itself. Next up after that, Henry Strickland, who will be at VCF on the West Coast in California, Northern California, has announced a new hardware project he's calling the TFR9, which is a single board computer he's designed for the 6809E or the 6309E. And he's got a little thing on his GitHub here, kind of describing it. I'll load that up, and under the kind of the Coles Notes version, he's going to, for using a genuine period correct CPU, so a real 689 or a real 609, but using modern parts for just about everything else. And there's been an active discussion in the 6x09 SBC units channel on the CoCo Discord as well about this. And then just I'll read a little bit more detail here from his README on his GitHub. The CPU will be a genuine retro, a 609E or 609E from the era, but all the other parts are replaced as much as possible with one or more Raspberry Pi Picos, including the RAM and the EQ clock generation. This board should work with either 6809 or 6309E, but hereafter we'll just call it 609. But we probably mean Hitachi 63C09E. That's a 3 MHz rated part. The E is important. The CPU must be externally clocked. We're starting with one Pico in the first prototype, but we might add more. The first Pico is the controller. It provides clocks and simulates RAM, hopefully with an MMU, and a terminal device, probably also disk and Ethernet. A second Pico can generate video output. This use of a Pico has been demonstrated several times with VGA or DVI output and even with an HDMI connection. A third Pico could be a Pico W, which does Wi-Fi internet. The hope is to make very affordable single-board computers running Nitrosign Level 2 operating system. Since a 609 is under $5, a Pi Pico is around $4, and a Pi Pico W is around $6. So this would be very cheap. He mentions another board taking this kind of approach is the Omnimex Neo 6502, so obviously a 6502 based one, which sells for €30. And that's about what, $35-$40 US. So that's pretty darn cheap. There's so many hardware products. I don't know which one to try and support or whatever. Here, it's too many.
Need them all, man.
You hardware guys have to slow down and let us software guys catch up.
They'd be
No, you don't.
glad
Keep
there's so
going.
much stuff happening out there.
It's the other way round, actually. The faster they go, the harder it is for software guys to do anything or the interest, because everything's changing so much.
Yeah, and then you get the platform gets split among which camp's doing what type thing, and sometimes they're not
Yeah.
compatible. And then you have
It
to
just
as a
makes
software developer pick
programming-
which one am I going to support.
It just makes software development harder because you got so much extra work to do to support all this hardware. So there you go. You hardware guys are to blame.
Wasn't that a thing about the PC motherboards? They kept making, there's like a multiplication of speed. At some point, it has to stop because motherboard lines can't handle the speed or something. Or how did that work?
Well, you start getting quantum effects where stuff
yeah.
starts jumping around between wires and things, so it starts getting corrupt.
Well, wasn't there that called it some kind of an effect, like a Miller's or some kind of thing? It was named. Where
Yeah, probably. I just don't remember what it is off the top of my
Yeah.
head.
Talking about Moore's law.
That's it. Maybe where the CPUs keep, doubling and tripling and
Yeah, that's Moore's law. But I mean,
Yeah.
Moore's law is starting to hit the limits of physics now.
Are they?
That's why a lot of CPUs are multi-threaded, multi-processing now, because you can't get the actual mega or gigahertz too much faster because you're dealing with atoms
Oh, geez.
jumping between wires and stuff here, and quantum effects start kicking in and all kinds of things go wrong. So now you take a program and you divide it into like multiple CPU cores, and they're all running simultaneously doing a different part of the program. And that's kind of where the acceleration these days, because I mean, i7s and i9s are what now, 4 or 8 cores, and Apple's M series are multi-core graphics and multi-core CPU all in the same chip die, and
all that stuff syncs together, huh?
that's the tough part. I mean, there's the hardware syncing together because you're sharing RAM, etc. But you also got the software. Like if I set this thread off on this core and it gets done a bit faster than I was anticipating, but I need the results before this other core can do something, then all of a sudden I'm stalled. So you have to try to write the code intelligently enough at the operating system level or the actual program level to be able to, try to take the most opportune use of syncing those speeds so they all get roughly done when they're needed to, without having to hold them up waiting for results. Because if you have 7 cores running a fractal thing, but the 6 of them are dependent on the 7th one being done and it takes a full second, everybody else stalls and does nothing for a second. So then you're not really increasing your speed much, are you?
Is this where
So,
AI
Curtis.
comes in to help?
AI maybe will help design some of the software in the future to do this kind of things, maybe
But
more
not
efficiently.
hardware stuff.
I just want to know,
Maybe.
Curtis, when
Yeah.
are you going to finish the 8-core OS 9 for 6309? Because I think multitasking will be excellent on that chip. And I'm sure someone will knock one
Well,
out.
what I think what I would do in
this.
this case is I would cheat. Like right now, a task switch under OS 9 is every 10 clock ticks. So 1/6 of a second.
That's what I'm asking. How
I'd
are
drop
you
it down to
going
1 with that sucker. Every 60th of a second, you're going to switch. And
Maybe
you'd get
you
just
have
as
a-
much done as the old 10, right?
Well, maybe you have an OS CPU that just task switches all the other ones.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather have a section devoted to doing accelerated, graphics, like, copying rectangle shapes or doing masking of foreground and backgrounds together and let it do that in the teensy. And I just send it, here's a map of the background. Here's a map of the foreground. Here's the and mask. And you do the
Well,
hard
so-
work.
Well, so that's my point. Given a multitude of 6309s, how would you organize OS 9? And, it could be done, and it would be a way to like start over Linux, start Linux over.
Yeah, I mean, that has actually been started before. The Rocket board from Burke and Burke, which is actually a 68008 and later changed to a 68340 or something, was going to work because it was going to handle the TC9, TC70 on a K bus.
Well, right.
Same thing. Like this has been done before and actually has been working.
I
It's
guess
just Go
my
ahead.
point is this is not a different CPU. This is just a bunch of 6309s in theory. you know, so you aren't writing anything new. You're just
Yeah, I mean, Jim
paralleling
Brain
things
has
that
his dual
exist.
609 that you add to the existing 609. So you have three, and it even has its own RAM you can send stuff to and have them run independent at
Okay.
full 3 megahertz.
Okay, so that's
And you can actually have it, you know, you go arrange for calculating some 3D graphics stuff I want to do, and you give me a signal, like an interrupt when you're done, and then I can just go yank it off of its RAM pre-finished. And it ran literally simultaneously with my program reading joysticks and the keyboard and doing sound or something.
nice. Okay, I think I have a new.
The problem is writing all the drivers to get this done smoothly and making it generic enough that it's easy to use.
Tie
So
it all
rather than write a
together,
custom
right.
program.
Cool. I have a new project. Damn it.
Well, like I said, Jim's got the hardware done already. He's actually kind of tested
It's
it,
got
but
a
nobody wrote
dual
drivers yet.
done. Yeah. Okay.
Now, somebody was actually going to volunteer with Jim. And actually, was that you, Henry, or was that somebody else?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
How about working with Jim Brain on his multi 609 daughter card that actually had its own 512K of dual ported RAM? The two 609s could talk to each other. And then the CoCo's internal CPU would talk to that and say, go do this and come back with a result.
That's not me. I mean,
Okay,
it'd
because
be
somebody
fun if it
did
were me, but
volunteer. They've gotten a hold of Jim, and I can't remember who it was, so I can't even get you find an update because I can't remember who it was. I have to go watch the previous, 100 episodes of 5 hours in length here to figure out which person that was because I'm going to announced it. Damn it!
That's what computers are supposed to be good at doing, right?
Oh, yeah.
And while we're talking about CPU acceleration here, here's another one. So Boise released part 3 of his Phoenix F226 689 series covering OS 9. This time he covers the OS 9's I/O subsystem. This is a fairly technical one if you want to really learn how the internals of OS 9 works for the I/O manager and how it talks to file managers and device descriptors. That's basically what it's about. I will just play a little tiny bit at the beginning just to kind of get you a feel for it. It's probably really for the tech heads.
This is part 3 of a series of videos on the Phoenix F256 and the 6809. In this video, I'll go deeper into the OS 9 I/O system. In the
Okay,
previous
stop
video,
it now.
I used
Simple,
a
eh?
slide to illustrate the OS 9 I/O system organization.
That's the thing, man.
The concept
that
of
beautiful?
unified I/O rests on the notion
He's even
that
got it
single
color-coded for
entity
each layer and
path
everything.
File is the object on that path. I/O man is at the top, and
And this is the type of stuff I had to learn for doing Nitrous 9. Like I had to learn all this stuff. So that was a combination of the tech reference part of the manual from Tandy Microware, Inside OS 9 Level 2 by Kevin Darling, published by Frank Hogg Labs, source code listings that we did have for drivers and stuff that people had released. Like it's complicated, but it's pretty fascinating how it works if you're into this level of technical detail.
Well, there's different versions of the word pipe.
Yeah, and in fact, if you go back in the chat, this is where Curtis with the pipe in the pantry made a lot of fun. Because he would be the man to have a pipe, and
He smoke 'em peace pipe.
Well, no,
No,
he has
I
one of those.
I quit
pipes.
smoking in my early
Right-
20s, so I'm good.
Right off of IO man, he has pipe, so he was likely he had the weapon, and never mind. It was
Yeah, and there's other versions of OS 9 for other machines that, or even the CoCo for that matter, that have extra on the green layer, which is the file manager layer. There's actually extra bits like MSF if you want to do native MS-DOS disks. There's, I can't remember what the network one was called. Do you remember, Rick?
Was it NBF or something?
NSF? Yeah, something like that. For doing network stuff. Well, that was more for the gimmicks and the chieftains and stuff, but it's just layers of abstraction so that you write code, you only have to talk to the bottom layer and the rest of the stuff is all handled for you, which is nice because then you can
Which
just
is
add
great.
hardware just by adding a driver and a descriptor and it instantly works with all your programs. You don't have to rewrite it. Unlike this basic where, if you want to add it in a hard drive, you had to load in an alternative DOS like HTTP DOS or RGB DOS and do virtual floppies to make it work with this basic because you couldn't do anything with a larger size disk and blah, 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 blah. So works really nice. Now I'm making a boot file for this to do it properly. Still needs a little bit of help to simplify it. And it's a really good breakdown of the IO system in OS 9 in general, and specifically some of the stuff they've done on the Phoenix itself, which of course is a hardware accelerated 609 style running at about 6.5, 6.25 megahertz. Lots of acceleration options these days.
Happy everyone's got a 16550 nowadays. That's cool.
Now, is Ken Waters still on the call?
Oh, what?
Is he still awake? Do we even care?
Oh, we're going to talk about me. Okay, yeah, I'm here.
So first of all, I'm going to leave the little title card here. Do you want to explain, first of all, this is 8-Bit Show and Tell. This is not Ken's own channel. Ken is a guest on it. And they're talking about weird measurements and completely incorrect ones that Tandy or Intertan put on some things for labeling the 5 1/4 discs they were selling at the time. And I'm wondering, Ken, if you can explain how this all got arranged, where the two of you worked together on this, and then
Okay, well,
I guess a little bit about the video itself.
Yeah, Robin that runs the 8-Bit Show and Tell. I've known him for quite a few years, but I got a bunch of CoCo stuff, I guess last year, and I was unboxing it, and he had noticed that the disc case that I took out of the box said 3.17 centimeter discs. And we chatted back and forth. He got quite obsessed with it. So when I came back to the cabin this year, because he's close to me here, he asked me to bring this box of discs with him because he wanted to do a video touching on some of the strange things that Tandy did with their labeling. So.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know metric, which is probably a majority of the people on the panel, 3.17 meters is roughly about 1 1/4 inches.
Yeah.
It's small.
So those
Has
are
anybody
1
ever
1/4
seen a
inch
1
discs.
1/4 inch disc?
So these are really cool, tiny little discs.
See, what I initially thought when I saw the 3.17 centimeters is I thought, they're measuring the width of that little label that's always there on.
Yeah, or the hole in the middle. That's what I thought.
No, that'd be in on the order of millimeters, not centimeters.
So this is like a major screw up, basically.
Oh, that's a huge screw up.
Somebody didn't do their math right.
What
They
should
didn't-
it be?
It should be 13.35 centimeters.
There's 2.54 centimeters per inch.
It's like 13.35 or 13 point. No, I think it's 13.36 because there's
So
that.
it's not like
Oh
they
yeah.
left off the
Oh,
one
plus
and
they
put
plus
it a
they
three?
he's also points out in this how they are really bad at rounding.
Yeah.
He even uses he uses a Radio Shack calculator to do the rounding with, and it rounds properly, and they didn't round properly.
Now, you also found somewhere they actually did the translation correctly, where it does say 13 point whatever.
Yeah,
or he did
this was
one.
this is an early printing of these, and they started selling a little bit later. They started selling ones with the proper measurement on them.
So to Americans, this is quite correct.
Well, it says 5 1/4 inch, so it's actually listing both
designed for America.
metric and.
Yeah. So
But he does go through and he figures out the math on how they came up with the, well, it should be 3.18 centimeters if they round it properly, but they didn't.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
So they just left off the one.
Nope.
Nope.
Because
No, what they did is they calculated it out as 5 quarters instead of being 5 and 1/4.
Oh.
Somebody did a multiplication instead of doing an addition.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That whole order of operations thing.
Mini disc. They're also
So-
doing the
13.3.
Here's one where it's corrected mostly.
mostly,
Yeah,
yeah, it
but
should be
that's-
13.34. That's what it is.
3.4, yeah.
So even in their correction, they still got wrong. But he does point out that even with the American discs and these Canadian ones, they're all the same catalog number. So
Yeah, they're the exact same discs. It's just the
Yeah.
packaging.
So in
Doesn't-
metric, do you round up?
It's not about metric, it's about
It's-
the style of rounding that you do.
It's engineering.
Yeah.
it's 5.4 rounding.
Well, these were sold in the US and Canada, so Americans and Canadians wouldn't even bother with the centimeter
Right,
part.
it
They
was
just
some weird.
Yeah,
Well, we
so-
did because we switched to metric by this point, so you kind of had to legally.
Oh,
put
right.
Although
Okay.
technically, I don't know anybody that ever called them 13.34
Nope,
centimeter.
I don't know
discs.
anybody either. It's 5 1/4.
Even here, we always called them 5 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
And I think that 8-Bit Show and Tell actually rants later about that. About if you've got something that's designed in a particular unit set of units,
Keep it
the
in that
name
unit.
should retain that set of units. So don't
Yeah.
try and
Agreed.
translate 5 1/4 to metric because everybody's going to understand them as 5 1/4 inch diskettes.
Well, how did they do
That's
on their
right.
8-inch ones?
8-inch diskettes.
Yep,
They
same
were
with 3
always
1/2.
8 inch. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I'm picking up some audio.
James Webb Telescope, and these are known
Who's listening to the James Webb Telescope podcast?
Gotta be Ron.
Nope.
That'd be Ron.
Nope.
You aren't on the telescope.
Here, I'll mute.
Anyway.
Yeah. So it's a fascinating thing. And like you said, Ken said, he did go through and kind of figure out where the mistake happened. And also, I mean, I'm talking about the fact that, you shouldn't translate something that's so standardized. I mean, that happened to NASA when they were calculating that one probe for Mars, and they switched imperial and
Lockheed and JPL.
metric. And I can't remember, did it miss the plan entirely? Did it crash?
It reacted too slowly, and so it reacted after it should have, which meant it plowed into the ground and made a big hole, if I remember right.
Right.
I'm sure Ron has heard of that tale too.
Oh yeah.
Everybody has.
Whenever a mistake's made, it's pretty much amplified, right?
Exactly.
Correct. Anyway, it's a really good
Reminds
video.
me-
Ken guest starred in it. I'm not going to spoil it and play Ken's little bit. You'll have to go see it yourself.
Yep. Go give it lots of views so that those Commodore people know that Tandy has an audience and it's worth making videos about.
Good point. Good point. Speaking of Ken,
But we don't want to see Commodore videos.
We don't want to see Ken.
Well, no, we want Robin to make more Tandy videos.
yeah, because he's actually done a mix of several.
Yeah, he does. He has a collection of a lot of different stuff, but I mean, he's an old Commodore programmer. Fact, he's worked on lots of Commodore programs and stuff.
It was
so
funny
he's-
because he was talking about doing editing, line editing, on a recent
on the
video.
Apple II. On the Apple II.
Yeah, where you had to go to the end of the line first to kind of like it's using the 4-way cursor control. But then he's so used to the Commodore, which only has 2 cursor keys. You have to hit a second key to switch between up and down and left and right. That would
Shift
drive
key.
me freaking nuts.
Shift key.
Yeah, no, you need 4 arrow keys. You don't need 2 with an extra shift key. That's just dumb. Sorry.
Yeah. No, the Apple editing way that they do editing on the Apple is dumb.
I always thought about the Apple editing is that the cursor picks up the characters it passes over.
Yeah.
So basically, when you jump into the escape mode, you take it out of any capture. It's basically your movement mode, and then you put it on the first character you want to do. Hit the escape, puts it back in mode, and then you arrow to the right across it, picking those characters up. So you can literally scrape the characters you want off the screen by recording characters and then moving and then recording other characters.
And if you accidentally make a change and hit enter, then you've erased the rest of the line.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, for those of you that fiddle with the deluxe that Tim Linder has made available under MAME, which actually does have 4-way cursor editing, I was wondering what you guys thought of comparison to both the Commodore 64 version and the Apple II version. And then Nick and I will defend the edit command.
I'm still trying to
Wow.
figure that one out.
I'm not
Yeah,
that
command.
big a fan, but
I have to say, once you get used to all the little tricks of the edit command, I actually find it in most cases faster to edit.
it is
using
quick.
cursor
Yeah,
keys.
yeah, that's right.
It's
You edit
hard
a
to
big
make.
long line. It's 240 characters long, and let's say I'm in 80 column mode with 80 on a CoCo 3, for example, but it works with 32. All you have to do is the internal math. 6 lines down on screen. Well, 6 times. Well, that's a bad example. 3 lines down on the screen. 3 times 80 is 240. So you just do 240, hit the space bar, and it jumps 240 characters ahead. So I can instantly get there. I can back up a quarter of a line, half a line, just by 40 column,
It
20
does
minus.
have benefits. It does have benefits.
Looks like Ken's
That
doing
sounds
a
too much like
bedroom
doing math.
commercial.
This goes back to the argument about command line versus GUI. You know,
kind of.
Oh God, here we go.
Here we
And-
go again.
And
Pineapple with
let's not forget-
cherries. Yeah, there we go.
Let's not forget how good the people I'm not going to mention Americans directly, but how good they are at math with the disc fiasco in the last video.
So let us not confuse mathematics and arithmetic.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yes, it's different. I am fairly decent at mathematics, although not very advanced. I am not good at arithmetic.
They weren't made in Tandy.
Oh no,
down under.
they're the same to me. I'm bad at both.
There you go.
That explains
Amazing
Neutroid.
this games work.
And Jim Gary says MC Tenor is just retyped lines like real men do.
Oh, that's right. They do.
Real men retype.
Well, if you had color basic and not extended, you did the same thing.
Also retype.
Oh, but you get
OG
yeah,
keyboard, boys. Color basic one.
Yep.
That's why MC10s are such good typers.
Yeah, you make sure you don't make
Don't
mistakes.
dare screw up.
Well, I think it's also that MC10 authors have that terrible keyboard that they've got to deal with that's smaller than an original Pets keyboard.
Yeah. Now, on the other end, the MC10 does have the function key, so you can actually do keyword with a single or double keystroke.
Yeah.
Once you got used to that, you could be semi-proficient.
Right.
The thing that I drool over is the fact that you can put graphics as well.
Yeah, embedded in
into
a
a
string.
line.
That's nice, actually.
That-
There was some
that's
third-party CoCo stuff that did that, but not Tandy.
Yeah.
Not even the Deluxe had that.
So I have a question. In the Sinclair type world, you could embed the like print command and then back up and do a let a string equal. So you have essentially 6 letters for free for a 1 letter because you have the single byte print command which will print as print space. And we use that on these small RAM machines to get just a little more going. Does the MC10 do that, or is that just weird?
I'm not familiar enough with the MC10 to answer that question, actually. Jim's still in the chat, though, so he might be able to answer.
Yeah, if anyone would know, the crowd here will know. So,
But as far as, screen editing, like Commodore and Apple or the Deluxe, and line editing, like GWiz Basic on the IBM PC and the CoCo, they each have strengths and weaknesses. There's certain cases where I wish I had the other. But I think the edit command is maligned more than it deserves, because if you get proficient with knowing what those extra commands, like searching, and just knowing the width of your screen, and if I want 4 lines down, you multiply 32 times 4, 96. That's just at 96 space. You're instantly down there. I don't have to cursor over and go all over the place. So you're just there. So
Did
once you get
ADOS
used to it and you learn that stuff, it's actually pretty efficient.
Did ADOS do any of that?
Sorry?
Remember ADOS? Did it do any of that extra stuff?
No.
No. They just
I
use the
thought it
built-in
did.
edit command.
Oh.
There was some other third parties that added full screen editing. I think even Steve Bjork's original SECS, if we're getting on that topic again, SECS, which stood for something screen editor, I can't remember. But it was one that he did before Extended Basic got really popular because it was a little bit delayed. You could actually do the full screen editing. There's a few others as well. But then, like I said, once I kind of got used to the fact that you could skip a line instantly, like once you could use 32 times the number of lines, you can just edit and pop down a line. You can do a search for a character. Like I want to go to the next, if I have a multi-line statement separated by colons, I just do S colon, and it would immediately jump to the start of the next chunk. And if I knew it was like the 5th one, because I have a 4 and A string equals and blah, 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 it's the 4th command within there. You could hit 4 colon and it would jump to the 4th colon. So once you learn those tricks here, you can actually edit pretty darn quick. And you can like hack off the end of a line, or you can extend the line instantly without having to scale over to where it is. It had some nice features.
Like, it's as I said, it's the like the command line versus GUI argument. Command line is also they can do so much more with a command line, which is true, but not everyone knows how to use a command line. So for them, they can't do anything.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's definitely true. Anyway, on to Ken's video here.
Farm's getting
Oh, we're
hard
still
by
talking
now.
about me? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Looks
I
like
was
a
hoping
headache
we'd skip it,
commercial.
but anyway.
So you decided to work with the Fujinet cartridge. So I'll just I'll mute you on the video, but let you talk about.
So the Fujinet cartridge that I got, I finally got around to actually plugging it in and trying it out. So
Is that the old one or the new?
That's the newer
all-in
one.
It's the newer Bitbanger version.
Yeah, it's the newer Bitbanger version. It's I got this one at Boat Fest.
Yeah, I think William Athing, is that the guy who sent him there? Because he gave us some at CoCo Fest and then discovered there was a problem with them. And then he shipped the 2 for us to Boat Fest that we just picked up.
I think he shipped the one for Boat and one for Aaron too.
Right, that's right. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to do anything with mine yet because I've been busy with work and stuff.
I thought they were doing a version without the bitbanger port.
Yeah, we discussed that earlier. That's the
we've
current
talked
port.
all about that. That's so
Oh,
earlier in the show.
And when you
Nick.
were still sleeping, that's what we were doing. We're getting stuff done, Nick. So.
All right.
That was so 6 hours ago. William Anthony says, "Yeah, that was you. That was him."
How come the ROM packs put in backwards compared to a Radio Shack?
What do you
They
mean?
did it that way.
It's in backwards.
Oh, you're talking about the orientation of the card?
Yeah, you can see the label. It's all wrong.
Yeah, that was just something Ed did in his. I don't know if there's a specific reason for that. But yeah,
No,
you
I
do put
like
them
it.
in backwards from where you're used
You
to.
you can see the label.
So you can see the label.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah. Because
but
normally in
the-
the Tandy one, yeah, you're facing the underside, right?
Right.
Yeah, but the spine label is now upside down. You get a ROM pack, plug it in. The
That's true. And
label
if your
on-
multi-pack's full, you're only going to see the spine labels, right?
Yes, so you
Except for the
can't
front one.
read it. It's upside down.
This way, it's more photogenic for videos when I'm doing something like the
Right. Yeah.
Fujinet
This
cartridge.
he did it
Yeah,
specifically
yeah.
for Ken, is what we're saying here.
Yeah,
That's-
see,
that's
you can
right. It's
you
gotta-
can read
it's
the
gotta-
cartridge, see that it's the Fujinet cartridge.
That's right. It's got to be photogenic to match his shirt.
Exactly.
Do people forget what they put in their multi-pack?
What's a multi-pack?
Okay, on with the demo, Ken.
Oh, okay. I just show some of the really basic stuff about the Fujinet cartridge, getting it up and running and whatnot. As you know, I literally had just started using it that morning.
So was this recorded in BC or is this recorded at the cabin?
Yeah, it was recorded here. Can't you see my beautiful red table that I have at my cabin?
You could have upgraded one at home too. I don't know. Just checking.
So the Fujinet is a Wi-Fi link, is it, to the network?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has an antenna
And can
in
you?
it.
Right, and can it Wi-Fi link to, say, if you have a PC or Mac in the house, can you link to that hard drive, Wi-Fi
You can.
wise?
You have to set up. You have to set up at what's called a TNFS server. So if
All
you're
right.
all on the same, if you're on the same network, you have to set up a TNFS server on the PC or on the device that you want to grab the files from. So like I have a TNFS server set up on my PC, but in order for me to be able to access those files from the Fujinet, I have to have the Fujinet on the same network as my PC because both IPs are NATed.
Isn't that what DriveWire does?
DriveWire
Yeah,
does
but-
that.
But
But
without
what the beautiful thing about
Fujinet's without a wire.
right, and so you can go ahead and just set up your TNFS server and go with it. Thomas says in addition to TNFDS, and that there are protocol adapters for the network device, that being the N-colon device that we really haven't gone into, I do believe.
That means my CoCo won't work because I have this. Where is it?
What is that?
Oh, it's just a little router to hide my CoCo away from the rest of my network so it doesn't get blasted with stuff. But that means that, yeah,
Hey, Nick, actually, Fujinet, the current version there, actually uses DriveWire to go between the serial port, the bitbanger port, and the Fujinet device. But then it uses Wi-Fi and the EXP32 to actually do the heavy lifting.
To do the heavy lifting, yeah.
Anyways, if you're interested in a very basic look at the Fujinet cartridge to see if it's something you're interested in, then yeah, watch my video.
Yeah, and there's already external servers set up that you can actually go and like Ken demonstrate here. We can actually go and grab some CoCo games and cartridges to
The
try out.
ASPARAGUS Online is an external one.
How do you
And
play
Routed
multiple
online.
discs?
I do. Well, I haven't figured how. Henry, how do you do multiple discs?
You
on
don't.
here?
Give me a second. Let me bring it up and let me see. And I will need to turn that on, and then I will need to switch over here and go to that camera.
Oh, do you want me to stop sharing so people can see you?
And
Yeah,
also,
I
I,
mean,
did
I'll
want
be-
to also mention in the video, I mentioned about how I found that Nitrous 9 disc in that other one, and I tried to load it up and it wouldn't work.
Yep.
Because it's not a CoCo disc. It's a TNFS for the Phonix computer.
Okay.
Oh, that was the one that Boise's doing, the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what was the question about how do I hook what up?
How do you do
multiple discs?
Multiple
Multiple discs. Okay, so right now I've got multiple discs taken care of, and if I go over to, let me get out of here. Oh, there we go. Let me start that up again. Nope, that didn't work. And give it a second to.
If finally we had a GUI.
Henry blue screen.
Any system can blue screen.
Yeah, it's Nick stirring stuff there.
Okay.
Just
So if
stating
I
the
start
obvious.
over here, I can go over to, like, you might see at the bottom there. There's a little arrow.
Mark, can you zoom up the
drives.
screen here because he's still postage stamp side sitter?
Yeah. I can't see what you all see right now anyway, but yeah, so I can arrow over to the drives with my right arrow key, and that shows me what I've got actually put in there. So now I've got, like, let me go ahead and get rid of this one real quick. I'll eject that. And so I've got HC8401, which I can't remember what the heck that is. But if I want to mount another disk, I can go back to hosts, and let me go up to the TNMS server that I've set up. And Tom had also mentioned in the comments, by the way, that there are protocol adapters for the network device for SMB and NFS and HTTP and HTTPS. And the network, I'm guessing that the network device would be the N:, device. But that's something we haven't investigated yet. At any rate, at least not on this show. There's a GUI on the web server on the Fujinet. The Fujinet device does have a web server. So if you get your Fujinet device's IP address, then you can actually get onto its web server and load that up. But, like, if I want to add another disk through the Fujinet thing, I'll go to, like, Fujinet breakkey.com, and which I just set up. And there's gooprush.dsk. I can go ahead and select that. Right now, that's the only disk that I've got on Fujinet.thebreakkey.com. I can arrow over to whichever drive slot I want it in, and I can either go enter for read only or W for read write. I'm going to go for enter for read only, and now that's going to be sitting in drive slot number 3. Now, this is using the this is not using the HDB-DOS mode in Fujinet. This is using the SCSI device mode. So if I break out and go over here, I'll see drive 0 has that, but in order for me to get to number 3, I got to change to drive #3 to get there. And here in the very near future, I want to do a little bit of a code dive to see if I can't make it so that instead of having to use the hash, you just use drive 0 through 4, that normal thing. So that's how you mount up different disks. No. Right now, the biggest issue that right now it's only on the SCSI devices, because that's the default that HDB-DOS and DriveWire do, is by setting up the disks on the hard drive slots, the SCSI drive slots, rather than setting up the disks on the individual drive locations, which are sector offsets within a virtual hard drive. So what I don't necessarily know is what's going to be the easiest thing to do, is whether it's going to be easier to try and activate HDB-DOS mode on the Fujinet side, or whether it's going to be easier to just put together a VHD image that is then fed to the CoCo through HDB-DOS. I'm not sure which is going to work better, but it's something that I'm going to investigate here in the very near future.
Yeah, because that basically simulates 255 virtual disk images within a hard drive image. So HDB-DOS opens one hard drive image, and you get 255 virtual disks, and you do drive 1, drive 200, drive 255, whatever you want.
Correct. And right now, even in the default mode, if you're just using HDB-DOS and you're using like say Pi DriveWire, and you don't do anything to change out how it talks to HDB-DOS, the way it talks to HDB-DOS is each mounted disk is its own SCSI device.
Okay. I'm guessing there's no way to do like the STC does, where you have some games that are hard-coded. They always use drive 0, but you have to swap disks, and you have the little button on the STC you can hit once you mount a folder. I'm guessing there's probably no way to do that easily here.
Right now, there's not going to be an easy way to do it, because if it expects that the floppies are going to be in like drive 0, drive 1, drive 2, and it's hard-coded like that, that's going to require switching over from the default mode to the HDB-DOS mode, which means either, like I said, building a .vhd on the fly, or figuring out how to activate HDB-DOS mode from the source code level.
Do you think there would be a separate window for the drives and a separate window for the SCSI.
That might actually be more doable, but I mean, I'm not entirely sure. And this is going to let's see. Thomas says I implemented according to HDB DOS conventions this way, so it would work with very large images. Okay, so he wants to stick with the very large images. So it looks like
What about William Athing's comment? Just above that. Yeah, just above that.
There's a GUI on the web on the Fujinet. You can swap disks.
Oh,
there.
that's true.
Yeah,
like DriveWire, if you want to do it that way.
right. And so it does a similar thing. But even so, those are your virtual hard drive images that are going into those drive slots. Those aren't the individual drives itself. So if you've got one of those games that requires that you have like drive 0, drive 1, drive 2, or what have you, that the individual floppies are lined up like that, what I would say is create a virtual hard drive image that contains those disks in the proper locations.
So if I put high color 2 on drive 0, and on drive 1 I had a virtual hard drive of all my pictures, then I could load them to drive 54 or you know. But I don't think the software has accommodation for anything more than 3 drives.
Right, and that's the key thing. If the software you're running does not speak HDB DOS SCSI slots, then you're not going to be able to start at drive #0 and be able to access anything from that piece of software on drive #1. And Tom is also saying that he will support whatever makes the most sense to the community. Thomas, what I'm honestly thinking is, at least in the CoCo community, we're all used to HDB DOS loading in those VHDs. So I'm kind of torn whether I want to do a virtual hard drive on the fly type of a thing with a separate config window, or like you arrow over from it, or whether to like activate HDB DOS mode from the Fujinet itself. The unfortunate thing is, if I do that kind of a change, or if I work in that way, what I'm doing is I'm implementing something that's very platform specific. At least that's my fear. I don't want to go and take something that's inherently cross-platform and make major modifications that break cross-platform understandings. But if there's something that will help the CoCo community, I want to make sure that whatever, like what Tom's saying, you know, whatever makes the most sense to the CoCo community is what we do.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go back to my normal mode.
I'm going to go back to the rest of the news.
You can never be normal again.
Yeah. Okay, next up, the Spotless Mind 1975 on the CoCo Discord. That's the guy who writes Micro Games Basic, UG Basic, which is a cross-platform compiled basic. He's been doing multiple updates this past week, which led up to releasing 1.16.3 as an official release. It features some bug fixes and small additions to a lot of the platforms that are included. A few CoCo specific ones are some VDG related bug fixes, some Fornex fixes when multi-threading, fixing the bit instruction when running on a 6809. And there's a bunch of others he's mentioned, almost daily updates. There's also a beta version as well that is available that you can get as well if you don't want to get the official one, if you want to like be bleeding edge and possibly have some bugs. This will add support for analog joysticks for the CoCo, amongst other things as well. So, and he's even mentioning here there's also preliminary support for multiplex sprites under VIC-2, which I assume means VIC-20, but I'm not positive.
VIC-2, is that the Commodore 64?
I think that's the video chip. It's called the VIC-2.
Oh, maybe.
The VIC-2, yeah.
Eyes. Some with 2 eyes. VIC-II.
Yeah.
But yeah, one nice thing that the author of Micro Games Basic does is that he's been doing constant updates and he's been constantly fixing bugs, getting feedback. Erico, I know, has mentioned multiple things that he's gone and fixed or added enhancements. It's very much a thing still in motion, but definitely supported. I mean, he's been putting out updates multiple times a week. Usually bug fixes if he's on that kind of a schedule, and then he kind of amalgamates a bunch of them together, and every so often he releases a full release. But even those have been coming hot and heavy, and he keeps adding new features. Now, we've taken a look at a couple things, and I think, Alan, I think I'd asked you at one point if you might have time to actually put some together to kind of demonstrate what that engine and what that compiler is capable of. I don't know if we want to do it today because the show's already running fairly long, but I'd love to do that in the near future, at least to show people what UG Basic is capable of.
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
I
We've
was
got
gonna
10
do
minutes
it,
left
then I
before we
got
hit
hit by a
4
hurricane.
hours.
Yeah, you also had, you had no power. You weren't even living at home for a while there because I'm glad you're back home there and that things are functioning again.
Does UG Basic support the Coco 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
How do you get micro out of you?
Mu. It's
Muse
Greek.
for, yeah.
That's pretty standard.
It's Greek.
Yeah.
It's a Greek, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Greek symbol for micro.
It sounds fake.
Yeah, the Latin letter, lowercase letter U, the Roman alphabet lowercase letter U resembles the Greek letter me.
It's called mu.
I thought it was you.
So there, for Nick, this is a list of the platforms currently supported by Micro Games Basic. So it's got Amstrads, a bunch of Atari 8-bits, including the original 408 plus a bunch of the later XLXE models, the ColecoVision, Commodore 128, both CPUs, Commodore 64, Dragon 32 and Dragon 64, the MSX, the Thomson MO6, which is a French machine, +4, Sega SC3000 and 1000, Tier City Color Computer 2, and then separately the Color Computer 3. And then some of the later Thomsons, including Thomson TOA, which is also 609-based machine, VIC-20 and a bunch of the ZX Spectrums as well. And then a full detail as to what status they're in. There's different levels, so as he brings new hardware in here, obviously he's starting at the beginning for those, so they'll be a bit behind as far as how full the implementation is at this point. I'm just going to see what the CoCo stuff here is. So we can see the CoCo 1, 2, and 3 here is actually labeled in the green. So he's actually taking requests and bug fix reports and stuff like that. So it's a bit further along.
Is there a picture there of the actual editor?
Well, you
on the
edit,
website?
you cross compile. So you're basically editing on a modern machine, whatever you want.
He does have
But
an
does it
IDE for Windows, but only for Windows, not Mac or Linux.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was wondering if he has a picture of the IDE.
Yeah, if he does, I don't know where it is off the top of my head. I was going to see if he had some sample screenshots on the CoCo 3 too, but
So
it's got some sample source code you can look at.
So basically, everything gets funneled into one language that they all can understand. Is that it?
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's a cross-platform language. Obviously, there's some differences, I guess, because there's certain capabilities certain machines have and others don't. But basically, the whole object is to make it so that with the least amount of change as possible, you can write code once and then compile it to all these various 8-bit and 16-bit machines.
It's like a universal translator.
Yeah,
Oh,
although
it's
not perfect, but
not translating, but yeah.
and this, if you're thinking this is like a regular extended basic compiler, it's not. It's its own language and it's structured as you can see here. So he's got like bitmap enable, enabling bitmap graphics, and then CLS. Well, at least that's one common between the two, and then assignments like W equals screen width divided by 2, and he's got circle, width, height, diameter, polyline, which is basically continuously connecting lines. But it's all assembled into assembly language basically, so that it's quite a bit faster than regular basic would be anyway. And then you also get the advantages of being able to make cross-platform. And there's multiple games, like there's a Connect 4 game, there's the Sokoban 64 Plus game he's recently released that is available on the CoCo and CoCo 3 and a bunch of the other machines that you can actually download right now for free. He's got an itch.io page as well. And if you want to try some of those out, like I was mentioning, when Alan has time to get back into it there, I'd love to him to demonstrate some of this stuff. Because I think out of everybody on the panel, I think he's had the most experience with it as far as
none of this works with or is a part of or can be used with Fujinet, right?
Yeah, you can. It just becomes a regular CoCo bin file by the time it's done. So yeah, you can download and run fun. You can do it over DriveWire. You can put it on the SDC. You can put everything.
The editing though, the creation is done on a PC or a Mac.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, PC only. It's Windows only.
PC only.
Oh, is it? Okay.
No line numbers. Grew up.
Multi-statement lines?
I don't know that.
Don't see any, yeah.
No, if it doesn't do that, I'm out.
You wouldn't need to though, really.
No, I'm just not used to. Hey,
Just breaking everything up, right?
It's even got multitasking built in.
oh, there we go. I don't need OS 9.
Hey, wait a sec.
There you go.
You're out of a job, Curtis.
I have to get him to compile it for OS 9 now. But you can use stuff here, like he's actually got, you can actually like load images, actually will load a graphic, and it uses modern ones like ping in this example.
Yeah.
What frame size you want to set it for. It does the conversion internally to and the actual bitmap for the destination machine. Like how wide of a screen do you have? How many bit color depth do you have? How big is your palette? So it handles all those conversions for you, and then you just start writing code that uses that. So you can actually write and edit your graphics for a game, for example, in some modern graphics tool or sprite editor or something, and actually just import them directly in, and you don't have to do the conversions.
You said modern. Oh, that's not me.
Well, no.
But this is ultimately cool. We have bat ping and then bat count. So yeah, we've got.
But you notice here it's got parallel procedure move bat, which is to move a graphic of a bat, right? But parallel means you actually were running multiple instances of it here. So you can do here, where you have a loop of how many bats you want to make, and you set up the initial coordinates and stuff that are passed on to this. But then you spawn move bat.
Spawn another one.
And each time you do it, you spawn a new one. So if you want 6 bats a screen, you spawn it 6 times, each with their own position and movement direction and whatever, and away it goes. It handles it on its own.
So this would be up front, and then behind it would be all the 6809 code, right?
Yeah,
Well,
this
the end
compiles
result.
down from this language you're seeing here, which is Microgames Basic itself. And you'd use the same source code if you're doing a Commodore 64 version, a Coco 3 version, a Dragon 32 version, whatever. And then it will compile it underneath to the target you want.
It'll create a bin file, basically, at the end of it all.
At the end.
For however many machines you want to have.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it was last week I showed the Sokobon 64 Plus game that he did. And there were screenshots from like the Coco 1 and 2 and the C64 and the Atari 8-bit. And you can see what the resulting graphics were like.
Well,
Compare them between.
the Cocoon, what's-my-jig's game is done in this. What's it called? Erico. Erico's game is
Oh
done
yeah, the
in
one
this.
Paul Fiscarelli converted over to assembly? Wasn't that
No,
originally?
no.
Oh, different one.
I'm not sure. Remember the fighting game?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
it's Semi-Graphics 4, the low-res
Yes, yeah, that's right.
fighting game. That was written in Microgames Basic. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So what happens if you got one of those red machines, or
Alice?
Yeah, something written in French or Dutch? It all funnels the right stuff in that too, or is this all
Whatever
one
machines
way?
are actually part of the Microgames Basic. And I showed you that chart earlier. Like certain things are just coming online now. There's others proposed for future, haven't been started yet. Some are pretty well caught up to the main code base. Others they're just starting to implement, so they're kind of like early betas. But yeah, basically you would work with all those machines as he keeps adding more and more features to each.
Pretty good. I'd have to learn something new. Oh, that's going to be hard.
Time to go back to sleep.
The backend has multiple assemblers used. It uses like the CC65 for all the 6502 family, and uses something called ASM 6809 for the 6809 targets. And I don't know what it uses for like the MC10, but it also has a Z80 too, Z88DK. So it uses a bunch of different assemblers for getting the work done.
And you can use any editor, like on the PC, you could use Notebook Plus or not Notebook, whatever it's called. Yeah.
Or you could use his IDE if you want it under Windows.
Or that's right.
You could use VI, you could use Emacs, you could use Notepad++, Notepad itself, WordPad if you don't embed a bunch of real RTF stuff.
Yep.
DOS editor, whatever you want. You could technically even do it on the Coco itself. You just have to transport it off to the compiler afterwards.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah.
So Nick, you can use your edit commands still, except there's no line numbers. Never mind.
no.
You'd have to use like
That's it.
Telewriter 64 or something.
I want to write everything in color script set.
You could do that.
You could.
You could.
I don't know why anyone would want to, but you could.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd want to, but messages.
As you can see on this little chart here, it supports Coco 3 in both PAL and NTSC too, so it's all ready for Australia.
Have they done this with like 16-bit machines, 32-bit machines? Or?
Yeah,
some
the Amiga's
16s.
on there.
The Apple II GS is listed on there, which is considered a 16-bit
Yep,
machine.
the Amiga was.
Yep, those are on the target list eventually.
I think, what else was there?
Well, this looks like it would be a really confusing and complicated
Intel 8088.
behind the scenes.
I think the black ones are still haven't
Yeah.
been fully started yet. So these other ones are
Yeah.
the ones that are. But you can
Oh,
see like they're planning
68,000.
Atari ST and stuff here.
Yeah.
So 68,000.
TT, yeah.
6510, which is the slightly modified 602. 609s,
Any
80s.
6800s in there?
Planned.
Or
Yeah.
what computer?
Yeah, there wouldn't be too many
There's one.
6800 machines.
No.
Oh, no, it's a
there's
008.
TMS 9900, the TI.
Yeah, that's technically a 16-bit chip.
They even
Kind
had the
of crippled by the way
6808
it's
in
set
there.
up, but
Fairchild F8. Wow.
They even had the 6808 in there in the form of the
yeah,
Sinclair
the
or
black ones
whatever.
haven't really been started yet though. So right now he's basically made the CPU core for the compiler, and then he does whatever machines linked to it.
Yeah.
So like the 6502 and the Z80 were the first ones, and now he's been adding, and their derivatives, but he's been adding the 6809, so that covers Thompsons and Dragons and Cocos and stuff. So that's all been added on.
Man, I can't imagine how you keep all that code straight in your head.
You don't.
Build it a
You
build it
have
a layer at a
source
time.
control.
That's why we have bugs in the real world, Ron.
Yeah.
Yepers.
Man.
Yeah, you just don't keep it all in your head at the same time. Like I had to go back and the next fourth ROM video that I'm releasing, I'm doing variables and whatnot, which means that I've got to parse the token stream. So I forgot how to parse the token stream, so I had to go and relearn how to parse the token stream by looking at my old code.
Exactly. Read your own docs. You'll learn to write really good docs after a couple of years because
Exactly.
That's exactly Nitrous 9 summed up in a nutshell, because I'm going through code I wrote in the 90s and I have no idea what the hell I was doing.
A love letter to your future self.
Sometimes I figure it out and go, oh, that was pretty smart to me. And other times I'm going, what the hell was I thinking?
What the hell was that dumb?
Nick,
That must have been
"Oh, I
a
wrote
Friday night
this."
when I went to the bar or something. I don't know. Anyway, next
Well-
up, some more hardware. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm on the verge of understanding all this, and it's pretty brain swelling, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because over the years you learn stuff, and you get a concept of what's going on, and I can follow it, but I would never be able to join in with it.
Ergo makes a good comment. He said, sometimes rereading code means months. That's absolutely true. When I started the OU, I had forgotten so much because I hadn't touched it in 30 years. It was almost like starting over. I'd look and go, oh, I kind of remember that, but I don't remember the details like I used to at all.
Right. I even worked at a place we had side of a line item for the budget for getting your head around it again. If
Like I know-
someone had been away from a project for a while, they were allowed time to just get their head around it. Think about their old project.
Like I know Boise and I have been talking, like he wanted me to help write some drivers, like new ones for new hardware and stuff. And I'm not refamiliarized enough with the code of the file managers and device drivers to tackle something like that yet. I can go modify and optimize an existing one or add new functions to it, but I don't have to worry about getting the core working. And I did do brand new drivers back in the day. Like I was quite familiar with how they work, but I haven't got all that muscle memory back yet. So I kind of passed on. I said, no, if you want to write a core one, I'll go in and like add features and optimize it for you. But I don't have my skill set up to the point again yet where I can just start from scratch.
Okay, so what's this thing?
This thing
Yeah.
is a hardware
Oh, yeah.
project using a 6309.
Okay.
In fact, you'll see at the bottom, it says HB63C09M Rev 4. So this is a 3 megahertz rated 609, but it's one we covered a bit before. David Collins has been doing these updates to his 639 based homebrew computer, which is kind of a single board one. Now he's got some updates on his plans for how it's going to work too. So I will just read them out loud from his little post on Facebook in the Motorola 6809, 6309, 6800 assembly language programming group. For the audio listeners who of course won't be seeing this, but he's got a nice little schematic you can see here. It says 10 by 10, $5 PCB size cut down. I sacrificed the standard layout real-time clock module, but I2C is on the mezzanine, so I will probably put an RTC real-time clock on the first expansion. this thing is going to be a beast to route. But I think it's still possible to do in 2 layers, just barely.
No,
Sounds like a challenge. Not going to kill myself, so may end up yet
traces.
being a 4-layer PCB. I had to
He's
tuck
got-
the bank. Sorry?
No, you're just reading what I was just.
Oh, okay. I
seeing.
tucked the bank switching and multiplexers under the larger chips, probably tweak this a bit more before it is done. I really wanted to put the footprint for the PLCC CPU on there, but this way I have extra space for tucking the multiplexer away. I have plans to make an even smaller PCB that will make use of the PLCC form factor soon enough.
So it's a standalone computer.
Yeah, single
Yeah, it's
board
one of these
computer.
single board projects that I think is fairly.
Yeah.
And then he unfortunately went and got engaged and stuff, so now his
Right.
time is pretty well nil.
Ah, what a fool.
He's programming his wife. Future.
No, she's programming him.
Him, yeah, he got that backwards, Ron.
So there's no video output on this thing, I take it.
No,
I'm
it's
trying to
probably
remember
just a
because he's
serial.
done updates. I think it's serial port based to start, and that's
Terminal. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
okay.
he has options to plug in, like he's got an expansion bus so you can add
Yeah.
video after it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's much easier to bug this stuff on the terminal. That's what Frederick did too. I mean, he's already got the terminal protocol working because basically it's just a serial
Yeah.
chip. You don't even have to use interrupts when you're doing it this early. You just hard code everything. Like, is there data ready on the chip? Oh, yeah, there is. Go grab it. And then you write and you wait till the chip's ready for sending the next one. So it's really easy to write a serial driver. You don't have to worry about memory mapping and palette settings and crap.
But as a hardware guy, this rat's nest is scary.
All hardware looks like this to me, Rick. This is like looking at a joystick port to me.
Well, see,
gotta
on the
understand that.
sort of right middle top, all the lines that come together, and then you aren't going to do that in 2 layers. No.
Oh, okay. You're looking. You're recognizing it as a netlist. Okay.
Yeah.
He just comments it's very unlikely I'll be able to root this on a 2-layer PCB, but I'm gonna try.
Give it a whirl, buddy. I love to see it.
Yeah, and this is Rev 4, so he's been doing this a few times. So it's he's actually had some stuff where he's actually demonstrated. So now he's trying to make it easy for hardware types, I think, to build their own type thing. Thomas in the chat says he needs me to write device drivers for Fujinet network devices, no S9. Let me get refamiliarized enough to tackle that. But yeah, I've already given that serious thought. That's why I was asking about interrupt driven, because it'd make it a lot easier with the multitasking side of things instead of having to pull.
So when you guys make these boards up and stuff, you don't have to worry about like PC boards where the lines are going to cross each other and they don't affect each other or anything if
That's
they come
the
from
point.
the CPU or anything? Or
That
is,
is
do
the
you have to
job.
worry about that even with small boards?
Well,
Especially with small boards, because you have less room to put everything
you
in.
can't have
Right.
you can't have wires cross over each other.
Yeah,
But
it
they
depends
don't
on the
affect each
on
other?
the net list really, because there's some situations where you're going to have to via either on the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer, because you're not going to be able to route all the signals without, as it were,
Right,
crossing the
right.
paths and causing total protonic inversion. Yeah, we don't want to summon. We don't want to summon Gozer here.
Right. 'Cause- so usually if it's simple enough, you can run a bunch of lines horizontally, and then you can run on one side of the board, and then you run all the other lines vertically on the other side of the board. But there comes a limit to what you can do, even when you start twisting chips to a 45-degree angle and things like that.
Yeah, you have to worry about the lengths of the lines, like are some things that have to be done in parallel going to arrive at the same time, and
That's not really going to be an issue until you get into like the hundreds of megahertz range, and even then it's going to be questionable. This is something that I explained before. It's like when you're
Right.
looking at the speeds that we're working at, even up to 10 megahertz. 10 megahertz is still along the lines of like 30 meters in length for a wavelength.
Right. What we're limited by is the size of our packages. So the amount of crap you can stick on a board of a certain size, the pins are too far apart. You can't. It's a lot easier with modern stuff where everything is, in quad flat packs, and you put one at a 45-degree angle, and now you've got 5 traces in the space where 2 fit before. And you
So
can
the-
do a lot of things on a 2-layer board. But when you have such a big package, it becomes even harder to do things on 2 layers because you're taking up so much room, and how many vias can you put down? Anyway, end of my editorial. I just, wow.
As Rocky Hill mentions, rooting is an art form. And Thomas Cherryholm says you have to do more than just press the auto root button.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there is such a thing?
On most systems, the auto routers just suck.
So when
Yes.
when you send
Right.
this thing into the to the people, they assume that you knew what you were doing, and they'll do it as you say, and they
Yep.
don't make any corrections.
Nope.
Well, sometimes they'll catch violations and
They'll-
they'll tell
they'll-
you. But
Yeah, they'll
super obvious
yell
ones.
if your parts are the wrong size for the, you know, for what you
That's-
picked, the parts you picked are the wrong size or something. But otherwise, yeah, no, that's what you want. Got it, buddy.
Okay.
So next up, this
All
is
right.
not officially released yet, but the pre-release version of it is out. So VCC 2.1.9.0 was just released earlier this week, and this is the testing one. So this is one for you to report bugs. This is not a stable one. If you want that, stick with 2.1.8.3, which was released back in January. So EJ has done a few things here, and I thought I'd read off the list here and see what you guys think of some of these new options. So disassembler window breakpoints and step code when paused. Support for the LWASM break instruction. Disassembler documentation. You can never have too much documentation, even if nobody reads it. Support carriage return line endings when pasting text. User guide fixes. Configuration menu change from tab dialog to drop-down menu items. I'd be interested to hear your feedback on that. And add swap joysticks configuration item. That's really handy. Rexroar's had that for a while, where the standard on CoCo games as far as which joystick to use is there is no standard. So this is awesome when you only have one joystick plugged in the left. Oh, I need the right. You just select in the menu and voila, it does it for you. So what do you guys think? This is the upcoming release of VCC, currently in basically beta, and you guys can participate and download it off the GitHub.
Could you explain why there's so many numbers after the V on version? What did they stand for? I never understood that. 2.1.
Whatever the author thought of.
Yeah.
They actually described it as if you roll back a couple versions. So the 2 is the major, and then the .1 is the next minor, and then the next one is the release number, and then things after that are fixes. So the 2.1.8.3 has basically had 3 revisions since it was released as 2.1.8. So there was a minor fix 0.1, a minor fix 0.2, a minor fix 0.3.
So now we have new features at 2.19.
Yeah, so new features got the 0.9, and then they fix bugs. They'll then have a 2.91, 2.92.
So I thought it was more like, it was done on a Saturday morning at 8 p.m. or something.
No.
And if they do a major rewrite, then they'll go to like a version 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I've seen, with the exception of modern days where like a lot of people are just doing like the whole version number inflation is happening, the way that the way that the standard was amongst GNU stuff and even amongst the Linux kernel prior to going to version 3, version 4, what have you, was that the major number indicated an ABI breaking change. So like if you go from VCC version 2 to VCC version 3, then there's something in the application binary interface that breaks compatibility with version 2. So we see the same thing in Python as well. Python version 3, there are things that you used to be able to do in version 2 that you just can't.
So this is a regular convention. It's not just made up.
It can be a regular convention. It's one that a lot of authors use, but it's not required. There is no universal convention for version numbering. I'll often start with version 0.0.0 alpha, and I'll never get a version above version 0.0.1.
Yeah. For example, OS9 modules have 2 different numbers that are related. There's a revision nibble from 0 to 15, and there's also the addition number from 0 to 55. And it's totally up to the author to do it whichever way they want. Like you can mix it up. You can make addition number the major and the revision the minor, or vice versa. Or
hey, Curtis, if you scroll back to version 2.1.1.8, or sorry, 2.1.8.1, it explains the version numbering change.
Oh, it does?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
See, people don't read manuals.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's part of the documentation thing. That's the only reason I kind of knew a little bit about it.
oh yeah, Siri says the first number represents the fork. Fork 1 is considered to be the original code from Joseph Forgeon. The current fork is 2, which is the one EJ's been kind of in charge with, and also I think Bill Pierce was involved with. And it promises to function on Windows XP and Windows 7 operating systems. We might want to add capabilities that will not work on these older systems. If we do that, we will create a third fork. Hopefully it doesn't pick Windows 11. This will allow us to backport changes from fork 3 code back to fork 2. The second number represents a major version. It will be used if very significant changes are made in the way VCC functions, not likely to happen anytime soon. The third number represents normal releases, typically done 1 or 2 times per year. The fourth number represents bug fixes, so he's reserving the fourth digit specifically for bug fixes.
Yeah. So like I said, when they find bugs with the current pre-release, it'll become 2.1.9.1.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
like I said, I read the documentation, so I understood a little what was going on.
Sort of makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad you pointed that out, Mark. I didn't realize that. I now that I've read it again, I do remember seeing this way back, but I totally forgot.
I liked it because it was logical. It's like, oh, that makes sense.
Right? I could.
Oh, that's why I didn't remember it. As soon as my brain says that's logical, makes sense.
Yeah.
It's gone. Now for that. Next up for the MC10 and Alice fans, French YouTuber Olipix did a follow-up. So we covered his one last time. We were talking about all these expansion interfaces, including a kind of a multi-pack, plus all the different extra hardware you can get for handling hard drives and serial ports and all kinds of things. Well, this kind of follow-up. So what he's showing here is the Metra Hachette version of the TP10 thermal printer. So that, of course, was the little tiny thermal printer that looked like a toilet paper roll that Tandy put out. Worked on the CoCo, worked on the MC10. It was meant to kind of match the MC10. It's actually not a bad little printer. It does fairly high density text. It also handles stuff like, double wide characters and overprint and a few other things, which he demonstrates here. But he actually demonstrates some of the software that was available, how to use it from BASIC with LPrint and stuff. That was one weird change they did in the MC10 BASIC versus the CoCo. They made printer access LPrint, which is what the old Tier City Model 1 and 3s used, correct, Nick?
Yes.
Whereas the CoCo, we used output buffer numbers,
-2.
-2 for printer, -1 for cassette, 0 for the screen, 1 through 15 for disk, -3 for the built-in serial port on a deluxe CoCo if you happen to have one.
I do remember using print number -2 though.
Yeah, but here they changed it back to LPrint following the old standard, and I'm not quite sure why. Probably because they never planned on having a disk drive, but they could have, handled the serial port and stuff differently, and cassette port, etc. So
Maybe
kind of
because of the
confused.
key combination.
At any rate, it's red, but it's basically is the CP10 rebranded from Tandy. So I'll just kind of show you a little picture what it looks like here.
Theirs will never be yellow.
Yeah, yellowish red maybe. And then he does some printing of standard text. So here's one of the test patterns that's built in the machine if you want to just check to make sure the thermals work correct. You do need thermal paper for these, obviously. And he does some basic programs and kind of shows you how to do it from basic. You can see a bunch of L prints here. There's some character string. What's that?
How many characters it prints? 40?
Probably 32.
Here, Nick, count.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. 32 would be good. It would match the
Now, the built-in ROM on the TP10, I think, is 32 or 40 column. I can't remember which of the two, but it's fairly low.
I think it's 40.
It does support the graphics characters that the MC10 has. Of course, the color doesn't do anything, but you do get the little 2x2.
Does he show them printed, those graphics blocks? What do they look like? Because I remember the
black
Timex
and white.
printer failed miserably at printing graphics blocks. You could see they had zigzagged the heater wire over a form.
Yeah, it's not too much better here from what I remember.
This printer, il est revenu au début de la ligne et puis il a imprimé 23.
See if I can find but it has some escape codes for doing like double wide printing and stuff. So it actually has a couple of features built in.
Could
Which is not bad for a printer that's small.
C'est rigolo.
Could it
Elle est
drive the
revenue
plotter,
à
do
la
you
ligne,
think?
effectivement, pour avoir la place.
There, so there's some graphic blocks, Rick.
That's not
They
bad. I
printed
mean,
underneath, and then a double wide font as well.
yeah,
Looks
that's
pretty
much
nice.
nicer than the old Sinclair, which you could see the zigzag of the heat wire where it didn't quite line up, which looked okay in a font, in a text font, but once you tried to do a solid print, it just couldn't. It was pathetic.
So Rick, did you have the Sinclair pair use the white heat paper, thermal paper?
The Sinclair with the slimy wax paper. Yes.
Yeah, but that paper like that, the heat, thermal heat.
Silver
paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got 20 days to read it.
Yeah, I think the
Well,
early ones where the where it burns the hole through the paper.
Yeah, aluminum.
The electrostatic ones.
Yeah, I had
think
one of
when
each.
I think that was for the ZX81s on the Timex Sinclairs. They had
Yeah,
thermal.
that's the one. Yeah, and if you put Scotch tape over it, the printing erases. So don't tape your listings into a book.
Also, don't leave them on the dash of your car. In the sun.
That will also erase them, I guess.
Well,
I just never thought it doesn't color it all in. It erases it. How do you erase thermal? Scotch tape.
Well, the dash of your car just turns the entire sheet black. So
Yeah, it
that's-
all
that's
turns
everything.
black, which makes sense. You can print it more, but how do you erase what was already there? And anyway,
Well, I'll have to look. I still have some 40-year-old thermal paper in the box on the shelf there.
you have to print something and then tape over it, come back in a month and see.
Yeah,
if
because
it's
on
still
thermal
got
paper,
printing.
even friction heat, like if you take a pen nub, like not the actual pen, but the actual like a plastic cover or something, and you draw
Yeah,
really
it would
hard
leave
and fast,
marks.
it'll actually draw it black because of the friction heat.
But
You
that
could do that
colors
with
it more. How
modern
do you
thermal.
uncolor it? This process amazed
Put it
me.
in the freezer.
And I lost several programs because I taped my sheets of listing with tape at the bottom so I could put them in a full-size notebook. And so I lost a couple of lines at the bottom and top of each column.
With
where
my
I taped-
TP10, I took fax paper that was like 8 inches wide and took a saber saw and cut them
Made
in
it
half.
fit.
Yeah.
And it worked.
I just stole receipt paper from work. Oh,
I mean,
didn't-
these types of printers are still used at grocery stores and stuff if they're printing receipts or
Yeah,
even
gas
yeah.
station when you get a
Yeah, gas
receipt.
station when you get it right out of the thing. Yeah.
Yep, they have a little TP10 in there.
Right.
So one thing he demonstrates here is he's got a like a virtual STCX from Dangit in there, I think the red one, but he's got these little demo programs that draw some, computer logos. So he has the Atari logo, the IBM logo, the Commodore logo here, and he prints them out. And he points out that the built-in little test program that he got in BASIC to print these out isn't able to differentiate the various grays. So you'll see, I think this is the Atari logo, which had multiple colors drawing to the screen.
Right.
Why is it not being?
He wants to do a commercial.
Wait, damn you.
Anyway, it all comes out one color, and he kind of points it out in the video.
You know, the thing I hated about it myself was the curl. After you tear it off, you have to,
especially when you got to the end of the roll.
yeah, you have
Well,
to
that's-
bend it the other way and hold it there a little bit, and then it's flat.
That's why I Scotch taped them 2 columns wide onto a sheet of regular notebook paper so they would lay flat. And
This was a cute one. I don't know if you noticed here, but all he picks is YouTube graphic here is what he's drawing on the screen in low res on his MC10, which is kind of a guy falling from a rainbow or something. And he prints that one out. Of course, it comes out the same. But then he points out that somebody, and he mentions the guy's name, hacked the ROM on this thing and gave it much better capabilities like high res graphics. Now it doesn't run quite as quick doing this, but
Was it something you can change the?
yeah, apparently. So this TP10 Firmware 1.1,
Look at
and
that.
this has got some pretty decent stuff. It does the overprint stuff, so you notice you're getting gradiated blacks.
Look at that.
yes.
That's pretty awesome.
And we sped up the
Yeah.
camera here because obviously it runs way the hell slower than this, but
Yeah.
The old ZX printer could never have done that with any kind of firmware.
Oh, I
This
thought
is
maybe that
cool.
firmware made some improvements in the speed.
there, Danny Schwannard did this. But take a look at this. This is a graphics dump he did for high res with a modified ROM.
Sir.
That's
Wow.
not bad.
You know, people don't have anything to do they?
I'm going to make this 40-year-old printer print, dang it.
And here he's doing double passes to really make it dark. So he's actually
Wow,
getting
look
like
at
black instead of, just
extra
standard
black.
gray shades.
That's amazing.
So it's like, why didn't they do this in the day? Obviously, it was capable of it.
Some
that
people
would,
did. It
That
was-
would
it
go
was a
3 days
demo
in the
scene.
sun.
This was a demo scene thing back in the day. Some people did
Wow.
this.
This is kind of steered towards Mr. Dave too. I don't know if he's watching right now, but this is the type of animation stuff he likes.
Yeah, he would like that.
But yeah, that was a pretty impressive. I remember like the CGP 220, which is the full-sized inkjet, color inkjet that Tandy put out, originally made by Canon, had a modified ROM. They sold at Rainbow Fest that allowed double printing and stuff, so you could actually get a much darker, fuller colors. And I actually did have that ROM in mine. I bought it at Rainbow Fest and installed it. It ran slower and it used more ink, of course, but it did make much, much better quality printouts.
Yeah, that's one thing. It was very light, even with new ink.
But yeah, that was something I thought you, Ron, in particular, and I didn't remember if anybody else had a TP10 back in the day, but that new ROM looks pretty fascinating. The guy did a really good job on it.
Is
in
it
fact,
something where you have to desolder the one that's in there, or
I don't know if it's socketed or if that's soldered or what. I honestly don't have a clue. And also, you notice it's doing 80 column text up here.
Yeah. And then when you use a magnifying glass to look, you burn a hole in it.
No, you darken the page. You'll see this black line going across as you're magnifying, going across, reading each line, wiping out.
faster.
It's a cheap way of doing overstrike.
Yeah.
You don't have to destroy the message after you get done. It does it as you read it.
It's already
redacted.
You got to give them
redacted.
credit.
Go.
Anyway, if you guys watch the video, for those of you that have TP10 printers, he's got the name of the guy that developed this new ROM. It sounds like it's probably a French guy, but maybe if you contact him, because he does know some English,
What,
especially
did he have
reading-wise.
two TP10s? Because here, this one's white.
No, he was actually mentioning the beginning of the video, because I'm not playing the whole thing here, but he mentions that it's basically, they're exactly the same. This was actually the Radio Shack one rebranded with red coloring. So it's the exact same printer. Same as the MC10 was, you know, the original Alice was the exact same thing, except for the ROM has some modifications for French.
Okay.
But this ROM is available. He actually gives, as he mentions here, the guy's original website that he put it up no longer exists, but he used the Wayback Machine, actually grabbed it. So you can still get that ROM update. And if you burn your own ROM, Ron, and put it in there, you might want to try some of these new features.
Yeah, I don't think so. You know, it barely feeds the paper very well anymore.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Probably your rollers should try.
Yeah, your rollers, you need to be, what's that, rubber
Adjusted.
rejuvenator they use? That's kind of a light
Yeah.
acid to rough it up again. Or
Well,
replace
it
them.
works at first very good, but if you keep, you know, printing with it, it tends to, you know, I
Right.
just want to go to sleep now.
Kind of like me. I'm old and tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, no, he's done some really good MC10 Alice videos recently, covering a lot of the hardware options. He's covered some of the games, including some of the more modern Inafidu games, etc. So if you have an interest in the MC10 at all, I would definitely link to his channel, because he's been doing quite a few good MC10 related, Alice related videos lately.
The other thing is, once you have all these little papers and their various lengths, and you have to find something to put them in, you know, a folder or something. Or
You know, as a kid, I honestly thought the TP10 stood for toilet paper because that was the size of the roll.
Kind of. Well, it is nowadays. They used to be a little wider, but we won't get into that.
Anyway, one thing that mentioned here on the World of Dragon archive forums, Julian Brown posted a nicely succinct summary of his various Dragon projects, because there was another guy was asking him questions. He's got a lot of stuff on the go here, and it was getting confusing as to what has what in it, what supports what. So he summarized it right here in this nice little single message. And I thought I'd read it out loud for the video audio listeners in particular, just so you can kind of catch up on what Julian's working on, because he's been doing updates several times a week, just like the micro games basic guy is. So he said, just to flesh things out a bit, and just in case you're curious as to what is available, done, being developed, here are some of the links to the projects. He's got links to them. I won't click on all the links here. You guys can check that out yourself here. Of course, the show notes will have the direct link to this forum message. I think you have to be a member of the forum, which is free, to read the messages. The full fat kitchen sink flex ATX board that I'm working towards. It's the first project. The goal was to make something that fits in a regular mini ATX case, uses the PC power supply, expansion ports, etc. The MPI ports would need a hole added to the case, but I figured cutting a hole into a cheap PC case is significantly easier and cheaper than having a custom case made. Probably right. The Dragon format board with most of the same features, but no expansion slots or MPI. While this was going to be the end goal of my work, it has become an intermediate step towards making the ATX board a reality. This is one that I will need help with on testing. I have a lead on getting the board assembled, so the hurdles to actually getting up and running should be reduced, but it also means that the cost is going to be much higher, as it is no longer just the PCB. Some assembly may be required, but it would all be through hole, and some of it can be deferred. the upgraded standard board. This is just a regular 64K or 256K upgraded Dragon 32 board with an added twist of moving the video circuit to a mezzanine board that allows you to choose between different video formats or options. The same approach as used on the newer Dragon format board. So this is using Stuart Orchid's Sam Bank thing, which is kind of like the one that Ken has in his Coco 2 from back in the day. To upgrade to 56K, and it has a little separate board that controls the video. So if you want to swap between PAL and NTSC, the main motherboard doesn't change at all. You just swap this one little satellite board. Reproduction Dragon 32. This really is just a Dragon 32 with a full lifestyle improvements. The upgrade path from 32K to 64K is much easier and doesn't need cut traces or bodge wires. So kind of like the earlier D&E boards on the CoCo, if you wanted to get 64K, you could do it, but you have to kind of modify the board itself because it wasn't designed for it. So this is basically duplication of the Dragon 32 motherboard, but with the 64K stuff already there, kind of like an F-board CoCo. The parallel port can be more easily adapted to the BitBang serial port from a CoCo. Joystick ports are wired for 2 buttons each, which, I mean, honestly, you could do in a CoCo 1 or 2 right now, too. That wouldn't be that hard. The PIA's got the room for it. That's what they did in the CoCo 3. He says he has 1 board left for sale out of that last batch. And then he's got descriptions of some of the satellite daughter boards for the video. He's got the PAL board. He's got the NTSC board. He's got the RGB YUV composite video board and a synthetic 6847 replacement board, which he says is very much a prototype. And then he's got a reproduction keyboard, Cherry MX. This includes support to work as a USB keyboard for emulation as well, not really suited for a daily driver due to missing keys. So that kind of gives you a summary of all the various Dragon-related hardware projects that Julian is currently doing.
He's not got much on at the moment.
No, he's kind of like us, Nick. He's just, gets bored once in a while, does a project.
No,
He does have a
breather
day
for
job
6 months.
still.
a Dragon couldn't print to the TP10 without an adapter, or does it have a?
The 64 has a serial port.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's not.
But it's a real serial, so you have to convert it down to the 4 pin.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
But that's just a straight cable. That's pretty simple. And the last story, this is pretty cool. This comes from Richard Harding, who's kind of the Dragon historian. And he's now got high-res scans available. You can download them yourselves and print them out. He's got 2 versions of each. But this is the original concept artwork for the unreleased Dragon Alpha, which was going to be eventually becoming the Dragon Professional, and the Dragon Beta prototypes. And he's now got these as high-res scans at 600 dots per inch. And he's got both the original scans, so what we're showing on the screen right now is the Dragon Alpha Professional concept art, where you can see that the drives are built into the case. And you can faintly see the word Alpha. But this kind of got discolored over the years, so we actually went and cleaned it up to get it more to what the actual case color was planned to be. And then he's also got the one for the Dragon 128 Beta. So this has dual floppy drives. The keyboard's a separate keyboard. It's more of an IBM PC style case, that you put the monitor on top, etc. And then, of course, the cleaned up version of that as well. He said these are suitable to print out at a professional print shop or something and get framed too. So they're high enough res for that.
Looks like Coco inspired Vince.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Did you have that on the Alpha? Like these were concepts done by Dragon themselves back in 83, 84.
Right. That's
Before they went
just
under.
a really fancy Dragon.
This one here actually is the one with dual 6809s too. And up to 768K of RAM with an MMU. And if I remember correctly, the graphics were going to be done by 16809, and then the main OS. And these were OSI machines, so I was going to be running the main OS itself. So that's pretty cool. That's above and beyond even the CoCo 3 by a large margin.
Really, really smart, Gimme.
Is that like the Japanese?
Fujitsu's?
Yeah, that had 2.
Yeah, they had a couple dual Swan. Those ones actually came out and actually were produced, though. These were just concepts and a few internal things. Now, they do have prototypes of these, and they actually have, we've shown them on the show before, and they've actually shown them at the Dragon meetup. Actually, they're trying to get some of them running right now. So they're kind of like backwards reverse engineering, how the RAM worked and how the drives hooked up and all that kind of stuff. And they're actually trying to get functional units going. And I think they're getting pretty close on at least one of them.
Neat.
And that's it for the news this week.
Only a half an hour over. We're good.
A lot of hardware stuff this week. That kind of surprised me. There's Usually we get more software mix, but this was definitely a hardware heavy episode.
A lot of discussion on it too, which is excellent.
Yeah. Well, I knew a few of them would be definitely worthy of discussion. I knew some of them would be a bit controversial discussion too. So glad we got all that in there. Don't want to be boring, you know. If people are arguing with each other in public, I mean, then you can't fall asleep, right? Nick, did it work?
Sorry, what was that?
Well, we're not arguing now, so yeah, you're allowed to nap, but
Okay, I think that was everything that was on my list.
yeah, that's everything on mine.
Okay, well then there's 2 more buttons to push.
This concludes another episode of the Coco Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Technicolor computer. For all things the Coco Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The Coco Nation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The Coco Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The Coco Nation is over. Join us on the Coco Discord server. Coco forever.
It's over. Go home.
So did I just see in the chat there that Brian Weasler wants to come on and show us stuff?
Does he really?
What? No, but I did see in the chat, and he's right. Jim Gary ported another Richard Ramella game during the show, so he did 2 converts today.
Two.
He converted X-Ski. Another.
What's
What the heck? We'll show it. I'll get it in the notes too.
What's the
He's got a problem.
The problem is he's showing the rest of us up by actually being productive while the show's on.
Right.
Rocky Hill's whining about another 4 hours squandered.
Shoot, we're pushing for 5 here.
4.5.
Okay, let me
I'll
bring
put it
up.
on.
Well, I am already got it loaded up and ready to go. I'm just making sure everything's sharing right here.
Here's the new game, man.
Oh, let's back it up a bit here so you can see the credits he put in.
Now you'd have to amend the news twice.
Hot CoCo, July 1983. This is the launch issue then. X-Ski, skiing game.
Oh.
I guess the T-shaped things are trees.
Yeah, and then you have to get the points thing. I think you have to get the numbers, and you have to avoid the purple things because I think you die when you hit those.
He should have called this Trump man. It's the orange guy.
Well, I'm thinking more Sonny Bono edition.
Oh no,
exactly.
I'd say too soon, but it's not.
That's not nice, but yeah, it's not too soon.
That's a blunt end.
And since Richard Ramella did like several years worth of this series of doing very small, mostly color basic games, occasionally he snuck in a couple extended commands like string. I imagine Jim's gonna be kept fairly busy converting all of them.
Hey, everybody's got to have a hobby, you know?
He needs to come on the show and talk about how
he has
he
once or
makes
twice
games
before,
by
but
reflex,
But he's too busy coding. Like, look, he was doing 2 games while we were on the show here, so he's he's got much more productive use of his time than talking to us.
He's good at multitasking.
And do it, yeah.
He's also on the
That's how he
MC10
does it.
special, if I remember, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
I posted. I forgot. We have a MeWe account group for the TRS-80 color computer also. So I just posted about our thing on Monday for the CocoTech number 6.
What's MeWe?
MeWe? Oh, it's like a knockoff of Facebook, but not nearly as.
That's the thing I delete when the show descriptions run long and I need a couple extra characters. I delete the MeWe link.
I think you've told us about that before, but I completely forgot what MeWe even is. So.
We've got like 15 different things listed down there. You go look
we
sometimes, folks.
MeWe is
There's
when
a
I
lot
have
of
to
ways
have
to
a
get
break.
here.
I have to have a break, and it's called me. No, me, wee.
No.
MeWe.
Yeah. Anyway,
All right.
Are we done?
Go.
Till next week.
Oh, I probably should
Press
stop
the
sharing
button,
it.
Frank. What was the name of this show?
Sorry. I'm adding the notes for the X-Key game to the show notes I can put back up on the Discord here because they're a little bit behind.
That way everybody can see us waving goodbye to them.
I'm trying to be like Jim and be productive here, Mark. I'm actually typing stuff in while we're. You guys wave on my behalf.
Stop being productive and wave at the audience and say, "See you next week."
I can't type with one hand.
It was
All
moon
right.
landing day.
I gotta find the right mouse.
Here, I'll use two. We'll make up one.
Bye, folks.
All right, bye.